Mr. Li stood poised before a grand mansion, a pocket watch gripped in his hand. Inside, people gathered around the bed of the 98-year-old Mr. Wrong, who was on the brink of death. Doctors grimly noted that he had little time left. Suddenly, the door burst open. Mr. Li strode in, confidently declaring, "Mr. Wrong has exactly 2 minutes and 9 seconds left." The room swirled with murmurs. Men turned to confront him, some drawing guns. However, with a mere display of his pocket watch, they stood motionless, as though time itself had halted. In a matter of moments, Mr. Li was by Mr. Wrong's bedside. Introducing himself as a businessman, he hinted at a product Mr. Wrong would desperately want. Time. 10 days prior, Li's mother had advised him to abandon his taxing job and settle in the city. To Li, regular folks seemed out of place in Damon Capital, a global financial hub. Although life in Damon City felt unrewarding and harsh, Li remained committed to his dreams. One day, an anxious man collided with him, frantically proclaiming his tardiness. Li, glancing at him sharply, perceived the man's name, age, and unervingly, his remaining lifespan, a mere 3 seconds. As predicted, a car fatally struck the man. Amidst the chaos, Li discovered the enigmatic pocket watch in his grasp. A single click, and the rain halted. Time had paused. When reality resumed its course, Li was equipped with a newfound power, to visualize people's remaining lifespans and manipulate them by redistributing time. He quickly recognized the lucrative potential of this skill, deciding to trade time, especially to the city's elite. The inception of a new villain, the Time Merchant, was marked. On a rainy evening, while Li sketched out his plans, his roommate, Yang, walked in. Their eyes met, and for a fleeting moment, she found him strangely captivating. Dismissing it as a mere whimsy, she reminded herself of his status, a poor, adopted son, not exactly her ideal match. Yet, she couldn't shake off his newfound aura. Aware of Yang's indifference, Li resolved to leverage his unique ability to offer the affluent a coveted commodity, time. Drafting contracts that would legally protect his clientele, he christened himself the Time Merchant, and began his venture. The next day, seated on a park bench, Li scanned the crowd. The moral dilemma of taking time from the young or elderly weighed on him. Just then, a young man in a costume, juggling multiple jobs and aspirations of gifting his girlfriend an iPhone, caught his attention. His boss reprimanded him for not working hard enough. Li's watch revealed the man was 21 with 65 years ahead. Smiling slyly, Li realized he'd found his first potential client. The costumed man received a meager payment and departed cheerily, with Li closely trailing behind, preparing to make his first sale in a nearby restaurant. Li sat across from Zhang and pulled out a pocket watch. With a flick, he paused time and everyone around to showcase his unusual talent. Zhang, startled, retreated a few steps. Li rose, offering a handshake. "I'm Li, a time merchant," he explained. "You're mad," Zhang retorted. With a smile, Li responded, "I've roamed this world for years, trading in lifespans." "Interested?" Suspicion flickered in Zhang's eyes. "How do you know my name?" Li tapped his watch, revealing Zhang's details. "You've got a long life ahead. Ever thought of selling a bit of it?" Skeptical, Zhang inquired about the price. Li revealed a suitcase holding 3,000 yuan, roughly $46,000. "This," he began, "is the price for 1 year of your life." As Zhang pondered, thoughts of the gifts he could buy for his girlfriend surfaced. Working part-time jobs seemed a waste when he could just trade time for money. But selling a year of his life? That was an entirely different gamble. Li, sensing Zhang's inner turmoil, nudged, "Major choice?" Taking a deep breath, Zhang nodded. "Just 1 year," he muttered, signing the contract. A shiver ran down his spine as he felt a year slip away. Li resumed time with a snap. Handing Zhang his business card, he hinted at potential future deals. But Zhang, still grappling with his decision, declined. 1 year is enough, he muttered. Undeterred, Li left it on the table. You might change your mind, he said cryptically. Li then strolled the city streets, mulling over his successful transaction. Seeking respite, he sat in a cafe and began scouting for potential clients online. A notable headline caught his eye: the patriarch of the distinguished Wrong family, known for their massive tax contributions, was critically ill. A sly smile crept across Li's face. He smelled opportunity. That night, Mr. Wrong lay on his deathbed, deeply worried about his esteemed family. As he lay there, Li made an enticing offer to extend his life. The gravity of the proposal made Wrong's eyes grow wide, knowing the legacy he would leave behind was at stake. Whispers circled the room, many wondering if Li was a fraud. Li silenced the murmurs, reminding them that Mr. Wrong's lifespan was down to a mere 10 minutes. How much would it cost? One man asked. The price, Li replied calmly, is a fifth of the Wrong family's annual earnings, $15.6 million. A skeptical man accused Li of deceit. In response, Li revealed his pocket watch, showing that Mr. Wrong had a mere 5 minutes left. The atmosphere grew tense as everyone waited for Wrong's decision. His nephew, desperate, pleaded with him to make a choice. Mustering the last of his strength, Wrong agreed. The nephew swiftly produced a contract for Mr. Wrong to sign. Though weak, a sudden surge of energy allowed Wrong to put pen to paper. The room was momentarily engulfed in a radiant light. As it faded, they found Mr. Wrong revitalized, his lifespan now a full year. The room buzzed with astonishment. Li, satisfied, declared the transaction complete. Wrong's nephews, still in disbelief, questioned their uncle about his well-being. With newfound vigor, Wrong asserted, "I've never felt better." Li, smugly acknowledging his success, wished Mr. Wrong joy in the year ahead. As the nephews tried to discuss payment, Li halted time briefly, leaving behind his account details before making his exit. When time resumed, the room was abuzz with wonder. Mr. Wrong, to everyone's amazement, leaped from his bed. He sternly ordered all present to remain silent about the night's events. The nephew showed him the contract Li had left, and Mr. Wrong commanded they honor the deal. Later, he gazed out of the window, deeply contemplating the enigmatic power Li held. He then instructed his nephews to form an alliance with the time merchant. Meanwhile, Li stood atop a city building, reflecting on the profound capabilities of his time control. With his unique time-trading abilities, Li was confident he'd made the right decision in becoming a time merchant. However, he realized that as his clientele grew, he wouldn't be able to help everyone. So, he devised a plan, the Longevity Club. The club would cater to everyone from the average person to elites and wealthy businessmen. They would be categorized into 6 levels based on their expenditure in the club. Level 1 members, those who spent millions, could redeem up to a year of life. Conversely, Level 2 members, who invested hundreds of millions, could gain up to 3 years. The vision for the Longevity Club was clear: to be the most formidable and enigmatic organization, and for Li to become a renowned global figure. To bring his vision to life, Li knew he needed a team of reliable and loyal staff. He believed these traits would often be found in those who had been hardened by life's challenges. One day, as he walked the streets, an elderly taxi driver offered him a ride. Observing the man's appearance, Li thought he looked much older than his actual age and surmised that he might be one of those people worn out by life's grind. Once inside the taxi, the driver, noting Li's refined attire, asked if he was a businessman. As Li was about to respond, he glanced at his phone and noticed a $15 million transaction from Mr. Wrong. He took a moment before answering the driver's question. The driver's phone rang, and panic spread across his face as he answered the call. He quickly told Li that he needed to head to the hospital immediately and asked him to vacate the vehicle. Without hesitation, Lee replied that he would accompany him to the hospital. Gratefully, the driver continued, sharing his troubles about his high school son, who was in dire need of a significant sum to enroll in a prestigious university. The weight of not being able to provide for his son pained him deeply. Touched by the driver's story, Lee discreetly stopped time, placed a generous amount of money on the back seat, and left the taxi. When the driver arrived at the hospital and turned to thank Lee, he found an empty back seat, save for the money. With rising emotion, he stepped out, trying to call Lee back to return the money, but Lee was nowhere in sight. Attached to the money was a note from Lee, suggesting the money was merely a tip and providing a code for the driver to potentially earn more. From a hidden vantage point, Lee observed the driver's gratitude, thinking there was no need for thanks over such a gesture. A short while later, Lee noticed an injured blond man. Their eyes met briefly before the man walked away, accidentally leaving his medical report behind. Later that evening, when Lee returned to his apartment, he found Yang sprawled out, sleeping on the living room couch. Though slightly annoyed that she had once again fallen asleep there, his affection for her prevailed. He gently took a blanket, intending to cover her and ensure her comfort. Just as he was about to drape it over her, she woke up and asked, "What are you doing?" He tried to explain himself, but Yang interrupted him and said, "Just go to your room." She slammed the bedroom door, and he threw the blanket on the couch, knowing her reaction was normal because they were just roommates. Lee then sat at his working desk and started working on his longevity club idea. A couple of hours later, he decided to take a break, knowing the club would be formed in no time. He woke up the next morning, and Yang asked him why he wasn't getting ready for work. Lee said he took a day off, but Yang thought he was lazy and probably wanted to quit working and go to his hometown. He then closed the apartment door, sat in the chair, and said that, in fact, he didn't have to go to work anymore. Later that day, Lee went to a real estate consulting agency to check on some business. As the consultant talked about the houses, Yang approached, surprised to see Lee in the office. He said he knew she worked there, so he decided to come and see if he could find a suitable house. Yang couldn't believe her ears and thought somebody had just commissioned him. She asked Lee what his total budget was before he even answered. She told her working colleagues that she knew Lee, and she talked to him. Yang sat down and nervously talked about the available houses, mentioning a $70,000 house. Lee smiled the whole time and said the house was obviously old and small, but Yang told him to stop joking because the houses she offered met his criteria best, and there was no way he could buy a villa considering his income. Lee confidently sat in the chair and said the villa wasn't looking that bad, so Yang didn't know what to make of it and sent her friend back to deal with Lee. As a friend sat with Lee and talked about the house contract, he thought Yang looked even more attractive when angry. Mr. Lee interrupted the consultant and said he'd buy the house, but the lady told him to stop joking since the unit was 406 square meters big and cost $7 million. He replied saying he wants to buy the house from her, so she ran past Yang, calling her boss, saying she sold the most expensive house. Yang was suspicious and decided to wait until he signed the contract. The boss arrived and asked for a $500,000 deposit, but Lee proudly said that he doesn't do deposits but pays directly. Everyone in the agency started talking about Lee, and Yang couldn't believe that all this time, she looked for a rich man, and he was right in front of her nose the whole time. Gold digger vibes, maybe? Lee left the office and received a call from the taxi driver. Lee said the offer was still on the table, and the driver said it was time they met again. They met at the bus station the next day, and Lee suggested they find another place to talk. The driver said his father was ill and had to undergo surgery. He managed to survive, but staying in the ICU is quite expensive. He took some loans, and now his relatives are trying to avoid him and asking him to give up. The man started crying and said he needed money desperately and would do anything to get it. Lee took a sip of coffee and said he could give him a lot of money in exchange for his lifespan. the taxi driver asked if he was talking about some illegal activities. Lee demonstrated his powers of time control and explained that the things he offers are completely legal. The man asked what he was talking about, so Lee explained he's a time merchant, a person who buys and sells people's time. Then he asked if he'd like to trade his time for money, and the man asked about the price. Lee said he'd pay him 3 times more than he earns in a year for 1 year of his life. The driver immediately asked if it was possible to sell 3 years of his life in exchange for $1,350,000, and Lee said he'd only have 10 years left. The man said that the remaining lifespan would be just enough to fulfill his responsibilities as a father, so Lee instructed him to sign the contract if his decision was final. He signed the contract, and Lee transferred the money immediately. So, the driver took a walk to the hospital to pay his father's bills. Lee thought the man's burden should be lessened now, but still wondered if he'd regret the decision when the time comes. A moment later, the blonde drunkard from the last time threw a bottle next to Lee, saying it was his, and he better pay him back. Lee chuckled, so the man attacked him. Lee told the guy that, based on the medical report he dropped the last time, he'd leave for about a month and pass away. The drunk man got a bit scared, and Lee started walking away, telling him to follow him if he wants to live. The men followed him, and Lee asked questions about his illness and his family. The man said his name was Peng, and he had leukemia. Lee said he should be home resting, and his family must be worried for him. But Peng said he left the house and told him to pretend he already died. Wow, not depressive at all. Peng's answer was surprisingly positive. So, he decided to test the guy and speed up the time by 100 times. Their surroundings changed, and Peng asked what was going on. Lee told him not to worry, since he comes in peace with an offer to prolong his lifespan in exchange for his loyalty and freedom. Knowing the surrounding changes weren't an optical illusion, Ben asked what was going to happen next. Lee said nothing at first and just admired Ben's way of speaking and being straightforward. Tang waited for the answer and started thinking about his siblings and parents, and how he, not wanting to become a burden to them, left home to earn some money for his family before he died. Unfortunately, he wasn't accepted by people because of his illness, and now he knew that selling himself wouldn't be a bad thing after all. Lee interrupted his thoughts, asking if he made up his mind. Beng knew he'd die either way, so he kneeled as if he accepted the offer. Lee understood the gesture and gave him 100 days of extra time and perfect health. Beng felt the energy flow through his body, and Lee asked him how it felt to be healthy again. Ben realized Lee was for real and said he'd be his slave from now on, doing whatever Lee orders him to do. Lee handed him a piece of paper and told him to clean himself up and dye his hair black and come to the address written on the piece of paper. Lee looked down at him in order to call him master and then disappeared after taking the first steps in creating the Longevity Club. Lee knew he needed more loyal subordinates to help him ensure the growth, whether they'd be scientists, security guards, or IT specialists. It didn't matter, as long as they were helpful. A moment later, the apartment doors opened, and Yang appeared with a bottle of wine in her hand, looking wasted. She entered the apartment, and Lee immediately realized she prepared for that moment. After discovering Yang's wealth, she approached Lee and complained about him hiding his identity. She gently placed a finger on his lips. Lee calmly asked what she intended to do about it, with their faces still close, her lips near his ear. Yang suggested a punishment of 3 shots, but her attempts at flirting, drawn from her experience, didn't succeed. Lee had grown as a person since acquiring his powers, enabling him to resist her temptations and control the situation. He decided to escort her to her room and lay her in bed, which helped her sober up a bit. Yang began apologizing for her behavior, and Lee confessed that he actually appreciated cunning women like her. However, he emphasized that he had changed since his past and she would need to put in some effort to charm him. The tables had turned. The next day, as Lee worked on something, Miss Yang hurried out of her room, mentioning that she would be late for work and blaming it on excessive drinking the previous night. Lee reassured her that he had taken care of it and helped her secure a leave from work for the day. He advised her to rest properly, and she expressed gratitude. Yang wanted to thank him, so he suggested she cook something to test her culinary skills. She obediently agreed. Lee couldn't help but think how influential Hermione was at that moment. Suddenly, Peng Hao, like a disciplined soldier, appeared at the door, ready to follow orders. Li Liang, curious about why Peng Hao referred to Li as master, learned that sir was a more appropriate term. Li introduced a cooperation contract and went over its terms. One of the points was that they listed 3 things our protagonist couldn't make Peng Hao do. Without reading the rest of the contract, Peng Hao quickly signed it and handed it to Li. Happy with the trust between them, our protagonist officially declared their cooperation, and they became a team. Li assigned Li his first task, to find a university student named Jing Bowen and deliver a piece of paper to him. Peng Hao took the paper and reassured our protagonist to consider it done. Li couldn't help but appreciate how great it was to have an assistant. It definitely makes things much easier. If you want to join the longevity club, you won't be able to do it alone. Now, he starts thinking about other requirements for his club. You need to create a customer database. He should also prepare a venue for the club, using his experience as a programmer. He'll just need to find some people to help him work on the app. He's pretty confident he can do all of this while the employees at Windsor Green, which has the strongest firewall system, are going over the security measures. However, it gets infiltrated by someone. It turns out that the night before, NCT was under attack from a computer virus, an attack never seen before in history. The government computer system for the stock exchange collapsed. According to reports, financial losses for the country exceeded tens of billions. The report also states that the largest part of the cyber attack was on the computer laboratory at the NCT. The hacker broke through Windsor Green, a supreme computer, and took the confidential data of the laboratory. Reports claim that if this data is lost, it would cause great damage to the future of artificial intelligence. Psychologists claim that, based on the available data from the hacker's videos when he hacked the system, the person who hacked the system doesn't have much time to live. They also suggest that his personality is someone who enjoys performing and wants to create an event that will shake the world. Watching this, our protagonist realizes the potential opportunity. He calls Peng Hao to ask him to visit the Wong family. He wants to borrow some experts from them. In the next scene, we see a man in front of a bunch of computers, coughing violently. We learn that he is the one behind the infiltration of Windsor Green. There's a man suffering from a deadly tumor, and he doesn't have much time left. His intention is to cause the internet to collapse before he dies. While he's working on his plan, his firewall gets breached, and the hacker gets a message telling him that he won't die if he finds Mr. Lin. The hacker thinks this is just bait and won't fall for it. However, he gets another message telling him that he can be saved and should give it a try. He receives an invite to a video call, which he reluctantly accepts after some thought. At that moment, a video with Lee sitting casually appears, greeting the hacker by his real name. The hacker is shocked and wonders how Lee knows his name. Our protagonist tells him that he knows a lot more about him and, with a snap of his fingers, creates a projection of the hacker's information in front of him. Lee tells him that he has only 10 days left to live, leaving the hacker confused about how they found his location and other details. He also rejects the idea that he only has 10 days left to live. Lee gets serious and tells him that he's the only one who can give him more time. Our protagonist suggests that the hacker should use his computer skills to find him, and 10 days should be plenty of time for that. The hacker is upset by all of this, and just as he's about to ask Lee who he is, the video call ends, leaving the hacker puzzled about what happened and whether this is all a trap. Now we see Lee talking to a computer expert who helped him contact Robert. The expert mentions that Robert is highly skilled and might pose some challenges. However, Lee reassures him, saying that, in the end, the hacker is human, and all humans fear death. At the city airport, we see Robert looking dreadful, coughing violently, as he has decided to try to find our protagonist. He asks the airport staff, who are concerned about his excessive coughing, for assistance. Coughing, Robert tries to find a location saved on his phone. Acadilus mentions that Pan complains about feeling weaker already, even though he only used a couple of days of his lifespan. This makes our protagonists realize the limits of his power. It seems that the extra 100 days of lifespan only return Hao's body to the state it was in 100 days ago, and it doesn't prevent diseases from progressing. He can control time but not everything that comes with it. Lee thinks his medical knowledge isn't enough to solve these problems. However, he believes that if he views it from a different perspective, not as a human but as a collection of cells grouped together, his power might work. Excited about this idea, he orders Hao to bring him a precise microscope and a sample of his blood. Our protagonist mentions he has a hypothesis he wants to try, and if it works, there'll be a big surprise for Hao. After obtaining the microscope, we learn that our time merchant is researching his ability to slow down time. He believes that if he could apply this power to each individual cell, he might extend a person's lifespan. As he looks through the microscope, he starts observing the lifespan of each individual cell. Now he thinks that if he can use his ability to slow down time on the sick cells and reduce their spread, he could slow the progression of the disease. This could lower the risk of the blood cells dividing rapidly and enhance the chances of the disease weakening the body's immune system. His understanding of how leukemia affects the body helps him figure out how to assist Peng Hao. Next, we see the young robber finally arriving at Lee's mansion, still skeptical about the situation. Just as he's about to knock on the doors, they suddenly slam shut, and Hao runs out, taking him for a mere thief sneaking around to steal something. Robert tells him to let him go and threatens to expose his private information on the dark web if he doesn't comply. This catches Lee's attention, and he realizes it's the hacker. Our protagonist is really impressed with his skills, as he found him in no time. Lee also thinks that he's Chinese and has some proficiency in the language. Robert tells him that China is a dominant force in the world of technology, so it's not strange for him to know at least a bit of Chinese. Robert then cheekily asks Lee if he's the time merchant because he doesn't look particularly special. This annoys Lee, and he smacks Robert, leading to a brief scuffle between them. Our protagonist steps in and invites Hao to approach him. He then proceeds to test his hypothesis, focusing on the things he wants to manipulate. This is how things happened. At first, someone got really annoyed. So, they ended up smacking another person, which led to a small fight between the two. But then our main character stepped in and stopped the fight. He invited the person who got smacked to come talk to him calmly. After that, he decided to test his idea. He focused on things he wanted to change, even if they were tiny cells. Surprisingly, he could control their behavior, like the time they took to react. He found leukemia cells in Hao's body and managed to slow them down by 10 times, effectively curing Hao's condition. Our main character explained what he did and mentioned that the rest depended on Hao's immune system. Everyone was happy about this positive outcome. Hao said he felt completely different than before, without any aches and pains. He even felt full of energy. Our main character then turned to Robert with a confident smile and asked him what he thought about him now. Robert was utterly shocked by what he witnessed and couldn't believe his eyes. In the next scene, we saw Robert jumping around with happiness, amazed by the possibility of something like this happening. He felt no pain at all, and he realized that our main character had treated him. Robert grabbed Lee's legs and praised him to the extent of calling him a god. Hao was annoyed by this behavior and told him to treat Lee with more respect and not to talk so casually. However, our main character offered an invitation to Robert to join his longevity club. Robert agreed to join the club with great excitement and said he would follow him for the rest of his life. Lee then handed him a contract and explained what he would need Robert's help for. First, he would need to create a database for talented individuals around the world. He should focus on those with weak bodies, weak parents, chronic illnesses, or those on the verge of death. After that, he told him to create another database for the wealthy, sorting them by age, wealth, health, and other factors. Finally, he needed Robert to do something right away: create messaging software that ensures absolute secrecy and privacy. Robert confidently accepted the tasks and assured him that it's an easy task and he'll take care of it. Now, at the residence of the Wrong family, Mr. Wrong assured one of his associates that Lee's powers are real and that he is proof of it. At that moment, a security guard approached with a package, telling Mr. Wrong that a guy around 20 years old sent it over, from Mr. Lee. Mr. Wrong wanted it to be opened right away. Upon opening it, they found a phone with the display showing Sane Longevity Club. The security guard mentioned that the same guy had given him a piece of paper earlier. Mr. Wrong got angry for not being informed sooner and ordered him to read the letter immediately. The letter explained that it was an invitation to the Longevity Club, which had a ranking system for its members. It outlined the requirements for members at each level, with higher points resulting in higher ranks. The letter goes on to explain that when upgrading to the next level, you can purchase only half of the required points. The remaining half must be earned by completing missions assigned by the Longevity Club. Speaking of membership perks, the letter details that each level can exchange a certain amount of time relative to their rank. Basically, the Longevity Club allows its members to exchange points for extended lifespan. The person reading the letter expresses disbelief that such a club exists, saying he wouldn't have believed it without witnessing Mr. Lee's powers firsthand. Mr. Wrong instructs him to gather everyone for an emergency meeting right away. During the meeting, Mr. Wrong shares that he received an invitation from Mr. Lee regarding a Longevity Club. Other members of the Wrong family become anxious upon hearing this. They acknowledge the significance of Mr. Lee's powers and consider this matter seriously. Mr. Wrong, the senior member of the family, asserts that he has already made up his mind about accepting the invitation. He doesn't want to delay their response to Mr. Lee and wishes to make a good impression. Other family members express their concerns, but since Mr. Wrong is the only one invited to the club, it's ultimately his decision. Senior Wrong selects the option to accept the membership and immediately enters a chat room with other members, engaging in casual conversations. Members of the Wrong family are surprised to see that the club already has many members, some of whom appear to be several hundred years old. However, it's revealed that these characters are actually creations of Robert, following Lee's instructions. Robert seems to enjoy this role-playing task where he uses various fictional characters to make Mr. Wrong believe that everything is real. They discuss the age of one of the members to convince Mr. Wrong of the club's authenticity. Then, using one of the characters, they provide Mr. Wrong with the so-called newcomer's mission. A character named 2 advises Mr. Wrong to change his name to 129 since he's the 129th member to join. 2 informs him that the chairman will send him his first mission for newcomers, which, when completed, will earn him a significant number of points and officially welcome him as a member of the Longevity Club, beginning his journey of pursuing a longer life. If he's ready, he can start right away. We see Mr. Wrong feeling overwhelmed by everything as he gazes at what he's just read. The members of the Wrong family are learning that the Longevity Club was created by Mr. Lee for those who seek a longer life. This club has appeared throughout history under different names. In this era, it's called the Longevity Club and has 3 missions that guide its development. The first mission is about protecting the Earth. According to the club's information, Earth is the only place for humans to live, so they can't ignore its care. The second mission is to advance technology, especially space exploration, allowing members to explore beyond Earth for a better world. The third mission involves advancing biology and human evolution. At this point, Mr. Wrong stops reading suddenly, realizing that some members are very old. The smaller the number in their name, the older they might be. Even though Mr. Wrong's family is quite old, existing for a few hundred years, some club members have been alive since the Ming Dynasty. This realization fills Mr. Wrong with a deep sense of respect. The wealth and experience these individuals have accumulated over the years must be staggering. He can't afford to disrespect any of them. While he ponders all of this, a message arrives from the club's president, describing the first mission. The message basically states that the Longevity Club needs a suitable meeting place that fulfills specific requirements. Mr. Wrong is asked to provide this location and will receive 500 points upon completing the mission. Upon reading the details of the mission, the family members thought it sounded easy. However, Mr. Wrong reminded them solemnly that a powerful individual would observe them, so they must complete the mission flawlessly and find a place that perfectly matches the requirements. On the other side, Lee and Robert receive a response from the Wrong family, stating that they'll do their best to finish the mission quickly. Robert informs Lee that the Wrong family took the bait, which is exactly what they wanted. Lee cautions Robert not to relax too much and to remain vigilant, ensuring that the Wrong family doesn't discover their location. Robert assures him that it won't happen, as he's skilled at what he does. Our main character finds it exciting to personally create such a large organization. A few days later, they receive a package from the Wrong family containing various location options for the meeting. It's evident that a lot of effort went into finding these locations. After going through the options, our main character finds one that suits his preferences. The chosen place is situated behind prestigious universities in China, exuding an academic atmosphere and combining traditional and Western styles. Robert confirms that this location meets all the requirements, and they settle on this choice. At the scheduled time of the meeting, we see Mr. Wrong standing in front of the location with his staff, waiting for Lee's arrival. Our main character arrives and apologizes for being late, humorously mentioning that even though he can control time, he's still running late. Wrong praises Lee for extending his lifespan, but our main character dismisses the need for politeness, stating that he simply traded money for more time. It's business. After this exchange, the members of the Wrong family take our main character on a tour of the place, which looks truly impressive. After Lee and his associates discuss how to use the venue, the staff from the Wrong family informs them that if they're dissatisfied with this option, they have the chance to consider an alternative. Meanwhile, Senior Wrong receives a text on his phone, informing him that he successfully completed the mission and earned 100 bonus points for his exceptional performance. He and the other family members are thrilled by this good news. While this is happening, our main character considers it's time for the next transaction. At the provided venue, he reviews the human resources available to him, evaluating their strengths and weaknesses. First is Bang Hao, codenamed 001, who is serious, calm, and can take action when necessary. He has no significant personality flaws and has strong growth potential. Lee assigns him to the security department, responsible for the Longevity Club's safety. Our main character believes he should continue training his body for optimal results. Next is Robert Tappan Morris, codenamed 002. Robert usually focuses on his interests and has some personality flaws, such as a strong desire to perform. Our main character assigns him to the online security department and maintaining the Longevity Club's group chat. Lee thinks this assignment will help him grow, requiring only time and space. Lastly, our main character assesses his own abilities, recognizing that he needs to allocate time for self-improvement. He plans to read, think, and experiment to enhance his skills. However, he also believes he should outline a plan to expand the Longevity Club. Here we learn that our main character might be more ambitious than he's shown so far. He explains his philosophy about how he wants to approach his business and role in the world. He envisions time in the future as endlessly flowing, neither rushed nor slow. He wants to view human history from a broad perspective and imagine how the future unfolds on a grand scale. Yet, as he delves deeply into his thoughts, he realizes that his ambitions might still be too much for now. He acknowledges he's a human being and should focus on what he can do at the moment. His current goal is to work hard with his employees. Meanwhile, at the Wrong family residence, they receive a new mission. As missions continue to come in, the first person to accept gets the task. Wrong SR instructs the family member to start working on it immediately and utilize all available resources for successful completion. Wrong takes this mission seriously. It involves finding a retired soldier, and they can earn between 10 and 50 points for accomplishing it. Later, Robert informs How about the new mission the Wrong family accepted, leading to a minor disagreement. Our main character intervenes by advising Robert to use more natural and less formal Chinese phrasing, understanding the culture better. Lee informs Robert that he'll need his help soon to complete customer data from around the world. He emphasizes the importance of being fast and accurate in translation, requiring proficiency in various languages. Robert, in his usual confident manner, reassures our main character that it won't be a problem for him due to his intelligence. Lee also arranged a special training room for Peng. In this room, time speeds up by 100 times, providing an environment for intense training. An instructor is present to teach him various skills related to protection and security. This includes handling weapons, guarding locations, and different fighting techniques, quite exciting stuff. When Lee asks about Peng's determination, he confidently assures that he'll do it. The next day, a retired soldier named Zhang Tiao arrives at the door. He explains that he can't discuss his past work experiences but is ready to follow our main character's orders. Lee introduces Zhang Tiao and explains his responsibilities, giving permission to push him hard. Dealing with this, our main character realizes that the advanced computers on the market aren't suitable for Robert's needs. They require a supercomputer to maximize his potential, which could be costly. However, this investment is necessary and vital for the Longevity Club's operations. Meanwhile, Hao is undergoing intense training with an instructor. The instructor tests his abilities and determination, pushing him to his limits. Hao recognizes that this training is far more rigorous than street fights and will truly challenge him. The instructor continuously attempts to demotivate Hao, telling him he's not ready and should give up. But Bateo is undeterred, persistently asking for more training, which the instructor appreciates. As they continue, our main character silently observes, using his abilities to accelerate time in the room by 100 times. During this, he receives a phone call from Zhang Bowen, the university student he recently met. Later, we see our main character discussing the student with Hao. Lee inquires about the information they've gathered on the student through Hao's investigation. Hao explains that the student is quite popular in his school, known for spending a significant amount of money on girls and giving them high-end gifts. His spending habits have led others to believe he's a wealthy millionaire's son. Lee realizes that the money he provided to the student is being used for these expenditures, likely to maintain the lavish image he's created. Deciding to meet the student, our main character arranges a meeting at a cafe. The student nervously awaits Lee's arrival. During their conversation, Lee mentions that he's noticed the student's extravagant spending habits. However, he neither praises nor scolds him for it. Lee acknowledges that he understands why the student wanted to meet. The student then reveals his intention to sell more years of his life to Lee. Our time merchant calmly explains that after the first transaction, there's no limit to how much time he can sell. He can decide on the quantity himself. He also reminds the student that for every year he sells, he will age by that amount. He advises the student to think this decision over carefully, especially considering he's still a young university student with a multitude of possibilities for his future. The student, looking unsure, reveals that his girlfriend insisted he should own a nice car for them to enjoy trips together. He's willing to give up a significant portion of his life for this. It's a puzzling situation, and one might wonder if there's anyone more devoted. The student's decision to sacrifice his life's time for his girlfriend's desires seems extreme. He's ready to let go of 4 years of his life initially, just to please her. His desire to show her the world is a strong motivator. However, things take a serious turn as he decides to extend this commitment to 5 years. He tells the protagonist that once this transaction is complete, they won't have any further contact. The student seems quite determined, and the protagonist, named Lee, respects his choice. Lee assures the student that he won't interfere with any potential changes of heart. If this is what the student genuinely wants, Lee agrees to the deal. The student reaffirms his decision, and they finalize the agreement by signing a contract. The contract involves the student giving up 5 years of his life in exchange for a substantial amount of money. As they part ways, the student makes it clear that he won't be in touch with Lee anymore. Here we are, getting together one last time, knowing this might be our final meeting. However, our main character, who has a good sense of things, is prepared for what lies ahead. His goal is clear now, and he has some time to achieve it. Our time merchant contacts a person named Robert to inquire about potential customers. Robert is known for his connections and insights. He tells our merchant about Song Shixiong, a prominent figure in the entertainment industry, who's not long for this world. Song Shixiong hails from the esteemed Song family of Mo City, one of the 4 great families. This makes him a potential customer worth considering. The protagonist is pleased with this information. The Song family is highly respected in Mo City due to their rich history and influence. They've been a significant presence for over a century, primarily focusing on the entertainment industry. Under the leadership of the current Song family head, they've amassed immense wealth. The Song family owns the prestigious international Tangerine Movie Company, which is the top-ranked entertainment company in the country. Their reach extends to highly acclaimed actors working under their banner. Moreover, the upcoming marriage of Mr. Song Zuan, a prominent member of the family, has been making waves in the entertainment industry. This event is gathering high-ranking individuals from society and big names in the entertainment field. It's a major happening, particularly for celebrities. Among the family members is Song Twin, the grandson and direct heir to the CEO of the International Tangerine Movie Company. Another individual in the spotlight is Song Shixian, whose significance is growing. As our protagonist contemplates, Miss Yang suddenly arrives, offering him grapes and behaving more subdued as intended by Lee. Engaging in conversation, she mentions the Song family's upcoming wedding ceremony, which she spotted on TV. Her excitement for grand, extravagant weddings becomes evident as she discusses it. Amidst the conversation, Lee's mind drifts. He reflects on how much of the money he acquired from the wrong family has already been spent. He sees the Song family as a promising next target. Robert has been researching the Song family closely and has discovered that the eldest member is nearing the end of his life. The family plans to use the wedding as an opportunity for a ritual known as the Rinse of Luck, a Chinese superstition that involves using marriage to rid oneself of bad luck. This revelation surprises Lee, as even a renowned family like the Songs believes in such superstitions. Miss Yang, sharing her thoughts aloud, wonders about the nature of the upcoming wedding and expresses her desire to witness it firsthand. Lee seizes the opportunity and offers to take her there himself. He realizes that Miss Yang may be motivated by material gains, but he also acknowledges that, aside from this aspect, she doesn't exhibit major personality flaws. As Lee contemplates his decision, he recognizes Miss Yang's interest and plans to investigate Song Shixiang's actual condition on the day of the marriage of Song Ian. Miss Yang arrives, captivated by the grandeur of the wedding. The event is adorned with famous actors and celebrities, which Miss Yang notices keenly. The wedding's high-class atmosphere raises some doubt in her mind about their ability to gain entry. However, our protagonist reassures her confidently that they not only will get in but will enter through the VIP route. Just then, Ali Mo, their acquaintance, arrives and stops before them. someone from the wrong family emerges and invites our protagonist inside. He mentions he would have picked him up from his place if he had known earlier. Our protagonist explains that he had errands to run, so it's alright. The man introduces his daughter, who has accompanied him, possibly as an escort for Lee. This woman is none other than Miss Wenwei, the daughter of the man from the wrong family. Miss Wenwei approaches Lee, expressing that she's heard much about him and is honored to meet him. However, her expression changes abruptly upon noticing Miss Yang beside Lee. Swiftly, our protagonist pulls Miss Yang closer and introduces her as his girlfriend. The man from the wrong family introduces himself to Miss Yang and then informs his daughter that he'll be joining them. He instructs her to go to the other car behind. Seeing Miss Yang somewhat distressed, our protagonist comforts her, assuring her that she's with him and has no need to worry. He emphasizes that no one will look down upon her in this situation. Miss Yang ponders over Goldman's unwavering confidence, even after mingling with high-ranking members of society. She's intrigued by who he is now, as he appears different from before. When the members of the Song family notice the arrival of the wrong family's cars, they warmly welcome them and express gratitude for their attendance at Xi'an, Sweden. It's evident that the two families share a strong bond. However, the Song family members become increasingly curious when they see our protagonist receiving special respect, particularly from one of the wrong family's sons. The wrong guy introduces our protagonist as the VIP guest of their family. Despite their confusion about his identity, the Song family members extend a warm welcome. The elder of the Song family personally extends his hand to greet him and expresses gratitude for his presence. Seeing the respect offered by the wrong family, the Song family members sense that there must be a significant reason behind it. They assume our protagonist should go along with it. Our protagonist is then introduced to a younger member of the Song family, and he comments on how the young man resembles his grandfather. In his youth, the young Mr. Song assumes that Lee knew his grandfather. Our protagonist replies that he conducted research before attending the wedding. They continue conversing, while in the background, Mr. Rong begins to understand why Mr. Lee wanted to attend the wedding. It becomes clear that it's due to the head of the Song family. Later, we witness our protagonist and his escort, Miss Yang, walking the red carpet. Miss Yang is enthralled by the experience, as she never imagined being able to do this. She observes the lifestyle of the upper-class attendees. Feeling nervous under the scrutiny of many people, she nearly trips but is saved by our protagonist, who steadies her. He then confidently advises her to stay calm. His composed demeanor gives the impression that he's been in such situations before. Hearing Miss Yang's remarks, our protagonist realizes that his powers have awakened since he finds walking the red carpet quite ordinary. He then requests Mr. Rong to ensure that any photos with him in them are deleted, to which Mr. Rong agrees without asking further questions. The wedding commences with elegantly dressed hosts opening the event and introducing the bride, Maishan. Miss Yang becomes even more excited witnessing the spectacle. Meanwhile, our protagonist reflects on how this level of extravagance requires a rich history and a prominent family name. It reinforces his understanding of what he stands to gain from this potential customer. As the ceremony progresses, we see the Song family's eldest, the grandfather, being invited to bless the marriage. But as the elderly gentleman begins his speech, he's repeatedly interrupted by violent coughing. At that moment, our time merchant rises from his chair and employs his powers to freeze time. Everything comes to a standstill as our protagonist slowly approaches the old Song and his grandson. Penny, the security guard, reaches them, attempting to call for help, yet their efforts prove futile since time is paused for everyone except the two of them. Lee then informs the old Song about the limited time he has left. Confusion reigns among the Songs, not comprehending the situation. The old Song even entertains the notion that our protagonist might be the Grim Reaper. Lee clarifies that he's merely a simple time merchant who can offer a chance at saving his life. In a dramatic tone, Lee proceeds to deliver his usual lines, emphasizing his ability to trade time. He acknowledges that while time is often considered priceless, he's willing to sell it. Younger Song, thinking this might be a scam, intervenes and tries to dismiss the notion. However, driven by curiosity and perhaps desperation, the old Song pulls his younger relative back and inquires about the price of the time being sold. Our protagonist explains the mechanics of how things work. The value of time varies for each individual, determined by their monetary earnings. Lee defines this value as the monetary worth of a year, calculated as 1/5 of a person's annual income. He clarifies that each transaction is limited to a year of time and proceeds to provide them with information about the contract. Lee assures them they can contact him when they're ready to proceed. Additionally, he reminds the old Song that he should act swiftly due to his limited remaining time. While they were reviewing the card he provided, and just as they were preparing to speak with him, our protagonist had already vanished. The old Song turned to his son, sharing how he recalled the instance when the head of the Wrong family fell critically ill, followed by his sudden recovery. They also contemplate the extraordinary respect shown to the unknown guest from the Wrong family, leading them to suspect there's something noteworthy about him. As a result, the old Song suggests a meeting with the Wrong family. Meanwhile, Miss Shang enjoys a lifetime's worth of encounters with celebrities, snapping selfies with them. While devising a plan to make her friends envious with these photos, she spots Zhao Mensi, one of the country's most beautiful women, and she's determined to get her autograph. While approaching her, she stumbles and spills a drink on Miss Mensi, who becomes extremely agitated. Miss Yang, on the other hand, is utterly shocked by the unexpected turn of events. She feels she's made a significant blunder and is anxious about preserving whatever dignity she has left. In a desperate effort to apologize to Miss Mensi, Miss Yang gets up. However, her apology is met with fury, as Miss Mensi angrily slaps her away, rejecting her apology. Onlookers begin to judge Miss Yang, referring to her as a commoner and even as a peasant. A bystander next to Miss Mensi informs her that the situation has already escalated, and that the girl has already apologized. So, Miss Yang considered letting the incident go, but Miss Mensi had different intentions. She grabbed the glass from the guy and retaliated by spilling it on Miss Yang. In an act of retribution, Miss Mensi argued that not all problems can be resolved with apologies, questioning the purpose of the police if apologies were enough. It's quite the argument if someone's trying to rationalize their own unpleasant behavior toward others. Miss Mensi's anger escalated even further. She felt that this random woman had embarrassed her and caused her to miss important opportunities. In her frustration, she slapped Miss Yang once again, causing Miss Yang to stumble. Maishan, observing this rotten behavior within the high society she once admired and aspired to be a part of, was appalled. She couldn't believe how harsh and unsympathetic the upper class could be. Meanwhile, Miss Mensi took hold of Miss Yang's chin and explained in a hushed tone that she felt compelled to act this way. She justified her actions by claiming that if she hadn't retaliated, others might see her as weak and an easy target. During this exchange, a commanding voice from the back of the room ordered for Miss Yang to be released. Our protagonist emerged from the crowd, repeating his request for Miss Yang's release. Just as Miss Mensi prepared to protest, Lee, our protagonist, intervened, and Old Song supported him. Amid the commotion, Miss Mensi began to explain the situation frantically. However, her explanation was abruptly interrupted when old Mr. Song bowed to our protagonist, offering an apology. He signaled a beer to Miss Mensi, who realized she was in significant trouble. As she pondered Lee's identity and why Mr. Song respected him so much, the situation continued to unfold. The alt Song. In an angry voice, he tells her to apologize immediately to Mr. Lee. She understands that her career is going down the drain if she doesn't do it. Blasted, she's not sure who our protagonist is and what he's capable of. So she bows down and deeply apologizes to them. The old song tells her that their apology is not enough, which makes her keep increasing the intensity of her apology. But he too keeps telling her that she needs to apologize more and that it's not enough. So she realizes what she needs to do and starts slapping herself and desperately apologizing. The young song. He tells the senior song that he should stop, but the old song tells him that this is up to Mr. Lee and no one else to decide. He'll say when it's enough. Then, as Miss Mancy was on the floor from all the beating she took from herself, our protagonist tells her to stop slapping herself and approaches her. He stoops down and tells her that she really does look much better on screen. The woman is left speechless by his attitude. And then he says that he doesn't want to spoil the mood any further. After all, it's a big day for the Song family. And then he just takes Miss Yang and walks out of the venue. We see Senior Song trying to draw Lee's attention, but to no success. And then he tells his son that they immediately need the meeting with the Wrong family before leaving. The younger Song tells Miss Mancy that these were the consequences of her actions, that they won't be able to handle, and that she better not think of revenge, because then even the Song family wouldn't be able to save her. But we see her angry and desperate, thinking how she doesn't care about the consequences. Now we see our protagonist and Miss Yang in a taxi on their way back home. She's apologizing, but Lee just tells her that she shouldn't envy those celebrities, because all of their value is just based on their looks, but they had to sacrifice their dignity and boundaries for it. And he also tells her that life might seem tempting, but it's not worth it. But they are basically just treated as items and nothing more. They are being controlled by influential people that bend and play with the law. So even the money they earn isn't clean. It's all a charade. He also tells her that not only should she not envy them, but that there's no need to be afraid of them. After arriving home, they see their neighbor Mrs. Zhu struggling with some boxes that seem too heavy for her to carry. We also learn from the rumors Miss Yang heard that Miss Zhu comes from a renowned family of scholars, but that she was set up for an arranged marriage with a guy that had some kind of a rare disease, which he found out after they got married, and he doesn't have a long time to live. Our protagonist was just thinking how Miss Yang likes gossiping, and then he told her to go in the house while he helps out the neighbor. Lee then went over and introduced himself to Miss Zhu. She said she knew that they had new neighbors, but she's just a bit surprised that they are this young. She then asked him about his job, but he skillfully avoided the topic by changing it and asking her why she's carrying such heavy boxes. Miss Zhu tells him that her husband is sick, they don't have a maid, so she has to do everything by herself, but that's what she's used to. Then our protagonist sees her age and lifespan using his powers. He thinks to himself. He thought to himself, it's a pity, because she would be a widow for a long time after Lee helped her. She thanked him and invited him for tea, but upon hearing coughs from inside, our protagonist decided not to go in. He told her he would visit next time. As he walked away from the neighbor's place, he received an expected call from the Song family. They wanted to meet and have a conversation, and our protagonist agreed. Now, we see Lee leaving his house and being greeted by Mizu. She asked if he was going to work because he was dressed so formally. He told her he had a meeting and complimented her looks as he rode off on his bike. Ms. Zhu started finding our protagonist interesting. At the Longevity Club residence, we saw SR Song arriving. His son suggested caution and possibly sending someone in first, but the old Song insisted on trusting the Wong family and going ahead with it. Sun agreed at that moment. Hao walked out of the mansion and invited them in, informing them that they couldn't bring their bodyguard. Initially reluctant, they agreed to follow the rules set by Hao. Inside, the senior Song noticed the grandeur of the place and wondered if Lee owned it. Lee assured them not to doubt his boss's capabilities and mentioned that Lee offered something beyond money. They entered a big room where a Thai merchant was waiting for them. Lee quickly got to the point, asking if they were ready to pay the price. They agreed, and our protagonist reminded them it was supposed to be 1/5 of their yearly wealth. Lee started using his power, overwhelming the old song. The old song thought Lee was controlling time itself, looking down on this world. Then he told the younger song to hand our protagonist the money. The young song would have thought it was a joke, considering the astronomical price if he hadn't been told otherwise by the wrongs. Lee presented him with the time contract and told him to sign it, emphasizing that once he did, nobody could stop the trade. Without hesitation, the old song said he understood and signed it right there. Then, the old song started feeling changes in his body, a sensation building up in his chest, and a huge shock through his heart. He couldn't keep himself on his feet, and the junior song caught him before he fell. The junior song, worried, started asking our protagonist what was going on, but Lee, with his hands in his pocket, just confidently smiled. The old man stopped twitching from pain and felt better than ever, calling it a miracle. The junior song looked at Lee in awe, wondering about these powers. Our protagonist told them the transaction was completed, and they should leave. Then they received a call from Hao, who would escort them out. They first looked at Lee and then at each other, thinking it was a crazy experience. As they were escorted out, they thanked Hao for showing them the way. After getting in the car, the young song wanted to confirm with the senior song if it actually worked and if he felt better or any different. The old man confirmed it worked, stating that the health he felt could only come with time. He also expressed disbelief, as he had never thought it possible for people to manipulate time, something considered untouchable by humans. Then he told the junior song to transfer the money, the exact amount, immediately. Now, back at the Longevity Club's mansion, our protagonist was relieved that another transaction went well and that the money they earned would help them relax a bit. Lee then asked about our protagonist's training progress, and our protagonist was happy. Knowing that he had been training really hard, even though it had only been for 10 days, thanks to the sped-up time, which actually amounted to years of training, he felt a visible change in himself. He was now a different, much stronger man than before. Our protagonist laughed and placed a hand on Hao's shoulder, expressing how impressed he was with all the progress Hao had made. He even called him a brother, which moved Hao emotionally. The two of them then went to check on Robert to see his progress. They found him curled up, watching a TV show. Hao playfully scolded him for being a slacker, but Lee was more concerned about the progress with the database. Robert informed them that 70% of the database containing information on the world's wealthy people was completed. He had also upgraded the program as requested, which required infiltrating more than half of the internet on Earth to obtain this information. Furthermore, his understanding of Chinese culture and language had improved. Robert showed them the program, but our protagonist noticed the interface design was cartoonish and questioned it. Robert, in his excitement, explained how he had improved the security of members' phones, distracting Lee from the interface design. Then, he placed our protagonist in the chair and asked him to try out the new search engine he had created, which filtered results according to specific needs. Lee tried it and was fascinated by the sophistication of the tool. It was accurate and fast, and he appreciated the interface design. He commented that it represented the culture well, while Robert protested and claimed his design was more relatable. While testing the search engine, our protagonist came across a woman he believed could be a potential business partner. She was a designer with a brain tumor. In the next scene, we saw a woman in the hospital, singing a sad song while sewing, appearing to have little time left in her life. We learned that she often sang such melancholic songs, and fellow patients in the same hospital room knew she had terminal cancer. During a discussion about her situation, our protagonist appeared and stopped time. He introduced himself and invited the sick woman to the Longevity Club. Initially surprised, the woman eventually succumbed to her depressed state and told him that even if they could extend her life, she didn't believe it would change much for her. She doesn't see the point in it. She explains that through her disease, she has witnessed both the good and bad aspects of the world. She has no desire to continue and just wants to complete her final work before passing away. She adds that if he can help her with that, it would be of great assistance. Our protagonist thinks to himself that her reaction to her impending death is quite different from others, and he finds her peculiar. However, he believes she truly values her work. He tells her that since she isn't distressed by her imminent death, he will try something to see if her perspective on life might change. Lee then starts using his powers to locate and slow down the tumor cells by 15 times. He considers it a small gift for her and encourages her to accept it. Now, we see her breathing heavily but looking surprisingly healthy, with her hair fully grown. She can't believe it and starts crying, hoping it isn't just a dream. Our protagonist smiles and reassures her, saying she's welcome. Lee compliments her, calling her a talented designer and emphasizing how her healthy appearance has reinvigorated her work. She confirms that her work changed when she learned about her terminal disease, which altered her perspective. She expresses her wish that her disease had progressed more rapidly so that others would remember her as the beautiful person she was before the illness. In frustration, she thanks our protagonist profusely for what he did. Lee knows she's ready and asks her once again if she would join his longevity club, to which she passionately agrees. Sometime later, we see me stand fully recovered from the tumor and actively working on something at the longevity club mansion. She's in charge of the club's image and design, a significant responsibility in the public eye. Stan presents a new design of the interface to our protagonist. Lee is impressed with how quickly she adapted, and he's genuinely pleased with the new design. Robert, on the other hand, isn't as excited, knowing that his relatable design was rejected. Our protagonist instructs how to take the phone to the Song family, similar to what they did with the Wong family. Although the Song family has 2 official members, our protagonist wonders what kind of relationship they'll have. He speculates it might involve competition for points, which intrigues him. Just then, he receives a notification that the 130th member has joined the group chat. A conversation ensues in the chat regarding why President Orley is adding new members to the club so quickly. Several fake accounts contribute different explanations to convince the real members in the group. One of them says, maybe the president wants to re-enter the world after so many years. Another one says, it's to give hope of life to more people. They laugh while reading all his fake conversations. Our protagonist thinks about how smart Robert is for coming up with these things. As he looks at the phone in self-satisfaction, he receives a call from one of his former work colleagues from his life before he gained his power. The colleague asks if he offended someone important because some people have been asking about him. They even obtained confidential personal information, which suggests they have good connections. Skalik, the colleague, is calling as a favor because he knows Lee used to help him. He warns Lee because the people looking for him seem really dangerous. Lee's colleague then asks if he was involved in any illegal business, and our protagonist assures him that all his business was legal, so there's no need to worry. Lee thanks his former colleague for the warning, and they end the call. Our protagonist then has an internal dialogue, wondering who these people looking for him could be. So far, he's only been working with the Tycoon families, and they have a binding contract. The Song and Wong families wouldn't dare do something like this, so it must be someone else. Then he remembers it has to be that outdated celebrity, and he also realizes that he overlooked how easy it is to dig up information about him. Lee then goes to Robert and tells him about it, and he wants him to find someone to investigate further. Robert finds this to be a great opportunity to test their new Sky Eyes system. Now, in the next scene, we see Miss Manzi with a suspicious-looking guy. She tells him about how the Song family advised her not to seek revenge, even with influential people supporting her. Then we see them checking documents containing background information on our protagonist and Miss Yan. Miss Manzi, with an air of arrogance, says, everyone knows whose protection she is under, so how could this happen? She's stressed and feels looked down upon. The suspicious guy suggests that since this involves the Song family, they need to proceed with caution and gather more information about the relationship between the songs and our protagonist. Miss Menz, gaining confidence from all this information, says she'll make our protagonist pay. There's no way she won't seek revenge. She's determined to ensure he pays for what he did to her. While they're having this meeting, we see a camera recording everything, and now we learn that it's our protagonist and his team spying on them, monitoring through that camera. Lee is annoyed and wonders why Miss Manzi just couldn't let it go. He thinks this will only complicate things further for her. At that moment, Robert tells Lee that he found some information on the big guy Miss Menz is dealing with. It turns out that he's a significant player. His name is Zhou Hanyang, and he's the owner of the North Metro Industries Group, a real estate development and strategic investment company with properties worldwide. Hanyang is a super tycoon with numerous properties. Robert goes on to say that he also has many lovers, including rumored involvement with actresses like Zhao Manzi, who he financially supports. Robert finds that this guy isn't a good person and is known as a notorious death dodger in real estate circles. It's not that common for businesses to fail because they can't collect their debts from him. Also, his son, Zhou Peng, ran away after a hit-and-run incident while driving under the influence. He even fought with the police. He was a real troublemaker. Their business, North Metro Industries Group, demolished private property during its development, burying an old couple alive while they were still inside. There are also accusations of Hanyang threatening a female student, saying that if she didn't accompany him, she would be killed. Robert then says that there is much more, and all of this information is hidden and cannot be found on the ordinary internet. It's information that is inaccessible to the general public. Our protagonist tells him to stop searching for more on him. He's heard enough, and it's clear they are dealing with a greedy and cold-hearted person. Bentley tells Robert to keep monitoring them and to let him know right away if he hears anything important. Lee thinks that this Hanyang guy is tricky because even with all the wrongdoings he committed, the law didn't catch up to him. This has to be a very powerful person. Now, we see how training with the instructor, he thinks that if only he could take the coach down, he'd get his approval. So he swiftly leaps at him and then makes a sudden turn to confuse the instructor. The instructor is thinking about how much Hao improved, but it's still not enough as he seemingly dodges his attack without seeing that it was just a diversion. Hao manages to throw the instructor into the air just when Hao thought he won. The instructor still manages to land on his feet nonetheless. The coach compliments his efforts and advises him never to let his opponent get up after he already put him down. Seeing this fight, our protagonist collapses in praise of Hao's astonishing improvement. He then goes on to say that instructor Zhang really trained him well. He also apologizes for interrupting their training session and asks if he can borrow Hao for a bit as he wants to discuss a certain matter with him. Then, outside, the coach compliments his progress once again. But Hao, as if disappointed with himself, tells him that he still couldn't defeat the instructor and he's still not strong enough. Our protagonist then tells Hao that he's got a task for him. Hao, attentively turning towards him, asks what he could do for him. Lee coldly tells him that he needs him to kill somebody. Hao is left paralyzed upon hearing this, thinking if he will really need to kill someone. As Hao is pondering over what he just heard, our protagonist notices the distress on his face and tells him that he shouldn't worry because this time he will be with him. He then tells Hao to meet him at the library in 7 hours and prepare himself well for it. Before they meet up, Hao excuses himself and leaves, while our protagonist thinks to himself that this time Hao doesn't seem as calm as he thought he was. Lee thinks that in case Hao sees blood, which he is bound to see, he might experience a psychological barrier. If he can't overcome it, then Hao's value will significantly drop down, and all of Lee's hard work will amount to nothing. It will all be wasted. Our protagonist is concerned, hoping that Hao doesn't let him down. Then, as Hao comes back to his training quarters, the instructor greets him by having a rock thrown at him. But then he notices a different energy with Hao. It's almost as if there's murderous intent behind it. Something is strange about him. Now we see how taking a shower and trying to convince himself of what he has to do. He's been trying so hard for this moment, so he needs to do as he's expected. He can't fail now. It's his mission to be a weapon in his master's hands and to kill whenever he's ordered to. Then he goes to the bed and pulls out a knife from under it, saying that should be enough for this mission. We still see him in conflict over this, but greatly reduced. It seems that all Dad's self-convincing actually worked. At the library, our time merchant is waiting for Hao as he comes in. Lee asks him if he's ready, to which Hao responds positively. But it seems like he's full of determination and has gotten rid of all the doubts and insecurities he had earlier. He looks like he has made up his mind about this. Lee comments on Hao's condition, and Hao just says in a determined way that he feels great. Now, our guys are at the cafe, going over the details of the mission. This is Hao's first mission of this kind. Lee will speed up his time by 100 times so that even any surveillance they might have won't be able to catch him. He then tells Hao about the bodyguards that protect Zhang Yang, especially warning him about 2 of them. These 2 bodyguards have been following Zhang Yang since he was just a gangster on the streets. Hao confirms that he understands his mission and that he won't leave anyone alive. Lee explains that the Hanging's mansion is pretty nearby from the cafe, and he'll be waiting for him there after he's finished with his job. Hao is confident about it and says that he can consider it already done. Our protagonist then proceeds to use his power to speed up the time. As the sped-up time settles in, Hao just runs off in the direction of his mission. Meanwhile, our protagonist goes out to the coffee shop, looks at the night sky, and says in a dramatic tone that the moon looks nice, but it's a shame Hang Yang won't be able to see it again. In the next scene, we see 2 guards talking when something just goes past them. They do notice something but have no clue about what it might be, so they just disregard it, saying that if it's something, then the dogs they have at the back can deal with it. Their sense of smell is much better, and they mention that those dogs are really bloodthirsty and aggressive. In fact, they were so aggressive that they actually ate a kid who used to mess with hangings. At that moment, we see a dog as if it's noticing something. The dog gets up and starts looking around when Hao, out of nowhere and with lightning speed, slams the dog to the ground and takes control of the situation. His knife goes through his skull. The blood splatters all over the dog's house. The dog didn't even have the slightest chance. Anyway, Hao thinks to himself that this time speed increase is too magical. It makes things so much easier. Inside the mansion, 2 men who seem to be Han Yang's bodyguards are talking about random things. When Hao shows up, he looks menacing and distorted from the sped-up time effect. He says that he found the first target. One of the bodyguards sees Hao in this form and starts bullying the other guy. He shouts that he's seen a ghost. But before he can react, he gets sliced. The other guy falls back, not knowing what's happening. Hao quickly leaps towards the second guy and slits his throat. He tells him to be silent and that it will all be over soon. Now Hao goes off to look for the last target, Han Yang himself. He finds him in one of the rooms, sleeping in a bed with a woman beside him. Hao quietly opens the door and enters the room where Han Yang is sleeping. He stands over him, giving him a stare of death. He looks like a lunatic with how much resolve he has to complete this mission and make his boss happy. We see Hao still at the mansion, going over some documents that he found in Han Yang's room. Han Yang is dead at the back. He's completed the mission and assassinated his target. But he regrets giving him such a quick death. He tells him that he'll do a better job when they see each other next time in hell. Hao found a bunch of photos of exploited girls. He then put those photos in a bag and left the place. Back at the cafe, while our protagonist was patiently waiting for Hao to return, he shows up, putting the bag with the documents and saying that he completed the mission successfully. He retrieved all the documents and information he was ordered to find, and he even found a lot of blackmail material he had on other people. Lee then compliments him for finishing the mission and asks him how he feels after seeing blood. Hao says that he's fine, but our protagonist still sees some uncertainty in his demeanor. He thinks to himself that Hao needs more time to get used to these things. Then, hoping that he can change his perspective to help him a bit, he tells him that he doesn't need to carry so many mental burdens for these types of people. He tells him that those people do terrible things that are completely out of reach of the law, and that it's natural for them to receive such an outcome. To conclude his point, he tells Hao that the death of those people isn't necessarily a bad thing. He also adds that Hao should stop thinking about it and take a good rest for a couple of days, and that he'll give him a well-deserved reward for completing the mission so successfully. As our protagonist is leaving, it dawns on Hao that he might understand the point Li was making. You see, for those people Han Yang toyed with, his death might not be a bad thing at all. The next day at the Longevity Club mansion, in the training room, Hao shows up, challenging the instructor to a fight. The instructor wonders why he didn't take a longer rest for himself and makes a joke that he just gained from another beatdown. Hao tells him that if his bones break, Hao can grow them back quickly, but if he gets rusty, he will lose all of his skills. The instructor is really happy with what Hao said and then tells him that he won't go easy on him. They start to fight, and Hao, now looking fiercer than ever, manages to land a kick on the instructor, sending him to the ground for the first time ever. The coach, after being blown back like this, starts thinking of how Hao suddenly got this strong. He sees pure determination in his eyes, something that he lacked before. Even his kicks became much stronger, and he seems to have finally managed to overcome his mental barriers. After the fight finished, we see the instructor and Hao outside. The instructor, admitting defeat, tells him that he now owes him a dinner, as they agreed. Hao laughs at that, rubbing his injured part. The instructor says that he's never seen anyone improve that quickly and wonders if he improved because of our protagonist. Looking to avoid unnecessary questions, Hao just tells him that he trained more, and that's all there is to it. Then the instructor gives him a serious glance, noticing a change in Hao, and asks him how it felt to do it for the first time. Feeling shocked, a chill goes through Hao's body when asked this question. Hao responds that some things are better left unanswered. But then, noticing the 10-step situation, Hao naively tells him that he meant how it feels defeating him for the first time. He tells him that he's becoming too cocky and is ready to have at it for the second time. Hao agrees, and the instructor, annoyed with the extra confidence he has, tells him that he'll take the win right back where it belongs. Then the next day, we see a woman looking for Han Yang. She's got some business to do with him and needs him to sign something. As she goes through the mansion, she notices that there aren't any bodyguards. The mansion is geared for displays that are protected 24/7. She keeps looking for him until she comes across the dead bodies of the bodyguards, which makes her fall on her back, screaming in fear. Next, we see the mansion becoming an investigating area for the police. They conclude that they were all killed in one strike and in the same way, which means that the assassin was very professional and knew what he was doing. Oddly enough, one of the inspectors notes that after doing a detailed investigation, all 4 people, including the dog, have died almost at the same time. The other inspector gets really shocked by this information. One of them says that they are at least a couple of meters away from each other, and even if the perpetrator ran in a straight line, it would still take him more than a minute. He thinks that it might not be the work of one person, but rather a team of professional assassins. He then asks for the surveillance cameras and if any of them captured anything that they can use. The inspector learns that the Zhou family already took the footage and thinks to himself that the police shouldn't interfere in it any longer. Back at our protagonist's place, Robert also reveals this information to Li, but Li says that he doesn't mind the Zhao family taking the footage. They already have a lot of enemies in the business market, and now they have some powerful allies themselves. Now, at the Wrong Mansion, we see a meeting taking place about the incident that happened with our protagonist and Miss Yang. They are all aware that Miss Sani is already taking steps not to leave it at what happened at the wedding. They know who she's connected with and that she insisted on Han Yang investigating our protagonist. this behavior annoys them as it goes against their interests. Mr. Lee presents a great new opportunity for them, a chance at life itself, and his powers must stay hidden for their sake. They already knew his present identity, which they think is just an identity. He gave himself for this period, but that is irrelevant. They realize what they need to do. The old man, Rong, gets up and says that they need to help our Thai merchant cover up this incident with Han Yang dying and also keep his identity hidden, no matter what. We see a very serious, dark-looking character from the Rong family taking up this order personally. Overhearing all of this, our protagonist exclaims in victory that that's exactly what he was expecting. Even if he didn't do anything about the information leaks, his allies would cover up for him because it's for their own interest. All they need to do now is sit back, relax, and reap the benefits. After all, they did their part, and now it's on their allies to complete the work they started. At the place of Hanging's brother, they discussed their own investigation. One of his men says that they had investigated the footage from the mansion, but they just found a bizarre set of events happening which they can't really explain. They suggest he watch the footage himself to understand what they are saying. On the video footage from the surveillance, they first see Han Yang simply dying without seeing any perpetrator. He just gets thrown in the air and then slammed back to the floor already dead without any logical explanation. The man then says that this is how all the rest of them die too, without catching any glimpse of any murderer. But then the man continues that if they slow down the footage by 10 times, they see someone standing or something there. Because they are at the limit when it comes to slowing down, this intruder's speed must be of unthinkable proportions. So he makes a conclusion that the assassin of Han Yang is a being that exists in a different space and time. Hearing this, Han Yang's brother, Junior Zhao, gets completely petrified, thinking of what kind of person his brother messed with. The woman, probably a former personal assistant of the late Han Yang, might have some useful information on this. She goes on to say that this all started with Han Yang's lover, and this gets Junior Zhao really curious. He orders her to tell him everything she knows about this and not to leave anything out. After learning about the events, Junior Zhao is shocked that the head of the Song family, even when he was sick, got out there to help some average young men. Hanging's former assistant tells him further that he even said that she shouldn't think about any revenge because she wouldn't be able to deal with the consequences. Junior Zhao is confused by this whole situation and really wants to know why would old man Rong respect some unknown guy this much. He also gets furious at thinking that some woman used his brother for her own selfish needs. Brothers, just imagine his perspective. He sees some unknown regular guy who has the backing of the most powerful families in the world, and then his brother mysteriously dies from some supernatural force. He's probably thinking this is some kind of a ghost, definitely a ghost. Anyway, back to the story, he can't get rid of this feeling that the focus should be on that young man that Senior Iran protected, and why would he do that? The assistant adds that before the incident took place at the wedding, they had no idea who this guy was. It's almost as if he came out of nowhere. The other guy says that he found something interesting and potentially useful. The Rong and Song families have been active in recent times to the degree that even some of the inactive members started moving about, apparently working on something mysterious. This gets Mr. Zhao curious about the head of the Rong family and how old he is. The man tells him that he is a 98-year-old man and that it was rumored that he was on his deathbed and was about to die from an illness when all of a sudden he got well and active. Looking at the recent pictures of the Senior Song and Senior Rong, he concludes that that's not how dying people look. They seem too lively. It's as if they suddenly became healthy. Mr. Zhao, connecting the dots, thinks of the old men that refuse to die and the someone they protect with everything they've got. So he thinks if this is really someone he can go against, as the overwhelming feeling of this case being beyond his pay grade reaches him. He commands others to stop working on this case and just leave it there. The assistant woman, taken by surprise, starts protesting this, forgetting her place. She says that they shouldn't leave the investigation here. Mr. Zha, with a menacing expression on his face, turns towards her and others present for the meeting. He tells them that every word spoken in this room stays in this room, or else they would all be treated with no mercy, and that's his final decision. Mr. Zhou is thinking that it's just not worth messing with someone backed by two huge families until he finds a way he can deal with them. For now, they can only pretend that nothing happened, and we can only pray that the Rong and Song family won't investigate any further and mess with Hangyang's people in the capital. Now we learn that Robert was eavesdropping on everything and heard everything said in this meeting while munching on his snacks. He says that Li was right this whole time. In the presence of an unknown power, even the most powerful people will be afraid to make wrong moves. He thinks that working for our protagonist is really interesting while enjoying the situation. Robert gets a notification that his system detected a level 10 talent, which is a person that meets very specific requirements, especially when it comes to their usefulness. Robert can't believe what he's seen because he's familiar with this person. He says it's the guy from the textbooks. Robert immediately lets Li know about this. Our protagonist also recognizes him, it's Tang Soroi. We learn that Mr. Tang gave up a chance for better living conditions outside the country and came back to their country. He contributed an immense amount in the field of biology, with his contributions in immunology, virology, and immunology again. It could be said that half of the students in the country are his disciples. Our time merchant thinks there is no one quite like him. He then tells Robert and how to prepare the information on him because he'll be paying a visit to Mr. Tang personally. This opportunity can't be missed. At the hospital where Mr. Tang is hospitalized, our protagonist asks a nurse about the exact location of Mr. Tang, pretending to be his student, not because it was his plan, but she brought it up conveniently. She points to him where it is and where what she believes to be his other classmates are. Meanwhile, a woman is telling the students that, for some reason, they won't be able to see Mr. Tang, and that their visit has to be rescheduled for some other day. Students don't seem to be bothered by it and even tell the lady that they are there in case she needs any type of help regarding Mr. Tang. Just when the students were leaving and saying their goodbyes to the lady, our protagonist gets caught sneaking into Mr. Tang's room by this lady. She asks Li if he's there to visit Mr. Tang as well, but is thinking to herself when he got there all of a sudden. We now learn that she's Mr. Tang's granddaughter, and she tells our protagonist that the doctor said that Mr. Tang is not feeling well today and won't be able to take any visitors. Li pretends to understand Elsa and says that, in that case, he won't be going in. But then, as he's right in front of the room with the doors open, he just gives a glance at Mr. Tang and turns his power on, providing him with information on Tang's lifespan and other related information. We see that this guy is really, really old. He's 102 years old. We see a different side to our protagonist now, something that we didn't see before. Li thinks that someone as great as Tang should not just die here, and that it doesn't matter if it's for his personal gain or for the world, he wants him to survive. But he's also curious about what Tang thinks about this. A little later, we see Tang waking up with his granddaughter sleeping next to him by his bedside. He then says that his time has come and that the most difficult thing for him to let go of is her, Tang Fang, his granddaughter. He then puts his hand on her head as he tears up and says that it's her and his students that are his greatest pride, and that he still wants to see her grow and start a family, but that he's just out of time, and this is a big shame. Then he hears a voice from the side calling his name. He turns and sees our protagonist, who then tells him that he can wait to tell these things after Miss Tang wakes up because he still has a lot of time left. Old Man Tang, in a state of shock, asks our protagonist. They now see that Mr. Li is already using his power to slow down time for them. He then explains to Tang who he is and what he does. Dan can't believe that such a thing exists in the world, such as a time vendor. Our protagonist then tells him about a longevity club and its 3 goals: protecting the Earth, advancing technology, and achieving human evolution. He reveals how he found him through his global database for certain people and how he's come here to invite him, in his last moments, to join his longevity club. Old Tang agrees to join under one condition: he must never betray his people and his country. He says he'd rather die than do any of those things. Our Thai merchant is happy with these conditions and tells him that he agrees with him and promises never to make him do any of those things. The room gets filled with light as we see our protagonist use his power. We learn that one of our protagonist's motives and perspectives in life is that the saying "good people never seem to live long enough, but bad people never seem to die" is not something he wants to believe. He chooses not to believe in things like those. So he's using his power to prove the point that it's not the case. Tang is a good person, and he will live because he wants him to stay alive. Now we see Tang breathing heavily, saying that he feels like someone injected energy into his body. Our protagonist tells him that he reverted his body state to when he was 99, and he also tells him that if he were to walk in this world as a healthy old man, that would probably raise some suspicion. That's why he gave him a year of life for now. Quickly picking up what Li was indirectly suggesting, Tang tells him that he understands and that he'll organize his funeral and make a new identity so that he can join Li's longevity club. Our protagonist is pleased to hear this and says that he expected nothing less from him, as he's a very intelligent person. Just before our protagonist was to leave, Tang stops him to remind him of the promise he made regarding his conditions. Li tells him that he is Chinese too and that he shouldn't worry about it. The next morning, Tang's granddaughter, Fong Fong, wakes up, seeing her grandpa up and well. She's shocked by this and runs to embrace him. She's so pleased that he recovered, and she says that they were so worried about him. But then Tang changes the mood in the room and tells her that he just wanted to see the morning sun one last time and that he has no time left. She's left confused by this, as he seems to be much better. Then a thought comes to her mind that it could be a kind of terminal lucidity, which is basically when a person is about to die, there's an unexpected return of mental clarity and memory suddenly regained that occurs shortly before death. But she still can't believe that that is what's actually happening. In the next scene, we see Tang's family gathered around him as if to say their final goodbyes. Then the old man, Tang, tells them that after he dies, he wants a small portion of his inheritance money to go to them, and the rest they should donate to professional research facilities. He says that kids like Fong Fong aren't their hope for the future, and they shouldn't judge their ability by their age. As he was saying this, Fong Fong was sobbing the whole time. She seems to really love her granddad. A senior Tang said this, and his son fell on his knees, telling him that he's still not at that stage and that his project will be able to save him. But the old man Tang responds with a very harsh tone, saying that his project is still incomplete and that he shouldn't dare to do something that goes against his morals. He says that he wouldn't forgive him even after his death. His son, when hearing these words, gets really sad and starts sobbing too, saying that he'll miss him. Then Tang just puts his hand on his son's head and apologizes for not spending more time with them, instead of dedicating his whole life to the country. Tang then tells them that they are the best thing he left for their country and that he's proud of them. But now he has to take a rest because his time is up. He then tells his son, Boyan, that he needs to have a word with him alone. After Boyan was left alone with the old man Tang, Tang tells him that what he needs from him is to settle his discharge procedure as soon as possible and to find Boyan's uncle and make him a death certificate. Tang's son is really flabbergasted by this request, as he's not sure why he would be asked for these things. But before he could form any proper thoughts and questions of his own, Tang continues that after that is done, he should send him to his old house in his hometown because there'll be someone to pick him up there. And after all that, he tells his son that if anybody asks about him, he should just tell them that the old man Tang is cremated. Boyan is visibly even more confused about this than before. He tells him that he doesn't understand, but Tang tells him that there are many things an average person like him won't ever be able to understand, let alone being able to explain them in a few sentences of what's going on. Tang then tells him that he should keep all of this a secret and never reveal it to anyone. Then his son gets all serious, understanding the burden he just received, and reassures him that he'll do what he is asked to do. Our protagonist is standing right in front of the hospital, pondering over the fact that Tang's descendants will be watched by their grandpa, who is not in heaven nor in hell, but right here, somewhere on Earth. At that moment, he receives a call from some lady that Lee had recommended to her. She needs his services. Our protagonist tells her that his services are not free. She says that she's aware of it and is willing to pay any price for her son. Later on, we see our protagonist waiting at the cafe for the lady who called him earlier. She arrives with a taxi, and as she steps into the cafe, Lee notices her immediately. It's Chin Yupin, an older lady dressed in working janitor clothes, which does draw attention from the cafe's staff and their guests, as this cafe is of some prestige. Let's just say that people dressed like her, with her appearance, are not the usual customers at this place. Anyway, after recognizing her, our protagonist calls her over and politely asks her if she'd like to have something, which she refuses, saying that the place is rather expensive. But Lee orders her something anyway, showing his class. Then, as they sit down and she starts talking about her circumstances and needs, our protagonist quickly uses his power to check her lifespan and related things, just to see what she's got to offer as someone in need of money. Being a little hesitant talking about what she's asking, our protagonist reassures her skepticism, as it's not something people easily believe. So, to ease her doubts, he speeds up time by 100 times with a snap of his finger, basically slowing everything down around them. As she's looking around herself, she can't believe her own eyes. Time has stopped for everyone but the two of them. As she was looking around, trying to understand what was happening, our protagonist gets straight to the point and tells her that the one who recommended him probably told her about the price of the trade. He then asks how much she is willing to pay. This reminds her of the guy that told her about our protagonist and how he got money all of a sudden during the time he borrowed the money from her. So, this has to be a real deal. Then, the lady goes on to explain why she needs the money, saying that her son is a pretty good student and got a chance to study and attend the College of Humanities and even got a chance to study abroad. But the fees are too high, and she can't afford it with the money she's got. She also can't get that much money even if she sold her own blood because she doesn't want to burden her child. Lee just thinks to himself that the college is just an average one, as far as he knows. Mrs. Chan, with a solemn expression and in a desperate voice, asks our protagonist how much her life is worth. How much she can sell it for. Lee tells her that it's completely up to her, and she can decide based on how much she's got left, which is 18 years. When hearing how much time she's got left, she gets taken aback, as if she expected to have a different lifespan. Lee then tells her that she should really think this whole situation over because not everything will be as good as she expects it to be, especially when it comes to a person's own lifespan. It's not a matter to be taken lightly. The lady then thinks that she's got more life than she needs and that as long as she can see her son succeed in life, she'll be happy. This situation is challenging. Many mothers sacrifice their lives for their children, even though that's what they basically always do. This dilemma feels too real. She simply can't allow her son to live like she did. She then decides to sell some of her lifespan. Now we see our protagonist in front of a cafe, saying his goodbyes to the lady who seems happy with the deal she's got. We learn that she sold 10 years of her life. She leaves, but as she walks away from our protagonist, she calls her son and gets really excited about the money she's finally got for him. A bit later, we see her meeting her son and giving him all the money, telling him that now he can graduate from college and have a bright future. Her son is happy with the news and lets her know that once he graduates, he'll have a good job and be able to buy her and treat her with whatever she wants. Hearing this makes her really sad, and she starts crying, knowing that she won't live to see that day, probably as she sold her lifespan away, leaving her with only 8 years of life. Her son, being an inconsiderate brat, gets upset with her crying and tells her to stop crying as his friends might see. She then tells him that it's okay, and she'll leave him to his exam preparations. Upon her leaving, he calls up someone, telling them to go get the girls in a place for them to have a party, and that he'll pay for everything. Now we see that our protagonist oversaw all of this and is thinking to himself how terrible this kid is and that he would teach him a lesson. If it wasn't for his mother, but then he can't interfere. For him, this is all just business and nothing more. So he shouldn't get involved with his clients' lives if it doesn't directly concern his business. The next scene starts with somebody reciting a poem. Trees are 1,000 feet tall, the falling leaves settle on the roots, which basically means that the person is finally returning to his ancestral land. We learn that the person returning to his home is Tang. Tang's granddaughter mentions that Dare arrived home, and then we see a small group of people gathering in front of a house, surrounding old Tang. It seems that even though Tang's lifespan was extended, he is still a dying man, and he's aware of this. So he wants to do something he didn't have a chance to do properly before because of his dedication to his work, saying goodbye to his previous life. Tang's granddaughter tells the crowd that even though she understands how they feel, they need to give old man Tang some space as his health is not the best right now. We see old Tang looking around his old house, reminiscing about the old days. He finds a picture of himself and his late wife, saying that she always stayed young, and he's already a rotten old man. He says that people were always saying that he wasn't good enough for her, but now it seems that they were right. He then puts his head on the picture, saying that she should wait for him because it's still not the time for him. Old man Tang tells his son Boyan to go out and take care of everyone because he wants to stay at the old house by himself and roam around. San agrees to it and tells him that he'll have Fong Fong bring him medicine later on. As the doors closed shut, Tang was thinking back at what happened at the hospital, thinking that it just might have been a dream. And as he was deep in thought, our protagonist's voice came from the other side of the room, saying that he came to fulfill their contract. Then he asked if he was ready, to which the old man Tang confidently responded that he was ready the day he came back to his country. Then the process of signing the contract started. Later on, Fong Fong came in with medicine for the old Tang, but he was nowhere to be found. It was as if he simply disappeared. She was shocked by this and ran back to her father and her aunt to tell them that the old man Tang just vanished in the middle. In a field, we see Tang, not looking that old anymore. His code name is 04, and he is a scientist-scholar character with top-notch learning abilities among human beings. He has excelled in relevant fields, and his current ability score is a perfect 10, as he satisfies all the criteria set by our protagonist. His job will be to gather enough information for the Elder to accumulate knowledge belonging to the Elder. His ultimate goal is to become the head of the biochemistry department of the Longevity Club. As he's walking through the field, our protagonist greets him, noting that he looks really good. He thinks that those 10 years that the poor mother sold worked really well. Tang tells him that as the new life awaits him, he'll show him the world. Our protagonist, with a smile on his face, shakes his hand and welcomes him to the Longevity Club. With old Tang on board, the club seems to be taking proper shape and expanding into something really powerful. As the newly founded biochemistry department, we see old Tang and our protagonist discussing the department's necessities. Lee comments that just from looking at the list of what Tang needs for his department, it looks really expensive. Tang tells him in a casual way that he hasn't seen the bigger picture. He goes on to explain that from millions of years ago until today, the evolutionary stages of human beings have been divided into 4 particular periods. However, for more than 10,000 years ago, in addition to the continuous accumulation of knowledge, our psychological system has long stopped evolving. This life engineering project is the key to unlocking all of human evolution, and that's the bigger picture that can justify any cost. The benefits they'll get from this are immeasurable in terms of money. Their initial plan is to commission a headhunting company to recruit elite scientists from all over the world and then establish a pharmaceutical company. He thinks that this is a long-term project that might take years to complete. The experiment he has in mind is the first stage of that long-term plan. While Tang was explaining his plan, our protagonist was thinking that there's no problem with it, as it's completely in line with the third agenda of the Longevity Club. In the context of life evolution, Lee believes that with his support, he can help old Tang realize his ambitions. He assures Tang that he'll support his life engineering project and that he's free to do as he wants. Just then, their attention is drawn by the instructor clearing his throat, indicating that he has something to discuss with our protagonist. As the meeting between old Tang and Lee concludes, Lee asks Tang to list anything he needs, assuring him not to worry about finances, as he'll take care of it. He also mentions that he'll contact a headhunting company to recruit the best talent for Tang's project. Tang expresses his gratitude, and our protagonist leaves the room humming, leaving the instructor and him alone. The instructor, Xiao, informs Lee that his training with Hao is almost over, and he has learned a lot already. From here on, it's up to Hao to use what he's learned as a guide for self-improvement. Suddenly, the instructor's expression changes, and he starts discussing a different topic. He mentions that during his time training with Lee, he noticed that our protagonist is not an ordinary man, although he's not sure about the specifics of their activities. Lee senses an opportunity and starts thinking about recruiting the instructor. He believes that someone from the real special forces would be a valuable addition to their team. With Hao's growth, having the instructor on board could lead to faster and more stable progress. Our protagonist has something in mind. He intends to recruit around 1,000 scientists, which means he'll need to change some rules. Without explicitly stating his intentions, Lee hands 2 envelopes to the instructor, asking him to investigate thoroughly. He suggests considering it as an interview test. The instructor, caught off guard, accepts the task and takes the envelopes. When he opens them and reads the names of the 2 customers, Si Dahi, the taxi driver, and Chen Jifeng, the janitor lady who sold her time for her son's education, he is utterly shocked. He realizes that this must be a very powerful organization. Seeing our protagonist gazing back at him confidently, the instructor thinks to himself that this is the real Mr. Lee, revealing himself to be part of something significant. With a smile on his face, he accepts the task and assures Lee that he should consider it already finished. The instructor quickly leaves in a hurry. Our protagonist is contemplating the need to recruit more talents and elites to work for him. To do so, he realizes that he needs to draft a new set of stricter rules with a better welfare system. He decides to draft another contract for the general staff, which must be distinguished from his core employees. Furthermore, he's considering modifying the compensation for core employees. Instead of rewarding time as a salary, they may have to earn extra time through different means. The expansion of the Longevity Club requires these key changes. In another country, at a laboratory, some scientists are discussing business with the administration. While they are engrossed in the discussion, one of the scientists' phones rings. He checks the message and sees that it's from a headhunting company looking for employees. Initially, he dismisses it, thinking it's not the first time he has received such messages. However, he notices that this message is from a lab he's not familiar with. He examines the interview questions provided and is taken aback. He recognizes that these questions are not ordinary and wonders who came up with them. Excited and intrigued, he contemplates going home immediately to meet the expert behind these unique questions, hoping for a chance to leave his current workplace. Creature of longevity, this must be the place. Is this the creature of longevity? Or is RA a newly established company? Even the signboard has not been hung up yet. Miss, are you Dr. Nan Quan? Do we know each other? This man is strange, he scared me. I have read your article in Nature magazine about the structure and mechanism of protein transport Ugasi. I am very impressed. Your explanation about Ra's protein membrane structure, can we take a picture together? Is that okay? Dr. Nan Quan has arrived, sorry for keeping you waiting. Welcome to the limited liability pharmaceutical company Creature of Longevity. Please follow me, I will take you to meet the interviewer. The main character took them to wait for the interview. All three sat in silence. Dr. Nan Quan, a famous figure in Nature magazine. Ku Dung has published 3 essays in ACI magazine. This top-notch scientist has also found this enterprise. It's definitely not simple. Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce, this is the leader of the Creature of Longevity Laboratory, Mr. The. I apologize for my ignorance, I have never heard of Mr. The in the scientific community before. May I ask, where did you work before and what valuable works have you published? You are Dr. Siwanga Kunzai, aren't you? Yes, wait a minute, speaking of reputation, those hidden issues in every interview reply. I wonder if my answer satisfies you or a great God who can solve my years-long problem with one sentence. In the end, what am I doing as a sudden student? It's really stupid. I just want to remind you that Mr. The's academic qualifications cannot be measured by any social status. Those talents that Mr. The values. I agree to invite them with a 7-digit salary, 7 digits, so he is the real boss behind it? I thought he was an assistant. Mr. Liu, I feel that this side is done, let's go to others' places, look at it. Oh okay. Teacher ascends leisurely. If he can succeed in the interview, not only will he have a super high salary but he can also study immunology with the elders in the industry together. This laboratory is indeed a paradise on earth. Sophia welcomes you as CEO of Nobu Investment Company. It's my honor to be able to help you. The completion speed is much faster than I expected. Professional matters should be left to professionals. I just ask for a solid rear and hold on to the overall situation. But I know that if there is no ability, then ordinary people like me are really too small compared to these elites. Dr. The's Human Evolution Project has been gradually deployed, but what I feel is really close is that priority evolution is just right for me in this room. He is studying how to accelerate time for plants by 100 times, reducing the time of flowers from 4 hours to 2 minutes and 4 seconds, accelerating the process of cell division mutation so that useful cells can be screened out and reproduced in a short time. I have to repeat training until there are no mistakes so that it can be deployed in Dr. The's laboratory. And at the same time, my basic ability also needs to find some abilities that cannot be developed. The maximum time increase for me now is only 100 times, this limit value is influenced by my current lifespan. If I accumulate enough time, will this limit be expanded? If the time in my hands is 10,000 years or 100,000 years, then I can create a miniature experimental model. In this model, countless Earths from many years ago appear. Life in this model also has a single cell stage, then the time increases crazily. Will it be a new world? Am I the creator of that world? Most of my previous abilities were mobile, on a fixed object. So can I increase or decrease time and fix it in an area? Thus a small world can be formed. If I try to create a special zone and then change the mobile time of all objects in it, what will be the result? Imagine a cubic area of about 10 mm superscript 2, star experimenting, increase the time by 10 times, no, it's dead. Time is sucked back again, the protagonist is sucked back by time, the protagonist tries to pull his hand out, the protagonist is bounced out of the watch and flies to the bookcase. The glass falls and breaks, and the protagonist's watch also falls to the floor. A moment ago, the second hand moved about 25 seconds, but this moment I lost. I lost 30 days in a year, which means that in this 10 by 10 space, 32,659,200 seconds have been exhausted at a rate of 700 million times. If it slows down by 1 or 2 more seconds, then I will be drained. The power of time is too scary. What is the cause? Time is destiny. I am not limited by lifespan. The rest can use my own will to increase surprises for others and create their time back to 0 before expiration. But in the end, why did this fail? I am the only existing accident in this world. Of course, external accidents outside the contract agreement, I cannot take their time away. This is an extremely clear rule. Heaven has ruled, so all things in the world have their own orbits and everyone must follow the rules of heaven and earth. The problem may have occurred here for the first time. I plan to fix time only in that flat box, but time is 3-dimensional, 4-dimensional, or even multi-dimensional, so the designated time zone in the first experiment was not limited to that small square box but a 10 by 10 millimeters space. There's no closure above and below can extend indefinitely. Fortunately, I stopped in time, otherwise if time continues to extend plus increasing speed several times, then I probably won't last 10 seconds. A person who can control time dies in a square object because of a problem even elementary school students know? Haha, interesting. This time I have to pay attention to my lifespan consumption and absolutely cannot go into old tracks anymore. Then build a cubic 10 by 10 by 10 millimeters, focus on setting time to increase time by 5 times 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 10 seconds. Great, fix time again. I created a layer of time. The Longevity Club has been built up to now with independent investment companies and laboratories for creature products starting operations. There are 4 conscientious employees, all of whom are kind-hearted people, personally selected and recruited by me. There are 5 external employees, and we are constantly recruiting more external staff. Mr. Tulu, you need me to bring it here. This is also a solid alliance relationship that cannot be broken with the Vin and Tong families. It's just that if the Longevity Club wants to truly take root here, it must put the 4 influential families in Madu in its pocket. So now it's their turn. One of the 4 major families in Madu, Tran family. Mr. You are looking for me to get these materials. How did you investigate? Say a little. Look, yes, Mr. Tran's family originated from ancient Madu and had geniuses with Tan Bang. The relationship was once glorious. When they were in the mainland, there was no evil they did not do. Both black and white were extremely aggressive. Until now their power still exists, only hidden deeper in the circle of global Chinese can be their power. Currently headquartered in Lone T overseas, the current 4 owners of the Tran family in order are Tran Van Bin, Old 2 Tran Vanen, Old 3 Tran Van Sin and Old Man Tran Van Tai. Among them, after going through the struggle 2 years ago, Lao Dai and Lao Tu successfully ascended to become the godfather of the underworld. As far as I know, they do business locally as they do right, so Tran family in Madu does not dare to be arrogant but borrows huge strength and foreign trade identity to become a shipping group, but under Robert's investigation only knew these things. It's just that it's just writing literature for outsiders to see, but they secretly smuggle goods and secretly help criminals. The Tran family is far away overseas but cannot control domestic affairs. We with not reach middle-aged Tran family owners. Based on the way of dealing with the 2 Vin Tong families, it is not possible, but also even if the person in power is seriously ill. Relying on their gangster character, they will not be like the other 2 families, obediently submissive. Has Tran Van Bin had any recent actions? From the information we quietly obtained from Tran T Company's internal information to see that the 2 recent Tran family owners will go to Kin City to handle affairs. Stop for a day there, then return to Madu to inspect the company. The specific situation is unclear, but it is very likely related to goods being detained at customs. Oh, if you want to come, we have to be a good host. Sir, do you mean that you want to invite the big black boss for dinner? These guys, even if they were legitimate business clothes on the outside, but inside they are still a gang relying on violence to start a business. They have their own gangster rules. The weak eat strong food is what they worship in their bones. Van Bin still has a long time before death. I don't have a chance to show, so let you and Truong Hu go, let him create an opportunity. Outside it's raining. Still hearing someone shouting, all believe in taking spirit back for old man. Just this little rain has caused your princess disease to flare up again. Wanting to resign now can lie down millions of times. Don't be polite every day, have to look at these weak guys like this. My blood pressure also wants to rise. Because he talked too much. From where he flew to the rock towards the coach, he confidently caught it and turned around towards the thrower. I said we are not children anymore, why always take out throwing? Black said that he started badly, so our house CA came looking for something to take revenge for last time's drunkenness. So brother, you still call me like before, it's better not allowed, haha. You are an important employee next to the gentleman. According to regulations, I, an external employee, naturally have to try to get along with you. Stop teasing me. In my opinion, you are hungry now, right? The boss has a job for the country bumpkin outside, like you came to do something vital, but not immediately vital, and not wrong, but also cannot leave any traces. So, can Zhang Xiao do it, sir? Let me be frank, usually half alive and half dead is the hardest to do. You come from a special forces background and should be very familiar with long-range attacks. This time you came to do it with Hao Zeep's help, sir. My meaning is that if I can kill at night, but if I am at ease, even though you are currently an external employee, I will still provide some special convenience for you. Is this the last time we can see that kind of force? This action is just to remind the Tran family owner a little. Even if he is a character who changes his appearance in the dark world, he still has to face the fear brought by death. But I can not only harm him but also pull him out of fear. Remember this time, you must do it vitally, but not immediately vitally challenging. I like that foreign devil, he is very cunning. Although he is not much worse in the army, he can still save some hunger by collecting a little bit. Haha, how long has it been since I smelled gunpowder? So handsome, let me touch it a little bit. I heard it, I have flown a lot of thoughts on this thing. Tran Van Bin's brothers will go to a private place at 9:30 a.m. with their bodyguards to meet customers at the Phuc Man Lao tea party. Tran Van Bin's brothers are usually careful and have little contact with the outside world. This time because of business talks, so bodyguards are sure of people. So your only chance is 19 seconds from when they get out of the car and enter the restaurant. According to your previous sniper position mentioned, the small rooftop on the 10th floor opposite the tea house is the best sniper position. I will temporarily paralyze all cameras near the ambush position and provide you with an easy path. The rest depends on yourself. The past experience is in front of us. Get ready, sir, I'm bothering you. Okay, leave it to the protagonist. The time acceleration of 100 times covers the whole city, that is, the protagonist creates an end-time acceleration action for his side and does not affect their lifespan. Otherwise dead. Other people who enter the area are slowed down, and they don't even know it. Mr. Hao and Zhang Xiao started to get out of the car. Too perfect, this is Mr. Lu's time control. This feeling is invincible. Hey, country bumpkin, according to the positioning system, Tran Van Bin's convoy is not far away. You only have 1 minute to get to the opposite tea house, and that time you also have to install guns. Hey, little Robert, you still look like a little red radish. 1 minute. For me now, because I'm going too fast, I'm jumping ahead. The target convoy is coming. The target convoy is coming, it's coming. I'm ready. The old coach is lying in wait with a sniper rifle in his hand. The target is also getting off the car, boss. Yes, ha ha ha. Under the maintenance of time power, these people's movements are like snails, like a movie played at a speed below 0.25x. Zhang Xie, don't be careless, don't forget Mr. Lu's vital mission, but not immediately vital. I haven't come out yet, kid, you start aiming. The target is in sight. You pull the trigger, the bullet is released from the barrel and flies very fast towards the target. It seems to miss, who knows, it passes through their bodies and they start to panic. Gun, protect the boss, hurry up, but don't hear anything at all. Boss, are you okay? Huh? I'm sure there's something wrong. Boss has a gunner, protect the boss. Who dares to mess with us? Hurry up and take care of your boss, hide in the bar, hide what? Damn it. This angel of mine can't shoot him, Robert helps me clear the way, I have to change a position, idiot, slow down already. These two people are too time-consuming. Leave it to Hao Bang Ta, that fat boss covers his stomach with his hand to stop the bleeding, who is it? Boss, hold on. Brothers are coming soon. Two dangerous bosses, do you see that gunner? Boss? I can't hurry anymore, when the boss was shot, I didn't hear any gunfire at all, it must be a silenced weapon and also knows our itinerary like the back of their hand to be able to prepare so carefully. Look at the wound. It should be from the big building opposite. If it were me I would choose the rooftop. But this angle is actually very easy for one shot to lose life, maybe this gunner is just an amateur. I'll give you 10 million, kill him for me. How can MCA do it? Shoot the gunner in the big building opposite. In a moment I need you guys to support me. Don't worry about civilians, Just shoot until you die so that Tao understands clearly. MCA Hull let Tao come see you go that guy. Everyone gets ready to shoot for Tao. Those guys stick their heads out and shoot airguns and shoot wind towards the sniper. That MCA guy ran out while he was hit by a copper candy on his head. Some guys stick their heads out and shoot with their batons. Another guy hides in time and yells ouch 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 ouch. What happened? In an instant they were all shot dead. How many people did they ambush? Hurry up brothers, Big Brother 2 has something happened, hurry up. Huh, finally here motherfucker, finally here. Sun Ku boss Tao got hit by copper candy, hurry, think of a way. Two bosses don't stand up. This is Mr. House footsteps when he touches water because he moves so fast he only leaves puddles when he passes by. Those guys found something behind them running past them making water on the runway splash but didn't see anything else. Mr. Howe is running very fast towards their two bosses' goal. What is this thing? Sun Ku opposite has many gunners for Tao. He didn't finish speaking when he realized something had touched him. The pain hadn't had time to transmit data to his brain when Mr. Howe skewered those two bosses. Those two bosses were suddenly surprised and didn't understand what was going on and were suddenly injured. Not this matter, the subordinates behind only saw water splashing towards the two bosses, and the two bosses were skewered and lay down. How could there be an assassin? First, don't pay attention, quickly take the two bosses to the hospital. You guys keep guarding. Yes, on the protagonist's side, he's bored in the car, sleeping really boringly. If there's a girl here to hug, it would be great. Mr. Liu, mission accomplished. We are leaving the location very well. You guys have worked hard. Next, let me go up and then go. Which hospital is in Motto? The situation of these two people is not very good. Pay more attention to it, understand how the head teacher is doing. Can it be cured before leaving? Our two bosses, both of them were shot in the stomach, the degree of injury is relatively serious. Although we have tried our best to stop it, the internal organs are damaged and the wound is infected, the situation is still not good at this time. You doctors always like to talk roundabout. These ignorant people, just like it. Say something quickly, say it like this to you. My boss, if there's anything wrong, I'll definitely go to your door to pay my respects. You can listen and understand, my human language is not very good. Understand us, we will do our best to respond. It seems that the wounds of these two brothers are really not small. Ha! Mr. Liu has prepared well. It's hard work, then start going into the bedroom of those two brothers over there. He was sleeping soundly when he noticed a change around him. He opened his eyes and looked at Mr. Liu thinking it was death. Two gentlemen, time has come, death god. Allow me to introduce myself, I am a businessman. When I smell death coming, are you willing to trade with me? Sirs, don't worry, I'm just a businessman who smells money coming. Although the number I want is 1/5 of your total annual income, the goods in my hand can save your lives. Think about it for a moment. But it's best to hurry up a bit, don't wait for people. His name is Tran Van Bin, he is 43 years old and has 2 hours left to live. His name is Tran Vanen, he is 41 years old and has 2 hours and 45 minutes left to live. Do you want money or life? Is this true? Can life really be bought with money? I hit us. We buy very well, then you sign this life purchase contract. The contract for all things that happen today is too hard to imagine whether it's trustworthy or not. Just a contract can deal with oneself. Those subordinates of those two guys are being slowly inside the room, then there's a flash of bandage and the wound also slips out. He gritted his teeth and screamed. After a while he breathed heavily. His remaining lifespan was 365 days 2 hours 23 minutes and 41 seconds. Feeling different again, wound again. First my two brothers encountered an assassin for no reason, then you appeared. This matter can't help but be too coincidental. Yes, you said you encountered an assassin for no reason, Tran sir, why not change another way of thinking? If I didn't appear here today, how long can you live now? Let me tell you about your actions. If anything happens, it's not unexpected. I tell you, if something unexpected happens to my two bosses, I will swallow you alive. I'm going now to see them act fast. Be careful of a bunch of bullies who are afraid of strength. Ha tran sir, do your discharge procedures for us immediately. The subordinates heard that their boss and second boss had woken up and all ran to see. Boss, wake up, where are the people coming? Boss, are you okay? 56 stars, 56 flowers. This boss just wants to find you. I overheard the orders of Trante's brothers. They will arrive in Motto in an hour. Everyone must hurry back. I found that the discharge procedures are being processed. Sir, if you don't hurry up, you might be exposed. Robert. You don't forget that what I don't lack is time. Haha, that's right, haha, why did I forget, sir? But it's not an ordinary person. In 1 minute, you can go back, Robert. This action has involved all the monitors in the area. This must be dealt with cleanly for me. I don't want to leave any small traces. Haha, sir, rest assured, leave this pile to me. Okay, we'll meet at home. It's so embarrassing to call. So I forgot the trick of sir's careful examination of 7 levels of talent to locate something. 7 levels of talent? Also in a country? Great. Just like this, I also have allies. Bang Hao and Zhang Jiao, those 2 country bumpkins, I really can't cope with them. Is it an old man? Is there a difference between 2 generations? What should I do? Wait a minute, is this? The scene switches to where the old man Robert is watching. There's a cat walking meow. Someone is lying on the floor. Food and drink are all spilled out and no one knows that someone is not well. At that moment, Robert had hacked into a camera on a device there. This angle can see him lying on the floor. Anthony, sir, hey. Sir, what's wrong with you? If you have a life, hold on, don't die. Let me see the nearest police station. Robert is calling the police. So he found a car with 2 policewomen chatting with each other. Can Anthony hear it? Is it 110 or not? No, right? Hello? 911, Anoman fan from Interhouse next to you. Hello 911, there's an old man in a coma in the house next to you. An old man in a coma in the house next to you? What are you talking about? How can it be? Can you hack into our internal network? But he's a quantum physics professor at Trump University. Payne Anthony Peter, sir, right. The owner of that physics medal. Speak English. Can you speak English? Don't understand. Frank wants urgent but forgot English? How to say don't ask why I know. Hurry up, save him. Jen said him hurry up and save him. At least before Mr. Liu returns, keep his life for him. On the police side they arrived at Robert's request. This is it. In summary, we should first go check it out a bit. What? Aren't you guys patrolling another area? Someone hacked into our radio station and said there was a professor here who was in a coma. What hacked into such a large area? A moment later 2 more police cars and an ambulance arrived. What happened to this ambulance? Could it be that our radio station was also? OMG, this guy called us all here. I hope he knows what he's doing, huh? I'll go check it out. Hello, is Anthony home? We are the police, do you need any help? The policewoman looked through the window and saw someone in a coma. Oh my God, it's true, someone is really unconscious. Quick, break down the door. Doctor, sir, are you okay? You've lost consciousness. Hurry up and take him to the hospital, luckily it's still in time. Who is it after all? So he can do it to this level. What about the hacker? And what about the hacker? Let's deal with it later. You're lucky, you're lucky. It's probably saved your life. I have to quickly report to the boss so he knows what's going on. Anton Peter, 18 years old, has independently researched 2 fields of quantum physics, superconductivity and supersolidity. He has done outstanding workmanship. Everyone thinks that his superconductivity aspect has revolutionary value. Heart disease, why sir? The incident suddenly happened. Although I helped Professor Anthony call the police and ambulance, the situation seems not very optimistic. The top physicist will bring humanity truly into the universe of life. Such talent must be obtained. Here, it is true that the club needs talent and must immediately go to the United States to persuade him to join us. But sir, people from Tran's family may come here soon to pay their respects. If you're not here, I'm afraid it's true. I forgot for a while. On the contrary, I can send Bang Hao again. But as an ordinary person, how can you persuade a quantum physics professor? Ha sir, where are you going? Dr. The's laboratory, Mr. Liu is here. Sir, you came just in time. Hurry up, come here and see this. Oh, Dr. Do you have any new progress? Sir, on the contrary, there is no such room. Medical division into viruses and immunology support each other. Previously I studied an experiment in the cell division process. There was a mutant cell that caught our attention. I named it New Mutant C-shaped virus. In experiments with mice, this cell increased the activity of mice, strength and speed, appetite increased, but there were other reactions. In a short period of time they will release energy, then their bodies will quickly collapse and finally die. Sir, I want to ask you something. I want to ask you if you can set up a time-accelerated space in the laboratory. Is there any intention to cultivate in a time-accelerated space that can be cultivated in the shortest possible time? Mice adapt to our new mutant C-shaped virus cells, and we can select the most suitable pair of subjects through this screening for further research. Mr. That is not a top-level talent who can think of my brain power room time ability like this. Although the time room has been authenticated by me, it also proves Dr. The's extraordinary sense of smell and sensitivity. National treasure is national treasure. Can this be done, sir? Your request must be met even if it is not met. Sir, have you really completed it? This is also too fast. I just proposed a guess, Dr. I promised him that I would do everything he asked for. Thinking about the time room related to this can't be leaked out. Let's look at the finished product here. Wait for me to unlock it with my eyes and confirm that the eye membrane is complete. Welcome, Mr. Liu. Mr. Liu's security door is about to open. Inside there is a self-made time device. Is this the time room? It's unbelievable that you can do it so easily. Under the influence of time acceleration, the new mutant C-shaped virus has a 5-fold increase in speed. For now, mice are adapting well. Oh my God, this is simply like the scene of creation in the 21st century. There is this research of mine that simply has divine assistance. But having said that, Mr. Liu's ability is already divine power. Mr. Do you know Professor Anthony Peter? Anthony E.O. You mean he has to too? I want to recruit him, but I need something to prove myself first. Can you help me with this? What kind of self-proving thing? Mr. Liu, I have something. Cancer cells in a well-nourished environment can divide indefinitely while normal cells have a limit of 54 divisions in a glass bead. This technology carries cells separated from a cancer cell. Sir, you should know how to use it well. Mr. Liu took the time box and gave the virus 5 times the time acceleration. Really beautiful, not as good as. I'll borrow a flower to offer to Buddha. Switch scenes to the secretary of the main character and 2 names playing cards. So I'll play it, 10JQKA all over J wins again. Haha, say it like this, there's no problem, right? Please go ahead, hum, it's all your good intentions, Robert Wong Jia. Then there was an announcement from the phone. It was Sir in the app declaring the mission. Previously it was always Sir himself declaring the mission for us personally. Now why is it right? What happened? After speaking, Mr. Liu opened the door and walked in because I just added an employee survey mode. This mission must rely entirely on yourself. Haha, check if I have something to deal with. So I can't personally go to the United States to invite Aunt Tony, sir. What you want to do is how to make this top quantum physicist believe that our organization has enough ability to extend his life and use this understanding, Sir Robert. You were very handsome this time and responded flexibly. What do you want to reward? Just open your mouth, ha. Really, why? I want to ask you for some money to buy some things to build a primary supercomputer. Supercomputer? So, but not cheap. You really know how to choose, ha. How much do you want? Really 500, no 300 million yuan should be enough, right? Okay, really big numbers, huh, joking what? I'll give you 10 million, always use the best stuff, sir. Can you take this opportunity to do a little survey on your business trip? Based on what I know, some high-end accessories can be customized. No, no, no. I don't want to go on a business trip. I don't want to go out. I don't want to see people. You know me. I just see a trach nom who doesn't go out, right? Mr. Let Missy do it when we look for her materials. I know her best. She studied abroad, and she also passed level 8. If so, Mr. If it are not convenient, let me do this. Hi, I can only do that, but I'm not very comfortable with a girl like her in a foreign land. The United States is not like the domestic. It's not very safe, Mr. De Ten Bang Hao. I have never taken a female student to play before. I can't beat them, I can't scold them, this team of 5 is not easy to take, I still stay by your side. Hey, what are you thinking? This business trip is led by Yan Nok, you are in charge of her safety, and some important books. You have to listen to Yan Nok. Well, this time you have asked for a lot of favors, to serve little Robert, this bastard's journey has been arranged satisfactorily. This time you are far away from me, you must be careful, Mr. Rest assured, we will definitely do this well. In this glass ball there is a special cancer cell, give it to Professor Anthony to see, he will understand it clearly. Mister, this time I rely on the two of you, I hope you will return victorious. Mister, this is the move of the Tran family that Robert got. They are about to arrive in Motto, but the first thing they do is to listen to the news related to the Tran Brothers Club. They are very smart to the outside. They suppress the news of being assassinated and secretly go to Motto. They can not only observe the movements of the parties in the dark but also conveniently suppress those who have ulterior motives with themselves. Really vicious enough, Mister. Why don't I go and warn them a little bit? Don't rush, first observe them, if they are smart enough. I am still very willing to cooperate with smart people. You back off first. Yes, Mister. What you are most worried about right now is actually the small team outside of us who are named for the mission of bringing Mr. Anthony Peter, the famous physicist from the United States, back home. The prop for the mission is a glass ball containing cancer cells that divide 5 times faster than normal cells. Reward points for the mission: 500 points per person. This time, it's up to you to earn the reward. Miss Dam, Professor Anthony is in Ward D, room 502. After falling, Professor Anthony suffered a pelvic hemorrhage and many other organs in his body have weakened. You need to be aware of the time. We have arrived. Okay, good luck. Excuse me, who are you? I haven't heard of Anthony meeting Professor Anthony. That thing, 3G consequences of being good at English, sorry. Excuse me, I am Professor Anthony's graduate student. When I heard that he was ill, I flew back here directly from abroad. Oh, that's so sweet and intimate. Mr. Peter, is your student here to visit you? My student? This girl came empty-handed, but it's okay. Professor Anthony, do you know Mr. Tang Chiu Tui? Another doctor came outside and was about to enter the ward but was stopped by Bang Hao. What the hell? No. Chinese people know it. I don't speak much Chinese. As for that old man Tang, I heard he passed away a while ago. It's really a pity, isn't it? The professor's death is just an excuse for outsiders to hear. How can it be? He's 102 years old, isn't he? This has nothing to do with age. This small gift is from Dr. The for you. What? What is this, a gift for me? Next, you will see something very interesting that will shock even you. This is a cancer cell, but its division rate is too fast. Can this be due to the new nutrient solution? But this division rate is too fast. Is this Dr. The's research? But this can't be possible, you are a physicist and can make bigger assumptions than this. No way, this cannot be made on Earth. This is definitely not human civilization that can be achieved. Dr. The just extracted complete cells, and the force inside to calm you down is my boss's masterpiece. Your boss? Who is he in the end? Have you heard of the long-lived man? When we were young, we studied a problem called Rumi reversal and those studies of reversing time. We tried to combine 2 laws of physics, Boltzmann's thermodynamics and Newton's mechanics, but it was difficult to find practical cases in real life. But now we finally see it. This place contains Mr. Lu's longevity power. Could it answer our doubts over the years? Miss Dam, please take me to meet Mr. Liu Bang Hao. Are you serious? Oh no, it's not easy to borrow from Truong CA like this, it's too obvious already. Why don't you wear a mask? Oh my god, aren't these old Americans all not wearing masks? Hey boy, I'm listening, hey you. Oh my god, is that Mr. Tony there? Sir, what are you doing? You should be in bed, sir, what are you doing here? Are you disguised like this again? He just wanted to go to the bathroom. She's not stupid, she just won't trust him absolutely. It seems that she can only be subdued a little bit. No matter what, we can't do that. Don't force me to call the police, it's not good. There was a shooting in a nearby neighborhood recently. The police informed us that we need to prepare for an emergency quickly. Oh my god, I'm coming. Oh my god, I'll be right there. The two of you quickly take the patient back to his room. Okay, I know. Isn't it a country with a pure population? It seems that even the goddess of luck maintains my decision, haha. Next, the two of you will probably have a plan of action. Mr. Tony, don't you feel that this shooting is a coincidence? Bang Hao, you mean the phone call just now? Of course, it was Robert playing tricks. He is actually in cahoots with the police's internet assassin, Gian Dam. How could I not know? I am the leader. At that time, she was busy talking about official business with Anthony. I naturally took care of this small matter. Over here, taking the elevator is faster. They ran to the parking lot and suddenly a car drove up in front of them. Miss Dam, we are here, the plane has been arranged, we can take off immediately when we arrive, let's go. Perfect Anth, Oni has entered our bag, don't be complacent, the job is not over yet, we can't leave any traces, understand sir, I guarantee they will evaporate from the world. In addition, Vin Ra's plane has arranged medical equipment to go, Anthony's physical condition is not optimistic, we don't want him to have any accidents. On the way, Boss Luong said that listening to Vin's family can be considered as a representative, and Tone just needs to get on the plane and it's hard to die. Very good, this time you cooperated perfectly. Yes, wait for them to come back. Has Truong Hu Jiao moved? Mr. had a car drive to us, it seems that Tran's brothers can really track down here, their tactics are not bad for them to enter. The two Tran brothers came and Truong Hu stopped them, they got out of the car and both sides looked at each other. Last time, thanks to Mr. Lu's help, my two brothers came to buy Fong and Tran T's family was 9 peaks in one word. Mr. has been waiting for a long time but others are not allowed in. This time Vin's family really helped a lot, go back and convey my thanks to Mr. Vin Luong. Yes sir, then I won't bother you anymore and go back here. What is he? A runner who is so arrogant. Huh? Why does he look familiar? What about you? That person looks very familiar. He just looked at Vin's people ... Then they went to meet protagonist Mr. People are here, Mr. Liu, how are the two of you doing? Has the wound healed yet? You need to rest more. What's going on? Before at the hospital, he exhaled like death but now he's still one person right? Hello Mr. Liu, thanks to your blessing this time I came here to pay off the debt of buying longevity that was agreed upon before. Vannon brought it out here, yes there are 800 million in here according to your request. Although I gave you guys a year for your bodies to recover but your remaining time isn't long either. The two of you only have 360 days left of life. What? Sir, where did we go wrong? We accept any request. Really can't negotiate? I think you guys misunderstood. Money here is just a means of transaction. If you want more longevity then you have to work hard yourself, right? Money is not the only door to becoming a long-lived person here. Be proactive in completing tasks and strive for higher levels, okay? Today we say goodbye first and convey our words to Mr. Liu that we will come again another day. The two of you be careful, I don't know how to address you guys properly. The club has regulations that employees are not allowed to disclose their information on their own initiative, this is a rule. Aha, it's because I'm suddenly sick, so goodbye from Choma Keitha. Mr. Liu is not as arrogant as him. If it weren't for his boss I would have shot him myself. This organization cannot be underestimated. I'll be a little more humble for you, don't lose big because of small things. Yes, I know, brother. Are you investigating if it's strong yet? Yes, boss. The person you feel familiar with is the guard next to Mr. Vin, and the big name earlier only knew that he was a Special Forces soldier before, and the information of the Special Forces could not be investigated. The Vin family is also a Special Forces family. Boss, what should we do next? We must thank that assassin. Now, although it costs money to live, we can get real longevity in return. Moreover, even the Vin family has joined in, and other members must have a busy schedule. Next, let's try to contact the members of the club. If we can establish a relationship with them, then the day when the Tran family grows stronger is just a matter of time. This is a relationship that no amount of money can buy. Now it seems that what you and I have received is not just a bullet but a fate given by heaven. The Vin family, Mr. Liu, highly praised your dispatch of private jets. Especially, please convey my thanks to you for the club's longevity business. It must be done with all our strength. How can it be regarded as a child's play? Haha. I saw the news that there are new members joining the club, numbers 131 and 132. The task of the new member number 131 is that the club needs a new place to establish a high-tech science and technology development zone. It requires numbers 131 and 132 to cooperate and execute, provide a factory area, an exploration area, an office building, and a laboratory. The task reward is 1,000 points per person and the difficulty level is intermediate. But the task reward is not low. According to the members' promotion requirements, as long as the new member's task is successful, we can directly upgrade to level 1 member and probably exchange for 1 year of lifespan. That's it, I'll arrange it right away. Wait, before that I want to visit our old predecessors first. Definitely. Anyway, in the rules we signed with the club there is no prohibition on internal communication between members. The old man of the Tran family sent someone to say that he wanted to come to visit you. Quick action. They said how come people only said 2 words longevity? Oh, notify the equipment guys to receive guests together. 2 old men have something they don't understand. Oh, please speak up, why do you insist? When I hear the 2 words longevity, I will definitely agree to meet you guys. A few days ago my brother and I went to see Mr. Liu and saw an extremely talented guard. Anyway, there are only a few famous people in this industry. We were also curious about whose person he was, so we took advantage of it to investigate. Unexpectedly we found your place. Only powerful forces like the Vin family can find such talents. Haha, this is also the Tran family's style of work. You really are like what people say on the street, looking down on us. This old man clearly understands but pretends to be confused. Mr. Vin has no intention at all. If there is anything offensive, please forgive me. You don't need to block me anymore, just say it straight. Mr. Vin is really decisive. As you know, our business is mostly abroad and our domestic foundation is very limited. Many things are wrong and I still need to talk about your new member's task. Yes, still let me speak straight. My brother and I need to spend some time on our task. The reward that the gentleman gives us is 1,000 points per person. Their new member's task has such a high reward. So you mean that my Tran family's foundation is still limited and not enough to complete the task and motto? So I represent the Tran family to make a request to the Vin family. We can form an alliance and serve the gentleman better together and go on the real path of longevity together. Haha, the Tran brothers are really bold, but this matter concerns the future prosperity of my Vin family. This matter will wait for us to discuss and then reply to the 2. So my brother and I are waiting for good news from Mr. Vin. It seems that the Tran brothers have great ambitions and are a bit troublesome. The gentleman only needs 1 sentence from you, right? This time there is no need for violence instead. I convey my words to the Vin family and tell them to do whatever they want. At the same time, I am very happy that they timely delivered the recorder to me clearly, sir. As for these 2 brothers, we have to be smart. Your lifespan is still long. There is a car coming to the club and the people in the car get off or Bang Hao returns. It's good to be home. Mr. Anthony, have we arrived? The house is really luxurious. Mr. Raptor, do you remember me? Old friend, you are. A few years ago we met at a life science conference. You look too young, haha, it's a long story. What happened to you like this? Too crazy. I thought you had. I have many issues to discuss with you, Mr. Raptor. I have to interrupt you too with your current situation. Hurry up and see the gentleman, okay? It's really unexpected that I'm really here. The scene in that necklace and the resurrection of that guy, if it's true then he must be a god. Mr. Raptor, please come in now. There is a Chinese saying, right, if you have come then rest assured go ahead. Mr. Liu, Mr. Raptor has had a hard time on the road. Is this small gift for you satisfactory? It's him, he's a bit young, His name is Anyone Jector, 81 years old with 3 days left of lifespan, 21 hours 18 minutes and 33 seconds. This is my lifespan, It seems that you arrived just in time. If not for a few more days your next heart attack will take your life here. Listen to the main character say, so he bowed down before the main character. This is magic. Does this kind of power really exist in this world? I am really. My situation here must have been told by Miss Dam on the way, right? How after signing the contract you are officially a member of the Longevity Club, of course. If you agree, he started signing his name on the contract. Okay, welcome to the Longevity Club, longevity person, Mr. Raptor. And next, please accept it, Mr. Liu. We can talk later. Anyway, people still have a lot to say. Our club is gradually developing, more and more people come, but there's also a little problem gradually emerging there, which is the difference in knowledge level between me and these technical staff. Even if I hold complete supernatural powers, listen, don't understand, also can't resist. It seems that it's time to search for and develop smart talents for the club, then go out and search, sir. Currently, there are 3 people who meet your smart talent conditions. Please take a look. These 2 people are both senior consultants and professors who usually work in foreign offices. They are old and seriously ill. They can directly use time as a condition to exchange for their loyalty. There's another person whose situation is a bit different. His name is Du Due Man, born in Vu Ti, 47 years old, Vice President of Jiao Van University, in the Department of International Relations, a doctoral consultant professor, in charge of strategic foreign research, researching the field of international political systems and political culture, international diplomacy. Every international relationship between big countries and foreign policies favors this female artist named Du. Her resume is actually more powerful than the other 2. But she seems young and healthy, unlike the type of person who needs to extend their life in reality. The person who needs to extend their life is her daughter. What? Daughter? A few years ago, Du Due Man's husband died in a car accident, leaving only a 5-year-old daughter named Hong Tin Hien. Du Due Man loves her children very much, but not long ago her daughter was diagnosed with malignant brain cancer. She began to gradually withdraw from her job just to take care of her daughter wholeheartedly. If my mother could be like that, it would be great, not bad to send these materials to me. Has the boss decided to target them yet? Let's assume so. Right, these 2 days you screened and selected some customers who need money from me. Currently there are more and more members and I am also forced to start buying time. Then yes boss, then take it to the restaurant to meet customers. The owner gives a bowl of pork noodles. Owner, my part, hurry up, here you are, that Mr. NAC, right? I heard you can give me money. How long have these 2 people not taken a bath? My name is Liu. You can call me Mr. Liu. I have been a businessman for thousands of years. I have been traveling in this world. Okay, don't act anymore, just say it straight. Don't you want to give me money? How much money can you give me? Simply put, I will withdraw a certain amount of lifespan from you, then pay you some money calculated in years as units. People with money like you guys really know how to play, Okay, then how much is 1 year of my life worth? Is it worth $10,000? Robert, why did you find someone like this? This person, there is not only one person like me in this world. Eating, it is fun. When I run out of money, I go to work for $200 or $300. When I make money, I go to the internet cafe and play for a while. When I'm hungry, I eat fast food for $10 or save up for a few days and go to the bathhouse and sleep comfortably there. How much money can someone like me exchange for? Just say it straight, I won't bargain. Understood. There are 300,000 bricks here, which is the price of 1 year of your lifespan. 300,000, playing for real, huh? Am I not dreaming? Let me see. Don't rush to take the money first. I have to take your lifespan first. How do I take your lifespan? Then make him float, screaming, then fall down. Your lifespan I have taken. Oh my God, what is this? My lifespan has really been taken away. Is this person dead? I originally thought it was just a meal, but didn't expect it like this. But being able to encounter something unexpected like this, sir, sir. Based on the agreement, the money in this card is yours now. Selling lifespan, Why didn't I meet you earlier, Not sleeping under the bridge anymore and can play at the internet cafe for a long time. Mr. Liu, you are really a living bodhisattva. Actually, you can take this money and do a little small business to live a stable life. Wouldn't that be better? People like me have no dreams or requirements. Just having a little more money to enjoy is enough. Look at those people outside, they risk their lives and in the end, aren't they still dying of illness? First, I will go find a high-end bathhouse. It's been a long time since I took a bath, heh. Wait for me to spend all the money, I will come to find you. You don't understand how much lifespan you have left, you don't need it at all, I don't want to spoil the atmosphere. See you later, Mr. Liu, ha 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 ha. In front of me, this person can't show any majesty at all. Fortunately, there is no need to recruit him and leave. Maybe now there is capital to save that little girl. So today's experience is not too bad. Today I finished writing the analysis report and will send it to you. At that time, we can talk more specifically in the time file. Yes, I will take her for a checkup at the hospital. The specific situation is still unknown. I just hope it's not too bad. She finished speaking and looked at her daughter with tears in her eyes. The little girl was sitting on the chair waiting for her mother. Director, this is my daughter, her tumor has become malignant. Director, there really is no way, Clearly she has undergone a lot of chemotherapy. She has suffered so much pain. Is there no effect at all? Director, even if it costs any amount of money, I don't care. As long as she lives, I am willing to sacrifice everything. Miss Du. I can understand your mood, but even the top cancer experts abroad are not sure enough to perform skull-opening surgery on your daughter. Now we can only do our best to control the disease situation so that she can happily go through this last journey. Mom is really slow. She said she was going to buy cake, but Mom. It's so tiring, it's really more hateful to queue up at the hospital than on the train. Uncle, are you also having a headache? Hitting a strange person is really a bit of a headache. Speaking of which, recently my headaches have been getting worse and worse. The doctor said it was because the medicine and virus were fighting each other and the condition was improving. It's just a pity that all my hair has fallen out and temporarily I can't go to school, but looking at me like this is really cool. I don't need it, this is not my style. Wait until I grow up, I have to have long hair, and wear beautiful skirts too. Named Hong Tin Hien, 5 years old. Remaining lifespan is 3 months 19 days 21:43, like Snow White Princess. Wait until then, that's right, this style doesn't suit me. Try giving me a small magic gift, Hien, oh Mom. Who are you? What do you want with my daughter? Hien came here with Mom. What's going on? What's going on suddenly around here? Why is this person in front of me, completely different from the phenomenon around? Hien is motionless, Not motionless but extremely slow. Miss Du. I have no malice, you can control time, right? What? Her observation ability is too amazing, can you control time? Too good, this is the talent I need. What is your ultimate goal? I warn you, don't touch my daughter. The reality is the opposite, I can save your daughter's life and make her like a normal person, safe and healthy to go through this life. If he can really save Hien, I am willing to pay all the price to exchange for this opportunity. What do I have to pay for? Miss Du doesn't need to be in a hurry. I really admire your knowledge and character, so I will never do anything that violates your intentions. Don't touch it. His name is Hong Tin Hien, 5 years old, with a remaining lifespan of 3 months 19 days 2113. Those 3 months are Hien Hien's remaining time. In fact, you can imagine this time as an extraordinary headhunting act. Hien Hien's lifespan has been extended for 1 year. This year's time is taken by me in my personal capacity and given to Hien Hien as a meeting ceremony. Although it cannot cure the girl's illness, 1 year of health for a girl is also a very happy thing. You just mentioned headhunting. Do you want me to work for you? I want you to work for the Longevity Club. The Longevity Club, longevity people, we exist so that longevity people can live better and protect the earth from being destroyed by narrow-minded people. Today you can come here and speak clearly. You already have my information in your hands. So surely you know that there are things that even if you use my daughter as a betting card, I will not respond. On this point, you can rest assured that the Longevity Club welcomes you to observe reality. If it is not an eye-catching method, this club is absolutely a transcendent force, realistic, a mysterious organization containing time power. But I want to preserve the head and restore normality. Mom looked quickly. My hair wasn't dreaming. Just now there was an uncle who said he wanted to make magic for me. He must have done it. It's too great. I'm starting to like him. Oh my God, Miss, you forgot to take this x-ray film. Hello uncle, can I be discharged today? Hien Hien, is there any discomfort? First, don't make trouble answering Mom. Wait for chemotherapy. Hasn't it started a period of time already in the hair of this child? Director, please do another check for my daughter. Comprehensive examination. Professor, I have heard of your great name for a long time and am very happy that you have made a decision. Sir will definitely be very happy. I haven't responded to any of your situations yet. What do you want? For now we are still just a club, but with talents like you joining in waves we are the exploiters of this world. Miss Do Life, follow me. The door opens revealing a noble smelling room in front of me, a really beautiful place. This material requires a large amount of clinical data as a basis, but your point of view is very correct. The basic project must be careful to be okay. How does Miss Dam look today? Hien Hien is motionless. Not motionless but extremely slow. Miss Do. Your breathing method is very effective for motion sickness. Mr. Liu's guest has arrived. Is he in the room? Sorry, I didn't pay attention. It's probably in the library at this time. This must be our person. Hello sir, I came here just to wait. How come this person looks like Dr. The? He's not already. No, it can't be for sure, it's just similar. Do Professor, let's go see Mr. Liu. Okay, but the more I look, the more similar it is. Let's try calling his name. Mr. The, really that day you were still alive. Tell me to go see Mr. Liu and sit and talk to each other for a few minutes. So your death is just a trick. It's unbelievable. I even attended your funeral. Before clearly telling them not to make a big deal. As a result, students from all over the country ran over to see my funeral with their own eyes. It can also be considered a strange thing in life, Can the Longevity Club allow such unimaginable things as anti-aging and rejuvenation? He directly admitted it. It seems that everyone is talking very happily. Sir, yes sir, you came at the right time. Regarding the mutated virus issue, I cough still let sir entertain guests first. No problem doctor, that is just in time. Take this opportunity for Professor Du to have a better understanding of us. We are trying to solve the phenomenon of mutated virus shackles on white mice even more, and this reaction is still continuing, but during this process we have new discoveries. This is a new hemostatic material from the body of Tai the worm Kai, temporarily named Ta. This material, even if there's blood on the outside, can easily stick on, and moreover, its adhesion ability is also very good. Commonly speaking, it can stick on skin, cartilage, even arterial glue 5-ion ethyl os or English compound. This biological material is undoubtedly like existing in black technology. It can even change the basic hemostasis experiment from over 100 years ago. Verification is Tang Chiu Tui, not wrong. Dr. The willingly told outsiders that he died. He also wants to join here, taking the personality of the old man out. He came to see this club, absolutely not a garbage place. Interesting. Mr. Liu actually is Tang's intention, although this requirement is a bit exaggerated. I still want to express a little bit. We want to build an additional level 2 laboratory, convenient for quickly entering the clinical stage. Antone Jector. How many professors and top scientists like Dr. The and Antone have gathered in this longevity club? Expanding the laboratory is no problem, but what I value most is still the mutated virus. After all, that young man has great ambition, or maybe he really is the key to unlocking humanity's evolutionary step. If so, it's not just about letting Hien continue to survive, it's that simple. Mr. Liu listened to these two presentations. I have some opinions on how to invite members. The protagonist was surprised when he heard her call him boss. I am very willing. Congratulations, Professor Du. From today you will officially become employee number 6 of the club. Longevity feels really magical and feels like being filled with some kind of force. If you violate the contract, the penalty terms written above are not a joke. Professor Du, are you still well? I now need to explain in detail to you about the current development situation of the club. You need to slow down a bit, don't shout. If you have accepted a position or something, I will also do my best to take charge. Ms. Du said there was no need. If I have accepted this position, I will try my best and take as much responsibility as possible. I will listen to what Mr. Li has to say. After hearing Mr. Li's words, Ms. Du was astonished. In the hospital, she had been looking for information about this club, but she didn't expect their system to be so well developed. This is the task Mr. Li gave me, and it's also an opportunity for me to show my talent. If I can't answer completely, I might be considered second-rate. Ms. Du said, indeed, I have a few thoughts as follows. At present, the club's development direction is quite correct. Whether it's about development direction or longevity, these two main factors cannot be changed. But there are loopholes in the details. First of all, we need to build a framework for the organization. What we are going to do now is to reorganize the name, member system, and staff. We need to clarify the club's policy, including its principles and the structure of the club, which includes cognitive structure, membership system, and admission terms. Inviting members, all of this can be called culture, the core of the club. I think the club has a future, but it must also have a past. So we need to create a system that shows how the club has developed or emerged over thousands of years. This will provide a solid foundation for outsiders looking at the club. After hearing Ms. Du's thoughts, Mr. Li thought he had indeed found the right person. She is indeed a professor who studies organizations and human relations, and her thoughts are very deep. Just based on her thoughts just now, she could pass the test. At this point, Ms. Du made her suggestion about inviting members, which could also be changed a bit. Previously, the way to join the club was for you to sell them longevity and then invite them in. We can choose one person from among them as the center to come to them and provide information about the club and their world. For example, if a pill can prolong life, they can experience it directly. Or we can choose more members. Hearing this suggestion, Mr. Li thought that having a representative would save energy and speed up the process compared to the old way. Mr. Li thought this suggestion was very good. Then Ms. Du continued talking about buying longevity. She wanted to invite Dr. The and Anthony to join in and see if it was feasible. Mr. Li with his glasses on said, for example, let Ms. Du adjust her state and ask you, with Professor Anthony's knowledge and Dr. The's ability plus your ability, can we create a time bank? Mr. Li wants to create a new world again, then freely take time from them just now. Ms. Du's idea of creating a time bank surprised Mr. Li very much. If you could be bolder, could you use time to create a new world? Hearing this, Mr. Li was stunned that her thoughts were exactly like his own. Ms. Du continued, I think that many years later, when the club is strong enough, we probably won't need to hide anymore. Even openly, within the world scope, we can create a public time bank. With the whole world, we will buy time. Everyone can choose to sell their lifespan to us, thus getting money. Of course, these assumptions all need to create a contract with detailed terms and conditions. Mr. Li was very interested in this time bank. At this point, Dr. The and Anthony also joined. Ms. Du asked them, with our current technical conditions, can we simulate a miniature sandbox of the Earth when it was first born? Both Dr. The and Anthony were sweating at this thought. Ms. Du continued, with our current genetic technology, along with bioengineering techniques, we might be able to encode a spore with a certain evolutionary direction. Could we open an evolutionary path for some creatures? Anthony said this was not practical, while Dr. The said, this thought is a bit too bold. At this point, Mr. Lee said, now I am very hopeful and authorize you two to analyze this matter. Can you come up with a feasible plan? This impractical explanation won't do. Dr. The and Anthony looked at each other. Anthony spoke first. The main elements that make up life appeared 6.6 billion years ago. After the Big Bang of the banking system, it created nitrogen and sulfur buffers, which were the first things to create life 3.8 billion years ago. On Earth, a stable geo formed and then began to give birth to the largest life-bearing entity. In the long time that followed, there was a complex evolutionary process in theory. In case there are conditions like Earth's, as long as we gather leading experts in all fields, we can simulate a small-sized sandbox. Dr. The believed that creating an evolving spore is a sacred field. Each person's genetic code determines everything about us. Through genetic coding techniques, we must be careful with life. But theoretically, indeed we can make this sandbox. After hearing Anthony and Dr. The's analysis, Ms. Du put forward her thoughts. So when the conditions are ripe, can we create a suitable starting environment for life in this sandbox? Then through Mr. Lee's acceleration of time, create a group of miniature life forms. At that time, Mr. Lee will be the creator of this miniature world and can freely take time from those creatures. In other words, Mr. Lee can create time. Hearing this thought, Anthony said it was too crazy while Dr. The calmly said, but this plan can still be implemented. Mr. Lee, on the side, thought that this plan was very difficult. But when building a high-end laboratory, gathering experts from various fields together to try, plus his own time ability, the slow evolutionary process could end in a blink of an eye. Creating a perfect ecological environment world, he could take time from them, turning them into his own time bank. If it could really be implemented, then he would have infinite time in the future. Mr. Lee named this crazy plan as the World Creation Plan. Mr. Lee declared, this plan to create a world will become one of the core goals of the club. Before completing the plan, it will become the club's top priority task. All of us must strive for this goal. Second, the Black Technology Plan and the Bioengineering Project Plan are on par with each other. Start fundraising first. The club will provide the largest fund support. Hearing this, Dr. The and Anthony were excited. The last project is the Earth Environmental Protection Plan. All tasks must not destroy the environment, hoping in the long days to come to create a world that humans cannot achieve, and open up a new world. The meeting ended. Anthony walked out still shocked. This plan is too bold. Dr. The laughed and said, if it was before, I might think like you. But now I can fully accept Mr. Lee's plan. We were originally two old men about to die, but now we can still stand here and discuss. For someone who can control life and death, what is impossible? Hearing this, Anthony turned his head to look at Mr. Lee. Is this Mr. Lee a god who measures the world? At this point, Ms. Du asked Mr. Lee, if I am now a member of the club, do I need to give up all my social relationships? Mr. Lee said it was not necessary. Her situation was different from Dr. The's. It's fine as it is. Also, bring Hien Vien here tomorrow. She has been recognized now. I will extend Hien Vien's lifespan. Hearing Mr. Lee say this, Ms. Du breathed a sigh of relief. At this point, Mr. Lee wanted to discuss the representative position with her. Mr. Lee took out a set of documents and said, these are documents about my friends. You could say they are my main clients now. Before, I also thought about choosing one of them as a representative, but I kept hesitating. But now with your help, I can be more relaxed. After all, professional matters should be left to professionals. Ms. Du, what do you think? After Ms. Du finished reading the documents, she chose Mr. Vin because he is very famous both domestically and internationally, has a wide range of relationships, and his words carry weight. Under the current conditions, he is the best person, but the specific situation still needs to meet the real person. Mr. Lee was very satisfied with her carefulness in work. He said, "From now on, personnel matters will be handled by you." Then Mr. Lee intended to transfer power to her while the most important time would still be held in his hands, thus consolidating his own position. The scene shifted to Mr. Vin's house 2 days later, where Mr. Lee planned to hold a birthday party and invited Mr. Vin to participate. But it seemed they cared more about Mr. Vin's health. Mr. Vin laughed and said, "He must be curious about what kind of elixir I ate to be like this." The man next to him said, "Or let's refuse on the pretext after all the identity of Mr. Lee." Mr. Vin said no, so it will make them more suspicious. At this point, Damien Knock called, wanting him to come to the club base. Once he hung up, Mr. Vin was suspicious. If it was a normal task, then Mr. Lee would report in the group. This was the first time he called them over. The man next to him panicked and said, "Don't tell me we met the Tran family, so they want to punish us. If he gets angry, will we end up like Chao Han Duong?" Mr. Vin said he had sent all the content of his conversation with the 2 Tran brothers to Mr. Lee. Then, in his heart, he would calculate whether it was a disaster or a blessing. "Just go, and you'll know." Seeing that Mr. Vin came so quickly, Mr. Lee was very satisfied. Then he introduced him to Ms. Du, saying, "This is Professor Ms. Du, she is the new advisor of the Longevity Club." Ms. Du greeted Mr. Vin, saying, "I've heard your name for a long time, now that I meet you in person, I'm very honored." Mr. Vin looked at Ms. Du, realizing that her knowledge and understanding were not like her external age. Then they started some polite conversation. Mr. Lee watched them talk and thought, good generals are eloquent and thoughtful. Knowing that he was dealing with an old monster in business, every sentence they said had no loopholes, full of probing but not losing politeness. Indeed, it was a high-level art. At this point Ms. Du signaled to Mr. Lee. He understood right away. He called Mr. Vin. "This time I invited you here actually because there is a very important task that I want to entrust to you." Hearing Mr. Lee say this, Mr. Vin knew he was getting into the main topic. Mr. Lee continued with Mr. Vin, "Do you want to represent the Vin family as the representative of the Longevity Club?" Hearing that Mr. Lee wanted him to be the diplomatic representative of the club, Mr. Vin was very surprised. Ms. Du explained, "Because the Vin family has been very influential in recent years, we chose you. We will give you a laboratory, which can be considered as a representative office, and at the same time announce to the outside world that the club's main goal is to research life-extending technology. Your task is to start advertising some nutritional medicines and various drinks on suitable occasions. These medicines can all extend lifespan, and they are exclusive products researched and developed by your laboratory." Mr. Lee thought he would readily agree, but Mr. Vin was silent for a while, then said, "I understand. This is a business with huge benefits. I can understand Ms. Du's intention, which is basically to let the Vin family attract a number of potential customers on behalf of you, then select potential customers and bring them to you." Mr. Lee said, "That's right, this is the job of a representative. What do you think?" Mr. Vin laughed and thanked Mr. Lee for his trust, but for this position, he needed to think about it. Mr. Vin's intention was clearly to refuse. Mr. Lee was puzzled by this answer. Ms. Du said next to him, "Actually, we didn't just choose you, because Mr. Lee strongly recommended you, mainly because of the historical background of the Vin family and your lifetime of business experience." At this point, Mr. Lee stood up and said, "Mr. Vin, speaking from a personal perspective, I still hope you will accept this position. After all, I want someone I trust for the future development of the club." But Mr. Vin really feels embarrassed. "I can understand that too, you don't need to worry too much," Ms. Du said she would contact other candidates. At this point Mr. Vin laughed and said, "Indeed, I am short-sighted and did not understand Mr. Lee's painstaking kindness. If you don't mind, then I hope you will entrust me with this representative position. I will definitely not let down your expectations." With this answer Mr. Lee smiled and said, "Then I hope Mr. Vin will work harder in the future." After Mr. Vin left, Mr. Lee breathed a sigh of relief. He thought Mr. Vin would happily agree to accept it, but he still had to persuade Ms. Du. Couldn't help but sigh. He is indeed experienced. But when he saw the benefits, he immediately agreed. So we have to see if this person is trustworthy and whether he can participate in the club's affairs as a representative. If he can't stand firm in front of interests, then for us this kind of person is also a disaster. Mr. Vin has always balanced between profit and harm in his life. His way of dealing with people is also like doing business. A free meal can make the buyer really feel at ease. In reality, there must be give and take to truly become sincere. He wants Mr. Lee to feel at ease and trusting this position to him. Hearing Ms. Du's analysis, Mr. Lee felt that he was indeed cunning. At this point, Ms. Du made her suggestion. The club's strong development will lead to government officials' attention, which is a large part hidden under the ice. So we must establish a secret department for the club to continue developing secretly with this base. Mr. Lee felt that the suggestion to set up a secret base was very good. At this point, at Chow's house in Beijing, the police had noticed Mr. Lee, so they sent an investigator from their department. Seeing the investigator, Chow Hanjiang was so nervous that he couldn't speak fluently. The girl said straight out, "We came to find you because we want an item, specifically a videotape." Hearing this, Chow Hanjiang panicked. The girl continued that the videotape was from the day his younger brother was killed. Chow Hanjiang broke out in a cold sweat. "How do they know? Did someone leak it?" The girl sternly said, "Don't pretend anymore, you are actually very panicked." Chow Hanjiang heard this and pretended to be calm. The girl threatened, "If you continue to hide, it may involve your family." Chow Hanjiang was helpless and could only take out the tape. The girl took the tape and left. Seeing this, Chow Hanjiang quickly cut off relations with them. The girl turned her head and said, "Rest assured, Mr. Chow, we just want to know the truth, we are not interested in what you guys do." Looking at the departing figure of the group, Chow Hanjiang was still shocked and scared. Unexpectedly, his brother's affair had touched the Department of Zero. Chow Hanjiang suddenly thought, this is also good. There are friends in the Department of Zero. I don't have to do it myself. At this time the person in charge of the Department of Zero received the videotape. There is evidence now, only witnesses are missing. Then they found two guests of Mr. Lee. They were respectively sanitation worker Tran Ngoc Bin and taxi driver Ta Dai Hai. The man interrogated Ta Dai Hai. "We investigated that a few months ago your account suddenly received 1.3500.000 NDT. Can you explain its source?" Ta Dai Hai was shocked and said, "I have signed an agreement and cannot speak." Hearing about the agreement, the person in charge immediately sent his subordinates to ask Tran Ngoc Bin similar questions. Tran Ngoc Bin said, "I don't know anything at all, I just want my son to have enough money to study abroad." The girl threw documents on the table. Her son lied to her that he had registered for a study abroad exam when in fact he used that money to indulge in pleasure. After seeing what her son did, Tran Ngoc Bin cried and muttered, "Why did he deceive me? I sold my life for him." The person in charge saw this and started interrogating them again. After the investigation was over, the person in charge of the Department of Zero called a meeting. Before the meeting started, Lu Chuandong asked everyone to sign a confidentiality order. Hearing this, colleagues felt a bit too much. The man next to him said, "I have read this report already. The evidence all shows that it is a revenge killing. Solving the case is just a matter of time." Lu Chuandong pushed his glasses and said, I have a tape that has never been made public. It is a tape that records the scene where Chow Han Duong was killed that day. Let's talk after watching this. At this point, in the club, Mr. Lee and Ms. Du were discussing the development of the club. Robert said, "Mr. Lee, I'm afraid we're in big trouble this time. Someone is investigating us on a large scale. The target is all customers who have ever sold longevity. Their accounts all show signs of being investigated because that money is not commensurate with their salary. The most important thing is that these people were all questioned at the same time. What's terrifying is that the time difference is not more than 2 minutes." Hearing this, Mr. Lee asked who was investigating us. Any clues? Robert panicked and said these people don't exist at all. Hearing this, Mr. Lee understood if even Robert couldn't crack it, then the police had noticed us. Ms. Du asked who are they. Mr. Lee sighed and said the day has come because I was too careless from the beginning. I didn't think about hiding myself because I was very small then, but now it's different. Once noticed by the secret department, not only will my information be dug up, but if not handled quickly, I'm afraid it will involve my staff. Mr. Lee suddenly remembered something. This investigation may be related to Chow Han Duong. Hearing about Chow Han Duong, Ms. Du was startled. Mr. Lee said it needs to be done. Even though it's against the rules, I stubbornly carried out this matter. The consequences were obvious. Hearing Mr. Lee say that, Ms. Du thought to herself, if it was a psychic saying that, there could be a way to solve the problem. Then she spoke her mind. Even though this matter had been exposed to the public, it would surely attract the attention of special departments. I feel that this is a good opportunity for us to develop. After hearing what Mr. Lee said, my thoughts were similar to hers. No matter what, the police will not let us go. From the laboratory to the company, all are subject to their approval and support. We can be at ease. To develop here, we must rely on a peaceful and tranquil environment. So I have only one goal, which is to cooperate with the police. As for those threats, even if they are not suitable for use, we must hold them in our hands. The Zero Department is watching a video of the scene where Chow Han Duong was killed earlier. This dog is fine. A second later it died. The process took less than a second. Everyone was shocked after watching it. Lu Chuandong said that was the entire content of the videos. We discovered something very special and temporarily called it a. Next, we will slow down S by 10 times. After slowing down by 10 times, a figure appeared in the videos. Until the videos were slowed down by 64 times, the back of the murderer appeared in the videos. Everyone couldn't believe what they saw when they saw the scene. At this time, Lu Chuandong said that he had already verified that he had contacted several normal people and also had transactions. It is possible that it can control time and trade it. Although we don't know what his intention is to buy time, we have to say that he is very generous in his shots. The two interrogated people may not want to reveal his information because they received a large amount of money. Of course, it may also be due to the power of the covenant. Although I don't understand why this ability is on, it really happened. You who are present here are the highest level experts in various fields of society. The purpose of calling everyone here today is to describe a personality traits and attitude with everyone. I need to know whether A's impact on society is beneficial or harmful, whether it is beneficial to us or not, whether it can be eliminated from this world or not. The man explained. Hearing this, someone spoke up. I think this is not a question of difficulty or not, but impossibility. If it can trade lifespan, then there is a high probability, he continued. He may be able to see the remaining lifespan of human beings because he inferred that when elements that could affect his life appeared, he could clearly feel whether these customers were always under his surveillance or not. Lu Chuandong did not rule out this possibility, but when we contacted those customers, it did not act. The man watched the video again and we made a hypothesis about the movement state of this person under the condition that nothing was cut in the video. If he is here now, Chief Lu, can you and your special forces defeat him? The man asked. Hearing this, Lu Chuandong was dumbfounded. The man continued, "This is the intersection of two types of time, we can't touch it. Let alone defeat him now." An old bald man also expressed his opinion. Recently, a scholar proposed a concept of superfrequency thinking, which is to transmit information to human nerves at a very fast speed in a special way. From this, a state of superfrequency thinking is achieved, the speed of thinking increases, that is, the surrounding time will decrease. It can be said to be a variant form of prolonging lifespan, so it leads to speculation whether the collection of thoughts belongs to a high-level civilization or not, and A's ability is similar to this. The difference between high-level civilization and low-level civilization lies in technology or destructive power. In short, this ability can easily control everything and silently destroy our existence. Now we use all the techniques to destroy it, but when it has accelerated time by 100 times, we are standing still. From a certain angle, it can be said that we have no resistance. This is a one-sided war, the man concluded. Lu Chuandong said, "So your opinion is not to regard it as an enemy." The bald man is right, unless we also have similar abilities and resistance. Otherwise, we cannot restrain the other party. We can probe the other party's attitude first, if it is possible to develop him into our alliance. Isn't it better than making enemies? When the meeting ended, Lu Chuandong was about to send out the content of this meeting when he received a call from the bureau chief. Hearing that there was no need for further investigation, Lu Chuandong was very impressed. It was so hard and exhausting, but now it had to be transferred to others. The old ladder only needed to make a phone call and the Zero Department investigated. Mr. Lee had to stop. Mr. Lee was very surprised that Dr. The knew someone from the secret investigation team. Ms. Du said that Dr. The had many acquaintances, and with Dr. The as a contact point, we didn't have to worry about anything anymore. Mr. Lee worried about Dr. The's current identity being different and whether it would lead to unnecessary troubles. But after seeing Ms. Du smile, Mr. Lee was relieved. That's right, that's the most secure department anyway. At this time Dr. The called Mr. Lee back. "Mr. Lee, this person wants to talk to you." Ms. Du reminded him that this conversation was not natural and he should cherish it. Mr. Lee said he understood and took the phone to start probing. The man laughed and said, "Hello Mr. Lee, we have heard about you for a long time." Mr. Lee said, "I've been living very quietly recently and you still hear about me." The man asked back, "Really?" "I heard from the other party." Mr. Lee thought that indeed because of Chao Han Duong's matter they paid attention. At this time the man said, "As we see it, there are three types of people in this world: smart people, fools and ordinary people. Mr. Lee, we are very curious about which type you belong to." Mr. Lee thought for a while, then turned his head to look at Dr. The and Ms. Du, then said, "Although I'm not the type who admits I'm smart, but I'm also not a fool or traitor." Hearing this answer the man laughed. "Mr. Lee, you are a very strange person. I have a question I'm very curious about. If we challenge you, what percentage do you think you will win?" Mr. Lee said, "I haven't thought about this issue, but obviously, this is a war that is both laborious and strenuous." Speaking of waste, Mr. Lee asked the other party directly, "Do you need me to give you some time?" The man laughed. "Mr. Lee, you are very funny. But let's talk about the main thing now." Very quickly after that, Mr. Lee knew that he had reached a general agreement with the police. After hanging up, Mr. Lee sighed. "I have reached 4 agreements with the police. First, we will not disrupt the normal order of society. The other party will not interfere with our development. Second, facing members appearing with new identities, they will provide new legal identities. Third, if our news is known by a third party, they will be responsible for refuting and erasing related news. Fourth, perhaps what I am most interested in, related to the biochemistry and physics laboratory, the club can directly apply for establishment. They will definitely approve it." Hearing this good news, Old Tang and Ms. Du were very happy. Mr. Lee said, but all these things are conditional. It's not easy to hug an official's leg. When we have new research results, we have to give them priority. After hearing this, Ms. Du said that this is also good. Peaceful coexistence is what we want. Now we just need to stabilize and take one step at a time. In this way, the club can develop steadily in the country for a short time and we don't need to worry about anything anymore. At this time, Mr. Lee thought that although he had proved his existence in front of the police, mutual exploration, mutual respect and mutual benefit must be respected and implemented carefully. This is the principle of longevity in people's lives. Then Mr. Lee told Ms. Du to inform Vin's family that they could start working. The noble old man must join the club, but there will be many eyes watching them, so they can't rush it and tell Vin's family about it. The first step is to continue exploiting Shanghai. Ms. Du said, "I understand." Then he called Old Thing back and said that the club must welcome a new student. After solving the police side of things, Mr. Lee went to Dr. The's laboratory. He said that after many experimental studies he finally made the medicine Mr. Lee requested. This is an empty worm shrinking medicine made from biological materials. After drinking it will neither benefit nor harm and will not be digested. It will be fixed on the stomach so it cannot be excreted. After hearing Dr. The's introduction, Mr. Lee said, "It's perfect." Then he used his ability to increase the time of the pill by 5 times and decrease the surrounding time by 5 times. The scope is very small, so after separating it was quickly swallowed back by the outside speed of time. Mr. Lee was completely assured of Dr. The's loyalty, but to get the loyalty of outside employees, money alone was never enough. There had to be a small threat so that core members and outsiders would drink this harmless medicine. Normally it will not have any effect on the body, but once there is betrayal behavior, Mr. Lee only needs to reduce the range and time of this pill. It will suck up organ cells in a short time, becoming the strongest poison. At this time Mr. Lee called Dr. The back. "I want to meet your 3 newest assistants." Mr. Lee quickly met them. Mr. Lee said, "You guys have been here for a while now. You probably noticed something unusual about this lab. As for Dr. The's identity, you guys must also be suspicious." Hearing Mr. Lee say this, Dr. Nan sweated, although he always suspected, but this matter Mr. Lee just said it straight out. Then Mr. Lee pushed his glasses and said, "You all need to carefully consider what I'm about to say. This could potentially affect your future and your lives. I have 3 pills in my hand, and you can choose whether or not to take them. If you have never betrayed anyone, these pills are completely harmless. Of course, we are not using them to limit your lives, they are just a test of your loyalty. However, if you have done something you shouldn't have, these pills will become extremely toxic. Those who choose to take the pill will have their salaries doubled and may be promoted to represent the laboratory, gaining the rights of a representative. At the same time, they will be qualified to work on the development of the elixir of life. Those who choose not to take the pill can continue working at the company, but they will not be considered core employees. Given Dr. The's status, it's certainly inappropriate for him to put his name on those illustrious patents, so he will delegate that authority to the representative. Therefore, the representative will gain immense prestige and may even receive international awards. These are things that are hard for people to refuse. Now, you 3 can give your answers." The 3 of them looked at the pill for a moment. Dr. Chu, standing next to them, stood up and agreed. Mr. Lee extended his hand and said, "Please." Dr. Ku took the pill without hesitation and swallowed it. Dr. Chu was stunned by this. At this point, Dr. Nan also stood up and agreed. The old man was very pleased. Then, Dr. Nan swallowed the pill. Seeing the 2 of them take it, Dr. Chu thought they were crazy. At this point, Mr. Lee called him over. "Dr. Chu. Everyone else has made their choice, what about you? Swallow this pill and you can double your salary and achieve great accomplishments." Dr. Ku and Nan didn't hesitate at all and swallowed it down. Dr. Chu found it very suspicious because he came here for a high salary and didn't expect this to happen. Betrayal would turn into poison in this world? How could there be such a thing? They're just trying to scare us, right? Seeing his reaction, Mr. Lee laughed and said, "It's okay, you decide for yourself, we won't force anyone." Looking at the pill in Mr. Lee's hand, Dr. Chu was sure that they wanted them to take it so they could control them and monopolize their future research results. Those two were really brave to trust others so easily. Thinking about this, Dr. Chu smirked. "Let them be the guinea pigs first is fine too. As long as I have talent, won't there be opportunities in the future?" At this point, Mr. Lee asked him, "What is your decision?" Dr. Chu replied, "I'm sorry, I just want to earn money to support my family. As for other things, I'm afraid I don't have that kind of courage." Hearing his words, Dr. Lee was also surprised. He didn't expect anyone would refuse. Dr. Chu was embarrassed. "I'm sorry, Professor, I've disappointed you." Then he said to Mr. Lee, "Can I still continue working here?" Mr. Lee said of course he could, but he wouldn't be allowed in Lab 1 anymore. After that, Ms. Du asked Mr. Lee, "Why did you kick him out of Lab 1? Mr. Lee explained, "I welcome talents who serve me, but he has refused me. It's only natural that I ask him to leave the central area. It's a fair deal." Hearing Mr. Lee say this, Ms. Du thought it was good too. After all, our work must be kept strictly confidential. Anyone who doesn't do well in enlightenment work certainly won't be valued. Mr. Lee explained, "Now we're not hiding anymore. Facing external development, such things will continue happening. Perhaps those who are watching us won't decrease but increase instead." Ms. Du quickly expressed her opinion. "From now on, we need to train a team that works in secret, or you could say, operates in the shadows day and night. We will find a base abroad and secretly develop talent. In the light of day, we must ensure our survival. We cannot be too conspicuous. We must maintain a moderate profile. Moreover, since we have now exposed ourselves to the police, I suggest you form a special task force and use your abilities to enhance their capabilities in a short time." Mr. Lee felt this suggestion was very good, using the time room to create a team, but only when these people swallow the pill can they start training. Mr. Lee suddenly thought about buying time. This also needs to be accelerated, increasing the amount of time in stock, not only to meet the needs of those guests but more importantly for his own ability development. At this point, Ms. Du reminded Mr. Lee of something else. It's time to call the Vin family to start recruiting members. With mutual benefits, they will certainly be happy to help. Mr. Lee said, "Okay, how are they preparing during this period?" Ms. Du laughed and said, "Just one word from you, and they can start tonight." Mr. Lee said, "Great, let's get started." After receiving Mr. Lee's order, Mr. Vin began to do the representative's work. Today the Vin family welcomed two distinguished guests. Seeing the guests arrive, Mr. Vin went up enthusiastically to greet Mr. Vong. "It's been a long time since we last met. It's been several years since our last meeting, hasn't it?" The two guests don't blame us, Ma Dong and Vong Chin Hoa. Seeing Mr. Vin so enthusiastic, they were very shocked. "What's going on? He doesn't look like he's seriously ill at all." Then the three of them exchanged pleasantries. Vong Chin Hoa said, "Seeing you so healthy makes me feel at ease, Mr. Vin. I heard before that you were seriously ill." Mr. Vin said, "Is that so? Life is like a string of a musical instrument. Once it breaks, it's over. That seems like it just happened yesterday. We're not young anymore. Let's meet as much as we can. Who knows, one day we might not be able to meet again." Seeing Mr. Vin so spirited, Vong Chin Hoa voiced his doubts. "Mr. Vin, we are all people who are closer to earth than heaven. You are even older than us. But your current state is much better than ours. I'm very curious about how you did it." Mr. Vin laughed and said, "Saying that might make me live a few more years. Why are you two worrying? It's just that I've been taken care of better by my children and grandchildren. There's no such thing as longevity." Hearing the word longevity, Ma Dong and Vong Chin Hoa became even more suspicious. Ma Dong quickly asked Mr. Vin, Don't joke with us anymore. Anyone with eyes can see your state. You don't look like someone over 100 years old at all. In fact, you could even say you look much younger." After saying this, Ma Dong and Vong Chin Hoa fell silent. Mr. Vin sighed then. "Anyway, you two are also the best friends of the Vin family. I won't hide it anymore. Actually, recently I have been in contact with a secret life project laboratory. Currently they only serve the elites in the field. Moreover, their main project is prolonging life." Hearing that it was about prolonging life, Ma Dong and Vong Chin Hoa were shocked. Mr. Vin continued, "But this laboratory is very secret and has strict checks." Vong Chin Hoa quickly asked, "Mr. Vin, don't know if we can follow you to benefit?" Mr. Vin looked embarrassed as Ma Dong and Vong Chin Hoa both pleaded with him at once. Mr. Vin said, "All right then, since both of you already know, but whether it can be done or not still depends on whether both of you have the ability or not." After Ma Dong and Vong Chin Hoa left, the man next to Mr. Vin said, "Although Mr. Vong looks robust and comfortable, he has been observing carefully since he walked in. After you mentioned the pill, his reaction was very decisive. This is not a momentary impulse, but absolute trust in what you said." Mr. Vin laughed and said, "The pills Mr. Lee gave me are genuine and can prolong life. I am sure they will scramble for it. They have everything, so naturally they are more attached to the world than ordinary people." The Tran brothers have completed their new task and found the high-tech development research area that Mr. Lee needs. This place is located in the south of the city center with convenient transportation, next to the Biomedical Information Bureau. Mr. Lee was very satisfied and turned around to praise the two. Tran Van Ben bowed his head and said, "You're too kind. It's an honor for us brothers to contribute a little strength to the club." Mr. Lee smiled. Then, the brothers' phones rang, their new task was completed, and they got 1,200 accumulated points and successfully became first-level members. The Tran brothers were very excited. A rookie task could be upgraded to a member. "We can buy a year of life now." At this time, Mr. Lee congratulated the two but hoped that they would strive for higher accumulated points in the future. Tran Van Ben said, "Okay, rest assured, I guarantee I will try my best." Mr. Lee was satisfied. Then the two brothers said goodbye. As soon as they went out, they ran into Ms. Du. Tran Van Ben saw her and felt very familiar. He asked his brother, "Hasn't that girl been on TV before?" Tran Van Ben said, "Yes, she is Ms. Du." Tran Vanen was shocked. Does this Mr. Lee have such a wide network? At this time, in the office, Ms. Du told Mr. Lee that it seems that the research area is progressing very smoothly. Mr. Lee said, "Yes, the Tran brothers have given us a big gift for our development." Ms. Du looked very happy today. "Do you have any good news?" Ms. Du nodded her head. "Mr. Vin said he would bring some people to meet you." Mr. Lee laughed and said, "Mr. Vin works too fast." Ms. Du suggested, "According to our expanding development, I think we should consider building a secret base abroad." Mr. Lee laughed. "Ms. Du must be good at reading people's minds?" The projects of Lab 1 and Lab 2 are progressing smoothly. Ku Dong and Nan Quan have started writing speeches for the elixir manufacturing project. At the same time, they have started to establish the Elixir Pharmaceutical Limited Company and Elixir Biotech Company. In addition to this, they are also preparing to expand the Elixir Biotech Group abroad. The third nano-sized physics lab has been completed under Professor Anthony's leadership. The company has been established one after another. The club will develop rapidly. Mr. Lee wants Mr. Vin to be a representative to recruit members. At present this policy is quite effective, but we have to speed up in other areas. Once we start developing abroad, many difficulties and pressures will appear. But with talented people by our side, the development of the club is just a matter of time. Now what Mr. Lee lacks most is time. Mr. Lee sighed. "It seems I have to continue looking for customers, try to fill up the time warehouse because I need it for my new ability development." Mr. Lee started buying time. Just now a girl was waiting for Mr. Lee. Because of her extravagant spending she is heavily in debt, so she made an appointment with Mr. Lee here. At this point Mr. Lee came over. The message was sent by me. I came to meet you. Seeing how handsome Mr. Lee was, the girl was smitten. It wasn't until Mr. Lee said he was buying time that she suddenly sobered up and hurriedly asked, "What do you want to buy?" Mr. Lee felt helpless. It was another person who knew nothing. "It seems that the old trick is the most effective," he said, taking out his watch and using the time ability around him to stop it immediately. Then, Mr. Lee displayed the girl's information. Trong Tin, 22 years old, remaining lifespan is 56 years, 11 months, and 23 days. Seeing her lifespan, Trong Tin was shocked. When Mr. Lee saw this, he said, "Still don't understand? Ms. Trong, you can exchange your life for money under the allure of money." Trong Tin quickly completed the transaction with Mr. Lee. After the transaction ended, she sat on the ground helplessly. Was my life just taken away like that? At this time, Mr. Lee said, "This reaction is normal. This helplessness only happens in a moment, don't worry. According to what was said, 3 years of time is worth 990,000 yuan. There's no way this card is yours now." Trong Tin immediately snatched the card from Mr. Lee's hand. Looking incredulous, Mr. Lee reminded her behind her back, "What you sold is your life, so your current state is what you will look like 3 years from now." But Trong Tin didn't listen. She felt it was just 3 years. She was still so young. She could pay off all her debts and save some money. She could even have several plastic surgeries to make up for the time. Indeed, it's a bargain. Look at her like this. Mr. Lee felt helpless. Then he left. Recently, every night, Mr. Lee was taken by Ban Hao to overlook the entire city. This city has too many people troubled by money. Mr. Lee selected trading targets from thousands of people, helping some people with excessive family burdens and also making some people sink into ambition. But Mr. Lee didn't care. Time was what he traded. It had no good or bad attributes. Mr. Lee felt that time had bound him tightly. As he bought more and more time, his body also changed. Now his remaining lifespan is over 981 years. Even if I do nothing now and live leisurely like a fish, I can still live for over 981 years. Thinking about this, Mr. Lee laughed. Thinking about it makes me feel bored to death. I might as well spend my time clashing with others. Mr. Lee wanted to personally go to that optimized world and witness its development with his own eyes. He wanted to become a true creator. He will become a god for 981 years. In 19 more years, it will be a full 1,000 years. The ability of time now seemed almost like a part of him. Mr. Lee could feel it clearly that when he accumulated enough 1,000 years of time, there would be some new ability appearing in him. What would it be? Mr. Lee looked forward to it very much. Ban Hao saw that something was wrong with Mr. Lee and asked, "What's wrong?" Mr. Lee said, "Nothing, just feeling the recent changes in us." Ban Hao was silent for a while, then said, "Thank you. A useless person who couldn't live long like me would never have thought that I could be like today." Mr. Lee interrupted him, "Don't think too much about it, just follow me." Mr. Lee sighed, "Now is a critical moment for the club and you are my backbone." At this point his phone rang announcing that his colleague Lu Jung was about to get married. Mr. Lee looked at this news and was very happy, thinking about when the Chow family investigated him. Luckily he had him secretly inform him in advance. Originally wanted to finish this batch of work then find him to talk. It seems that he is living well now, even if he goes once to repay his kindness last time. Moreover, it has been a long time since he enjoyed the life of ordinary people. To thank Lu Jung for his help last time, Mr. Lee accepted his invitation to attend the colleague gathering. Mr. Lee congratulated Lu Jung. Seeing Mr. Lee's extraordinary temperament, Lu Jung was surprised and said, "Mr. Lee, you look radiant. Where did you make your fortune?" Mr. Lee pushed his glasses and said, "As always, just turning time into money." Then, Lu Duong introduced his future wife to him. After the greetings, Mr. Lee went into the room first. Xiao Song looked at Mr. Lee and thought he was very handsome. After everyone had a few drinks together, another hand appeared next to Mr. Lee. It turned out that a female colleague noticed Mr. Lee's change. At this point, Manager Lamb asked Mr. Lee. At first, he didn't say anything and resigned. "What are you doing exactly?" Mr. Lee smirked. "Long time no see, Manager Lamb. Now I'm doing a small business, basically in the service industry." Manager Lamb looked down on him. "Surely, you can't surpass us office workers." Initially, Lu Duong followed him to learn the trade for a while. "When will you pull him to start a business together?" Hearing him say this, Mr. Lee felt that this guy was still useless. Then he laughed and replied, "Can you compare with me? We do business like this without specific hours. Following me is the safest." Seeing that Mr. Lee is living well now, Manager Lamb thought to himself that Mr. Lee was originally a useless person, but today he is dressed so luxuriously, he must have done something illegal. "Wait until after the investigation, I have to report it." The gathering quickly ended. Seeing that Manager Lamb had been drinking, Lu Duong wanted to accompany him for a while. Manager Lamb boasted, "My new BMW will come to pick me up as soon as I tell my wife." This made Lu Duong very embarrassed. Seeing that Mr. Lee hadn't left yet, Manager Lamb said, "Do you need me to give you a ride?" Mr. Lee said he didn't need it and could take a taxi. Seeing that Mr. Lee didn't have a car, Manager Lamb laughed triumphantly. "Go ahead and show off in front of me." At this point, his phone rang. After answering it, his face changed immediately. It turned out that his wife had hit a Rolls-Royce. Lu Duong said, "Is it serious? Let's go and see together so that my sister-in-law won't suffer." Mr. Lee also intended to go to the scene. Everyone was shocked to see Manager Lamb in such a miserable state sitting on the ground while his wife was crying and saying, "I told you I can't drive, but you insisted on me coming here. What should we do now?" Manager Lamb could only sell his house as he still owed money for the house and car loans. His life was over at this point. The owner of the car came over with a relaxed face saying it's just a broken car and as long as no one is hurt it's fine. Seeing the owner's gracious attitude gave the couple some hope. The wife excitedly said, "I'm really sorry, sir, it was my carelessness this time." The owner chuckled and said, "It's okay, you didn't do it on purpose and everyone has their difficulties in life anyway. Anyway, your attitude is good, so just compensate according to the old price." These words made the couple desperate. Seeing their desperate expressions, the owner laughed out loud. He then listed many compensation fees, such as 140,000 yuan for the broken front grille, 500,000 for the headlights, 200,000 for the damaged insurance cover, not including various labor repair costs. Then, he mocked them, saying, Lu Duong asked, "Excuse me, among you, who can advance money first? What's the use of having many people?" A bunch of poor people dared to show off in front of me, but I have a way to help you, which is to kowtow to me. Each kowtow will reduce 1,000 yuan for you. Count it anyway. For poor people like you, face is not the most important thing. If you feel embarrassed, then let me borrow your wife for one night. Manager Lamb couldn't stand it anymore and rushed up to risk his life with him, but ended up getting hit by him. The car owner disdainfully said, "Didn't you hear what I do for a living? A shrimp like you dares to lay a hand on me. Now I give you two choices, one is to pay compensation, the other is to let me sleep with your wife. If I don't get a satisfactory result today, whoever I hit, don't think about escaping." Hearing him say this, Lu Duong's colleagues panicked at this point. A voice rang out from behind, "Mr. Lee, come out and say I'll compensate for you." Seeing that the person who spoke was Mr. Lee, his colleagues couldn't believe it. "He's crazy." The car owner disdainfully said, "Is there someone who dares to stand up? I warn you not to joke. What I have the most is people." Mr. Lee laughed and said, "Don't worry, when he insulted my colleague, I had already called someone to prepare the money. This time we just talk." After finishing speaking, Ban Hao took off his coat and walked over. The car owner saw this and was not panicked at all. Banhao didn't say anything and walked straight up and kicked him. A second later, the car owner was beaten up by Banhao. He hit the car hard and spat out some tomato sauce. Mr. Lee looked at him coldly while his colleagues were amazed. At this point, the car owner was still threatening, but Banhao didn't care. He kicked straight into his face and the car owner lay helplessly on the ground continuing to speak. Banhao kicked him in the face again and finally the car owner started begging for mercy in fear. But Banhao didn't stop at all and kept punching his face with cries of pain filling the scene until the opponent was beaten up and Mr. Lee called Banhao to stop. Then he threw a bank card at him saying the money in here is enough for you to buy a new car, use the rest to buy some breath mints because your breath stinks too much. Also, I advise you not to insult my colleagues again, here's my business card. I'm ready to meet you anytime. Then Mr. Lee turned around and said, okay, the matter has been resolved. Mr. Lee was suddenly stunned because his colleagues' eyes were full of fear looking at Lu Duong's scared face. Mr. Lee called his name and Lu Duong answered in panic, backing away looking at his terrified brothers. Then Mr. Lee helplessly left with Banhao. At this point Banhao said, were all those people today your acquaintances? Didn't expect to encounter this incident. That hateful guy is really a worm that spoils the soup. Mr. Lee said after this incident, I'm afraid I won't see them anymore. Banhao was puzzled, didn't you just help them? Mr. Lee explained, didn't you see their eyes then? We used to be one kind of people, all nameless little people with many topics to talk about, but now there's a wall between us which is fear and caution. But today's party made Mr. Lee quite happy. It's a pity that we can't meet again. Suddenly Mr. Lee smelled danger and broke out in a cold sweat. It seems that someone was secretly affecting his lifespan, whether it was assassination or disaster. At this point Mr. Lee felt as if danger was coming from that direction. Mr. Lee immediately told Banhao, someone is targeting us. Mr. Lee took out his watch and used his ability to accelerate time. Banhao went to warn a bit. Very quickly after that, he found the attacker. He immediately went in front of him and punched him straight in the face. The man pulled out his gun and kept pulling the trigger. Banhao easily dodged, then stabbed him with a knife, making him fall on the spot. After solving the trouble, Banhao got in the car and said to Mr. Lee, we have to keep him alive. What about this attack? Mr. Lee guessed that the person on the police side, from some perspective, now we are also doing business openly, we cannot directly confront them. Hopefully there will be no second exploration. Anyway, on the surface it is also cooperation to know when to stop. The next day, in some office, the girl said that yesterday's mission failed. Lu Triandong was shocked. Did anyone survive and come back? The girl said that she was stabbed in the shoulder a few times. The support team came to handle it in time, temporarily not life-threatening. Lu Triandong angrily slammed the table. The girl continued. Sun Mao also reported last night. He met someone who was not human-like. Lu Triandong could not believe it. Sun Mao had recorded the whole process and the scene was very clear, but the speed of that person was too fast. Sun Mao hadn't reacted yet and was injured. Then he fired several shots in a row, but that person easily dodged. In the end, Sun Mao was injured in the shoulder. After watching the video, Lu Triandong was scared. This mission will definitely shock those above. Although our superiors asked us to just monitor it, like a madman like that, if I don't explore it, how can I feel at ease? This action is just an exploration and can only be carried out with the tacit approval of the leaders above. Is it an exploration? If successful, there will be a big harvest. If it fails, you have to take responsibility yourself. End of words. Someone is coming outside. The notice from above has arrived. Lu Triandong said, I understand. I will explain to those above myself. This mission is as predicted by experts. We really have the ability to detect danger before under his control of time. We cannot act. The man next to him said, but fortunately it seems that he is not a violent person. He discovered our intention to explore and therefore did not intend to kill when fighting back. This time I lost too much. Lu Tri and Dong turned around and said, "My previous negligence was because he was still alive. Today my superiors gave me a task and they will ask if I fail. I understand that my contact with him will lead to dangerous consequences later on. Like this time it can be regarded as exploring part of the work and someone has to do it and I am just a sacrifice." This man is Mr. Li's first customer. He had traded with Mr. Li twice before, once a year ago and once 5 years ago. In just half a year he had aged 6 years. Just now he walked on the road smoking a cigarette when a girl pointed at him and said, "There is a homeless uncle here. Uncle Dang Van doesn't care about them, but looking at his business card in his hand it seems he has made up his mind about something." Then he called, "Hello, may I ask if this is Mr. Li? I am Uncle Dang Van. Do you still remember me?" Hearing a familiar voice, Mr. Li smiled. "Of course, you are my regular customer, so do you need money again, Uncle Dang Van?" Mr. Li made an appointment with him at the old place before hanging up. Mr. Li showed a smug expression. "I knew there would be this day." Then he said to Bon Hao, "Let's go do a deal." Uncle Dang Van had been waiting here for a long time. Mr. Li said to him, "I knew you would come to find me again." Uncle Dang Van immediately shook hands with Mr. Li and said, "It's been so long since we met, you're still the same." Mr. Li looked up and said, "Uncle Dang, looking at your appearance now, are you sure of money again? If I remember correctly, this is our third meeting, right? So how much time do you want to sell me this time?" Uncle Dang Van sweated coldly and said, "Can I ask how much lifespan I have left?" Seeing this, Mr. Li said, "I thought you weren't afraid of anything." After saying that, he showed Uncle Dang Van his remaining lifespan. Seeing that there were still more than 50 years left, Uncle Dang Van was very happy. "It seems I can still live carefree for more than 50 years, it's really a money-making tool," Mr. Li said. "It seems you haven't been doing well recently," Uncle Dang Van said. "We started an internship, but the job isn't going well. I think the salary they pay is too low, and they criticize me for not having experience. I'm even more angry when I think about being publicly humiliated by them." "So you decided not to work for others anymore and want to start your own business," Mr. Li smiled. A man with foresight. At this point, Uncle Dang Van continued, "I need a large sum of money to start a business." Then he said to Mr. Li, "Mr. Li, you still agree to help me, right?" Mr. Li calmly said, "There is no help between us, only business. What I have most is money. How much do you want to exchange?" Hearing Mr. Li say this, Uncle Dang Van hesitated and then said, "Then 4 years." Mr. Li said, "Okay, now we will use the price of 300,000 yuan a year to proceed with the transaction." Uncle Dang Van said, "I understand." Mr. Li took out his watch and said, "So 4 years of your lifespan will be taken back by me, the transaction is complete." Uncle Dang Van happily left. Mr. Li looked at his departing back and felt amused. "We will definitely meet again, Uncle Dang Van, this time I have to thank you." After this transaction, Mr. Li's goal of having 1,000 years of time was completed. After getting the desired time, Mr. Li gradually felt changes in his body. It was just like before. He felt his abilities were gradually changing, it felt like a part of his body. The speed of increasing time by 100 times or decreasing it was upgraded. In addition, the ability to purchase time also increased. Suddenly a thought appeared in his head, perhaps he could entrust others to buy time for him, that would be very interesting. So Mr. Li decided to find some suitable people to try. He called them from different places and met many different people. Who knows, there might be more miracles and opportunities. Mr. Li was very hopeful about this. Then Mr. Li went to the longevity laboratory of Headhunter Company and sent a woman over. She was the senior advisor that Mr. Li was looking for. Mr. Li welcomed her. "I've heard about you for a long time, let's sit down and talk." Seeing such a young Mr. Li, Tranqua was shocked, but she still calmly asked, does your nano-sized physics laboratory need research specialists? Mr. Lee said yes. In addition to this laboratory, I also have a pharmaceutical company and many other entrusted businesses as well. This time I need physics talents, high-level talents in the new material list, doctoral level or higher education. Moreover, there have been magazines or articles about nuclear particles. Knowing that Mr. Lee has so many companies like this, Tran Qua thought to herself, how come I've never heard of such a talented person before? Anyway, as long as there's money, there are no talents that I can't find. Then Tran Qua pushed her glasses up and said, okay, Mr. Lee, I understand, but surely you know whether recruitment is successful or not. The most important factor is whether your side has attractive conditions for talents or not. Moreover, the talents in the field you need are all high-income groups. Mr. Lee thought for a while. I don't have much experience in this area, so you decide. Hearing Mr. Lee say this, Tran Qua was startled. Boss Lee, don't joke. Mr. Lee said, I'm serious. You are the recruiter, so you know what salary can recruit talents, so you decide. I agree with everything. After hearing this, Tran Qua was stunned. There is such a boss in this world who doesn't calculate money. She has met many rich people, but someone as easygoing as him is the first time. Unlike her boss, she is stingy and oppresses her every day. At this point, Mr. Lee asked Miss Tran, do you have any questions about the conditions I have proposed? Tran shook her head. Seeing this, Mr. Lee said, so Miss Tran, when can you come to my workplace? As far as I know, you are working in a reputable company, but your boss oppresses you every day and wants to exploit your labor. Why waste your youth there? Hearing Mr. Lee say this, Tran suddenly realized something. It turns out that the first person to be recruited today was herself. Tran helplessly said, Boss Lee, to be honest, in my profession, I value confidentiality agreements very much. Although I have long intended to change jobs, there is a penalty. After listening, Mr. Lee laughed and said, you don't need to worry about this. With my current relationships and capabilities, I can take care of you. Moreover, in the near future, I may need a large number of talents in all fields. I value recruitment very much. If Miss Tran can lead it, I will be very happy. Hearing this, Tran nodded and said, I understand. Then she directly called him boss. Mr. Lee was very satisfied and said, this is the most successful decision in your life. Tran said, today I will go through the resignation procedures. Then the two shook hands and said, let's have a happy cooperation. Looking at Tran's departure, Mr. Lee planned to explore his ability to accelerate time next. What would it be like if it increased 1,000 times? At this time, Ban Hao brought a watch to him and said, what you need is here. Mr. Lee looked at the watch, and now let me try what effect the upgraded time ability will bring after 1,000 years of life. Then Mr. Lee started his ability to accelerate time by 1,000 times as he thought. The big clock was still as usual and stable in a different time. Now that there is progress in the field of accelerating time by 1,000 times, I can do more. Then Mr. Lee stopped the experiment. Ban Hao thought Mr. Lee was about to start when Mr. Lee turned his head and smiled and said, actually I have finished the experiment. Hearing Mr. Lee say this, Ban Hao was startled. I didn't notice anything. Mr. Lee explained, this is accelerating time by 1,000 times, which is 10 times faster than your previous experiment. It seems that your speed of 100 times has also been upgraded in the future. Hearing this, Ban Hao couldn't believe it. Can it be faster? Time increase of 100 times increase can make me destroy everything already if it's 1,000 times. Isn't that invincible? Mr. Lee planned to do another experiment next, which was to reduce time by 1,000 times. Before starting, he reminded Ban Hao that it would be best for him to step back a bit. Ban Hao retreated tens of meters away, and Mr. Lee was speechless. It's really an extremist. Then he started his ability, reduced the speed of time by 1,000 times, and successfully opened up the next time range. He had to see its stability first. A few minutes later, the clock shook violently, and Mr. Lee felt an abnormal bang. The clock shattered and flew towards Ban Hao. Mr. Li panicked. Fortunately, Ban Hao dodged quickly. Mr. Li thought about what had just happened. According to reason, the clock should stop. But unexpectedly, the face of the clock became a unique thing. In the end, why? The Earth's self-rotation speed is 300 to 400 meters per second, but when the speed of time is reduced by 1,000 times, it is almost equivalent to a speed of 3,000 to 4,000 meters per second. The original state of the clock has not changed at all. In the end, the problem lies with the pendulum. The pendulum itself is something hanging in the air and is controlled by the external time speed. It is a part completely separate from the clock. After reducing the speed of time, because the speed of the two types of time is different, the pendulum has turned into a bullet. This means that if that object is deeply embedded in the ground, then time will not change its state. But if that object is suspended under reduced time conditions, it will explode. This is the power of time and space, and it must be utilized. After experimenting with increasing and decreasing time, the first thing Mr. Li did was go to the boxing training room of the club. Want to increase Ban Hao's normal state time speed by 100 times? Ban Hao was incredulous and asked, "Are you serious? He's hanging now, can he fight back against me?" Then Ban Hao wanted Trong Luke to replace him. Ban Hao had no choice but to rush up. As soon as he rushed up, he used his ultimate move, Black Tiger Heart Plucking. Then he kicked with a divine palm but was all but avoided by Trong Luke. Mr. Li was very dissatisfied with Ban Hao's performance. "Do you want to be cut off from medicine?" Seeing Mr. Li angry, Ban Hao started to get serious again. Trong Luke smirked when he saw this. A second later, Ban Hao's face was punched. Ban Hao had no strength to fight back and could only endure continuous beatings. Mr. Li watched their fight and thought to himself, "For ordinary people, increasing time speed by 100 times can hide anywhere, but for professionally trained people like Ban Hao, even if they can't beat time, they can still vaguely guess the opponent's actions. If in the future they encounter people of this level, even if their movements are guessed by the opponent, their variables are very small." Mr. Li didn't care about whether he had an advantage or not, what he cared about was comprehensive oppression. Then Mr. Li increased Ban Hao's time speed by 1,000 times. Trong Luke was amazed when he saw this scene. Now Ban Hao's appearance in his eyes was like this. Ban Hao disappeared in a blink of an eye. Trong Luke jumped up in shock. Then countless shadows passed by and hit Trong Luke before he could react. Mr. Li was very satisfied. Trong Luke was confused. "My time speed has increased 100 times already and I can't even see a shadow." At this moment, Ban Hao appeared behind him. Trong Luke turned his head but saw nothing at all. Mr. Li thought that increasing time speed by 1,000 times was indeed very powerful. Although Trong Luke also had his time speed increased, 0 to 100 and 100 to 1,000 are not on the same level. Facing Ban Hao, Trong Luke had no chance to react. Mr. Li was very satisfied. At this moment Ban Hao came next to Trong Luke. Trong Luke also realized something. Ban Hao used his life-saving move. Then there was a miserable cry in the training room. Ban Hao's face swelled up. At this moment Mr. Li asked Trong Luke, "Do you know anyone? Help me set up a team." Hearing Mr. Li say this, Trong Luke guessed something Mr. Li said rightly. "I want to build a small fast-paced team." The scene shifted to a bar where several men were talking outside when the bar security guard came out with a bag of trash. "Bald guys, I'm holding dirty stuff here, please make way." The man heard this and said, "Know yourself, know me, go away." Then security passed them, but then the woman said he touched her, but the man heard this and got very angry. "Dare to touch my person." He went up first, grabbed the security guard, and was about to make a move. The security guard said, "I'm not afraid." But the man didn't listen and slapped him. Everyone rushed to beat him. The security guard was beaten, his body full of wounds. At this point, the boss ran out. This man is following me and not abiding by the rules. I have disciplined him for you. But this guy is still very stubborn. The boss saw this and started cursing. Prince 9, what are you doing? If it weren't for seeing you as cheap, I would have fired you. Come here quickly, apologize quickly. If you don't make him less angry in the future, don't come to work anymore. Hearing this, Prince 9 glared at them. Then he picked up a fruit from the ground and smashed it directly on his head. The man was dumbfounded when he saw this. Prince 9 said, I'm sorry. After the bald man finished speaking, he smashed the fruit on his head again. The man was scared when he saw Prince 9 about to do it again. He was frightened and stopped. Prince 9 coldly looked at them. Everything that happened just now was seen by Ban Hao and Trong Luke. Seeing him so fierce, they decided to invite him to join Mr. Lee's speed team. To invite this person into the team, Ban Hao and Trong Luke took him to a restaurant. After eating and drinking merrily, Prince 9 leaned on the sofa and said, I have no money and am not interested in men. What do you guys want from me in the end? Trong Luke laughed and said, Prince 9, you were originally an excellent student of Coach Tong. How did you end up like this? Hearing Trong Luke knew Coach Tong, little Prince was excited. Trong Luke continued to say, he often mentions you, saying that you are very talented in boxing, but what about later? Little Prince bowed his head and said, later on, I said something wrong that hurt Coach Tong. When I was very young, my parents had passed away, and the shared people in the village always bullied me. Later on, I gradually realized that those who often bullied me did not have as strong fists as me. I started fighting continuously, thinking that only by making them afraid of me could I have value in existence. Then Coach Tong came to my village to find talented people. Then I knew that boxing could also help people succeed. Coach Tong trained us to become boxing champions. Besides practicing cruel lessons, we also had to learn how to think. That is the appearance a champion should have. Later on, Coach mobilized all relationships and organized many performance competitions for us with the purpose of letting us accumulate experience. After we had some fame, some tabloids started writing false things. They said Coach Tong forced orphans to box for money. Before a performance one day, those reporters took advantage of the opportunity to make up words. I was provoked, so I said something I shouldn't have. From the beginning I was a fool without a brain, so I voluntarily left the team. It's me who's not worthy. After hearing all this, Ban Hao felt that he was very similar to himself. At this moment Trong Luke asked, what are your plans for later? Little Prince said, I have no education and don't know many people, just want to earn some money to support my family. Hearing his answer, Trong Luke stood up and said, we want to give you a new job, but we have to see your guts first. Then 3 people went to the beach. Hearing that they had to fight Little Prince reminded Ban Hao. Regardless, I am a person in this field. Do you really want to fight me? Upon hearing this, he laughed and said, if you are Master Tong's favorite student, then I will give you 10 seconds. After 10 seconds, if you can't knock me down, I will deal with you. Zhang Lu started the countdown. The young king turned around, preparing to make his move. However, he was met with a punch from Ban Hao. He barely managed to dodge this move, but was stunned afterwards. Only after 4 seconds, the young king was knocked down by Ban Hao. The young king couldn't believe it and said, how is this speed possible? At this point, Ban Hao looked at him, thinking that 10 seconds was a bit too much. Too weak. The young king stood up and said, who are you guys after all? Zhang Lu replied, we are not here to fulfill your dream, but to give you a choice. Will you continue to grope around to fulfill your dream of becoming a champion, or will you join a greater organization with us? I will give you 5 seconds to choose in the club's training room. As per Mr. Lee's request, Zhang Lu had gathered enough members for the speed team. Mr. Lee came over and praised him. Everyone looked very robust. At this point, Zhang Lu said, as per your request, they are all healthy orphans. Mr. Lee was very satisfied. Then he said to Ban Hao, "Follow my instructions. Take them to get groomed so they can enjoy some privileges that members of the speed team get after receiving orders from Mr. Lee." Ban Hao took them to a spa for them to enjoy. Everyone was shocked at the sight. Ban Hao said, "What's there to be tense about? If I brought you here, just relax and go in. As long as you work for Mr. Liu, this is what you should have." At this point, a man said, "I've seen this place in videos before. I heard it costs about 10,000 NDT per hour." The man wondered, "Why is such a good place empty?" Ban Hao replied, "This place has been booked out completely, everyone is just having fun." Then Ban Hao and Zhang Lu went to a sauna. Ban Hao was puzzled and didn't know why Mr. Lee had called them here. Zhang Lu explained, "Mr. Lee wants them to see these luxuries. Those with ambition will be exposed and they won't be able to turn back." For 7 consecutive days, they were also given gourmet food with the purpose of letting them understand that as long as they follow Mr. Lee, their fate will change as if facing this luxurious life. Every day, the young king persisted in training while his teammates ate and drank merrily every day. At this point, Mr. Lee summoned them. Ban Hao and Zhang Lu were speechless because only the young king came first while others rushed over later. Zhang Lu looked at them and asked, "In these past few days, have you ever thought about what the next job is?" The young king loudly replied, "We have to fight now." At this point Mr. Lee came out and said, "Well said, kid, very smart. So you must know that joining the club is not an easy thing. You will have to go through the most brutal training and only the strong will be recognized by the club. So to put it precisely, right now I am still not your boss. Our training will forge you into real strong people. From now on, you will be arranged according to your potential. The person with the highest potential is number 1, and the lowest is number 12. Looking at the luxurious and leisurely life behind you, that is the reward you will get when you are recognized. Of course, the lower the ranking, the fewer resources you get. Anyone who ranks 12th after 3 consecutive tests will be replaced by a newcomer. If you want more, you have to work harder than others. You are comrades but also enemies of each other. Although the test is fierce, I will let you reach the peak of wealth. Here are 12 contracts for you to sign. The training will officially begin. I want to remind you that once the contract takes effect, your lives will no longer belong to you. Of course, I will not force you. Now you still have a chance to choose. This villa will continue to be open for 7 days. Even if you don't accept this job, you can still live here for a few more days. But after 7 days, you will return to your original world, return to the life arranged for you by God, or you want to take a risk to change your fate. If you have made a decision, sign the contract and then get on the Kia bus. Everyone thinks carefully and then gets on the bus to find me because for secret training, Mr. Lee has gone to a beach where Robert is sunbathing. At this time, Damien Nock asked him, "Do you see him anywhere?" Robert said, "At the usual place." Damien Nock was shocked. These people have to complete several months of training every day. Time is of course very important, but for Mr. Lee, he can't let go of a second. At this time someone discovered something unusual. Why does it feel like a long day? Moreover, there is only sunlight shining on top of a head, and there is a dark piece opposite. It seems that I am in a very unusual organization. Mr. Lee was very satisfied with their adaptability. It's time for the test, then Mr. Lee resolved to speed up time. Everyone was suspicious. Mr. Lee explained, "It's been hard for everyone these days. These days, everyone has completed a year's training." Hearing Mr. Lee say this, everyone was shocked. Indeed, it was so. I felt different already. Mr. Lee continued, "You must have discovered these days that our strength is not something that can be explained in the ordinary world. In the future, each of you will become an excellent soldier in one field, travel around the world to perform tasks and face dangers that may see blood or even death. but in return are unimaginable rewards and opportunities for development. But before that you have to train your strong will and understand that I have the right to kill you as a person who knows how to seize opportunities. This is my last word for you." The young king was the first to stand up. Mr. Lee was very satisfied. Then, one by one, they stood up because they knew if they gave up here, perhaps this life would be difficult to turn over again. If they couldn't do anything, why not bet on one last game? Everyone decided not to go back anymore, go through time-accelerated training. Mr. Lee's secret team is initially formed, now it is necessary to test their abilities. Then, Robert took out 3 lists. True Dai Hoa, 46 years old, is a businessman abroad. Vong Hai, 40 years old, has been active in Somalia for a long time and was once a special forces soldier with mercenary experience. Ho Bao Tian, 46 years old, is a generous and comfortable person who has undertaken espionage missions for the black market. These 3 people are the targets of this mission. They must quickly approach them and then bring them back to base. Mr. Lee divided the 12 people into 2 teams, with Ban Hao and Zhang Lu as team leaders. At the same time, he instructed them to act decisively and quickly when acting and not to attract the attention of the 3 targets. The team that catches more targets will receive Mr. Lee's reward later. Then, Mr. Lee spoke privately with Ban Hao. This mission is a test for the secret team, and it is also a comparison of strength between you and Zhang Lu. Zhang Lu is a good military instructor, but I don't want everyone to be trained by him. It's not a problem for one person to hold everyone's power. But from my perspective, I want this responsibility to belong to the core members I trust. This opportunity is for you to see if you have leadership potential. This test is not only aimed at them but also at you. So Ban Hao must win. You treat it as a new mission because it does not disappoint Mr. Lee's expectations. Ban Hao quickly found the first target. True Dai Hoa was working in Africa. Ban Hao noticed a black man following him, not simply because he couldn't break free from the jungle movement. He decided to observe first, but was still discovered by the black man. Ban Hao ordered his subordinates to ambush according to plan. On the way to the airport where the target was going, there were our people everywhere, and they could cast their nets at any time. Their car had very strong features and they had to complete their tasks. On the way to the airport, True Dai Hoa's car suddenly stopped. Ban Hao was suspicious because it was currently green light. Could it be discovered? The moment the red light came on, the black man suddenly accelerated and passed by, leaving Ban Hao's control range. Ban Hao called Xiao Wang to chase him immediately. He climbed onto the roof of the car and prepared for a frontal attack. He must catch this big fish. Then Ban Hao called Xiao Wang to step on the accelerator to the lowest point, and teams 1 and 2 arrived. Ban Hao seized the opportunity and jumped onto the car in front of him and stabbed his knife into the roof of the car. Seeing this, True Dai Hoa panicked. Then Ban Hao smashed into the car window from inside the car. Ban Hao's first mission was completed. On the other hand, Ho Bao Tian panicked and fled, constantly looking back and seeing no one. He thought he had escaped but was later caught again. Zhang Lu immediately drove over and pulled him up in his car. Zhang Lu said, "The mission is complete now. The score is 1 divided by 0. Ban Hao coldly said sorry, making him disappointed. Then the correct score should be 101. So that last mercenary is who decides victory or defeat. Then True Dai Hoa and Ho Bao Tian were taken to the club where they were forced to bow their heads down. Mr. Lee said, "Welcome both of you to my longevity club. I am your host here. You can call me Mr. Lee." The 2 heard about the longevity club. Then suspicious Mr. Lee continued, "The purpose of inviting both of you here is to ask both of you to do this business." Hearing about business, Ho Bao Tian got angry. Is there anyone at home who ties people up and invites them to do business? And your subordinate, as soon as he arrived, slapped me. Look at what my face has been beaten into. When he saw True Dai Hoa safe and sound next to him, he was even more angry. Damn it, we were all kidnapped but still treated differently? Mr. Li was speechless. It must have been done by Zhang Lu. Then, Mr. Li said, Mr. Tiger, I apologize to you, but a person who is always smooth and insidious like you, and has the ability to escape supernaturally. It takes a little bit of force to suppress you. This subordinate of mine is very afraid of you, and you are doing something that affects your spirit, so he did that. Hearing Mr. Li say that, Hou Baotian thought they had investigated him for a long time. True Dai Hoa next to him said, Mr. Li, I am just a small businessman, there must be some misunderstanding. Mr. Li laughed and said, Mr. True, you usually do business in Africa, but you are the richest businessman in country L. It is said that you have a very good relationship with the king in general in country L. In short, you don't look like a small businessman at all. Hou Baotian angrily said, What nonsense are you talking about? What do you want to do now? Mr. Li showed a sharp look in his eyes, scaring the two of them. What is this feeling of oppression? Clearly he is younger than me, but Mr. Li wants to entrust two people to him to buy time for himself. Just now, Mr. Li showed a sharp look in his eyes. Hou Baotian, who was arrogant just now, immediately became scared and said, At least you should let us go, right? Hearing this, Mr. Li waved his hand to signal his subordinates to untie them, then he took out 2 time purchase trust contracts and said, This matter is dangerous and the benefits are also great. Look at the words on the contract. The two looked incredulous. True Dai Hoa sweated and said, Mr. Li, are you joking? Mr. Li stood up and said, It's okay, ordinary people always have this reaction. Anyway, I didn't believe it at first either. But you will quickly eliminate your anxiety. Anyway, I've tried this method before, he finished speaking. Mr. Li demonstrated his ability, causing time around him to stop, then let the remaining lifespan of the two appear. When the two saw their lifespan, they believed right away. True Dai Hoa thought, This person can also buy time within. If we accept his trust, will we also be able to have this superpower? Thinking about it, True Dai Hoa showed an excited expression. At this time, Hou Baotian asked, So you want us to use our relationship to buy time for you? Mr. Li said, Exactly. Hou Baotian continued, So what benefits do we get? Mr. Li smiled back, Let their lifespan appear again. Seeing this, Hou Baotian said, I understand both of us have accepted Mr. Li's trust. True Dai Hoa couldn't wait to ask the boss, What else do we need to know when we start? Mr. Li laughed and said, Don't rush, both of you. We still have one more trustee who hasn't arrived yet. This person is likely to be a hot item. Over here, Zhang Lu found the target first. He is the famous Van Hai in Somalia who has experience as a mercenary. Van Hai detected danger, but he didn't run away immediately but left as if nothing had happened. Zhang Lu breathed a sigh of relief, then ordered his younger brother, Don't relax your vigilance, just follow the plan. At this time Ban Hao had arrived. The younger brother saw it and reported it to Ban's elder brother. It has started, shall we act now? Zhang Lu said, This kid acts fast, but in the end he is still one step slower than me. All listen to my command, we must win this mission. Listen to my command, start encircling. Upon receiving the order, everyone began to surround themselves. Van Hai was holding a bowl of goat soup. Zhang Lu's subordinate was about to make a move on Van Hai, taking out a bowl of spicy goat soup and splashing it on them. They were so spicy that they knelt on the ground, and Van Hai immediately ran away. Zhang Lu was sweating profusely and reported to Team 2 to act immediately. At this time, Ban Hao was standing high watching their actions. Xiao Wang said, Teacher Zhang has started, shall we go too? Ban Hao said, Not in a hurry, we are one step behind. If we go now, we won't be able to fight them, even though Van Hai still doesn't know about our existence. We are one step behind. If we go now, we won't be able to beat them, even though Van Hai still doesn't know about our existence. The closer Truong Luke chases, the more advantageous it is for us. So Ban Hao is preparing to wait and then catch them all at once. The barefoot man ran away on familiar ground. This made Chuang Luke, who was chasing him, feel uncomfortable. Ban Hao stood on the high ground watching their actions. He was not in a hurry because Ban Hao understood that a hard fight would not be beneficial. At this time, Van Hai also did not know about their existence. The closer Chuang Luke chases, the more advantageous it is for them. By letting Chuang Luke go first, he will wait until there is almost a result before making a move. At this time, Van Hai was running away and was blocked by Chuang Luke. Both sides were full of hostility as the battle was about to break out. Van Hai let out a cold laugh, ducked to avoid a punch from Chuang Luke, then took advantage of the situation to slip past Chuang Luke. Before Chuang Luke could react, Van Hai had jumped away and disappeared before his eyes. Chuang Luke was played for a fool, gritted his teeth in anger, and ordered his subordinates to chase after him quickly. Van Hai was running away. He couldn't understand who was targeting him. Clearly he had been living very secretly, even using a fake identity, but catching him was not an easy task. He chose to stay here because it was very chaotic in his territory. He was confident that it would be impossible for Chuang Luke to catch him, but what happened next was like a slap in his face. He saw that he was about to be caught by 4 people. Van Hai seemed like a snake performing for them, showing them what is called golden meditation escape. Before they could react, Van Hai had run away. At this time, Ban Hao's group member Wang Zijiu suddenly appeared on the floor above. He mocked the other group for being useless and someone's strategy being too useless. So many people couldn't catch one person. He had told them that they should practice more normally. Didn't they see how tired he was? Facing Wang Zijiu's strange mockery, they certainly did not accept it. But Wang Zijiu came here not to watch their comedy show but to thank them for exhausting the prey. Then Wang Zijiu raised one hand up and Ban Hao's member immediately appeared and threw down a bucket of sugar water as a thank you gift. Van Hai had run over there and was out of breath. For the first time he encountered such persistent pursuers. If there were any more he wouldn't be able to stand it anymore. When he thought that escaping from this alley would make him safe, who would have thought it turned out to be a dead end? He couldn't believe it. Clearly there was still a road yesterday, but now there were shadows chasing from behind. Chuang Luke rushed over like a ferocious bear, which made him wide-eyed. When Chuang Luke was about to succeed, Ban Hao suddenly appeared in front of Chuang Luke. Van Hai saw these 2 people staring at him. He felt that these 2 people were not humans but beasts with such momentum as if they were going to fight to the death. No, it should be life or death instead. Just by looking at them, Van Hai's legs lost control and went limp. Now he didn't want to run anymore. The battle between Ban Hao and Chuang Luke also had a winner and loser. This time Ban Hao won. Mr. Li looked at the mercenary and wondered, "Huh? Why did you bring me here without saying anything?" Then he said, "Are you the manager here? I'm still wondering who has the guts to come to this country and kidnap people. How old are you this year? 20? You haven't even cleaned your nose yet." Seeing this, Ban Hao said, "Do you want to eat soap? Show some respect for me." He was scared, with soap in his mouth. "Can soap be eaten?" Mr. Li finally spoke. "It's okay, Mr. Vang was originally safe and sound, and it's natural for him to resist when we invite him over." "I think the opposite is true, boss. This time your people really started too heavy." Mr. Li could only smile. "Oh, that's right. Who won between the 2 of you?" Chuang Luke spoke. "It's a pity that this kid has a bit of affection. But I think it's more appropriate to say that it's a favor on the way. Brother Chuang, your people didn't catch him. On the contrary, quite a few people ran away." Van Hai saw the 2 of them arguing and thought, "Are they competing like this and I am the competition item? Okay, stop arguing. If Ban Hao has won this competition, then he will also receive my reward." "Just for a reward? What is the value of the reward that has to be so costly?" Ban Hao bowed his head in front of Mr. Li. Mr. Li reached out his hand and gave Ban Hao longevity, which made the mercenary open his eyes wide and open his mouth. Bonhau's body was trembling, and the two of them couldn't believe what they saw before their eyes. The light shone all over the room. Bonhau gradually recovered, and his remaining lifespan had been increased by 5 years. The light shone all over the room. Bonhau gradually recovered. His remaining lifespan had been increased by 5 years. Bonhau was panting heavily and felt it. "Thank you, sir." "What? Is that the life of that guy?" At this time Mr. Lee turned around and saw Mr. Vaughn. He was scared and crawled to a corner of the cabinet, sweating profusely. It was then that he realized his actions. "This time you secretly returned to your country to escape from your enemy's pursuit, right? According to my intelligence, your enemy is indeed diverse, but what is interesting is that all your actions have been exposed by someone called a brother, like a sieve." He couldn't believe it. "Hey, our feelings are beyond life. When I and my brothers were abroad, shoulder to shoulder, you guys were still protein chains in the old man's body. It's not wrong to say that the Longevity Club is indeed very young, but I can guarantee that our team is absolutely loyal to each other and there will be no betrayal. A mercenary who rolls around in chaotic areas all year round is forced to return to a peaceful area and roll around in such poor and chaotic places. Do you really want to live a homeless life and evade enemies? Haha, what if it can't be like that? Is it like they are dogs for you? Damn, it's not good." Bonhau angrily took out a knife and threw it straight at him. He closed his eyes in sweat but didn't feel anything. He opened one eye and found that the knife was hanging in front of him. He was startled. It turned out that Mr. Lee had slowed down the knife before it pierced his face straightly. Mr. Lee stepped forward, took the knife, then lifted it up. Whatever needed to be said had been said. Whether to go or stay was up to him. "That was the last time I asked for your opinion." He thought to himself, unimaginable power, unbreakable faith, terrifying intelligence network, resourceful resources. This person might really make me come back again. Let's take a risk. The old man ran clumsily out and said to Damien Knock, "Little Dam, you finally came here, old man. You got up early. The kitchen is preparing breakfast for you. Didn't eat anything yesterday or let me wait for you to finish speaking?" The old man turned back and said, "Can the car go now?" "That's great, then let's go." "Old man, or should I call someone to come to the kitchen?" "Little Dam, this matter cannot be delayed. I need to meet Mr. Lee quickly." "Yes, I understand." Mr. Lee stood on a large rock looking at something far away. But he was thinking, with these 3 people, the pressure of work, the acquisition of time would certainly take less effort. It's just a pity that the physical strength of these 2 people really makes one worry a bit. Although they don't fight independently, when facing danger, they still need to have self-defense capabilities. After all, they will have to go all over the world to acquire time. Even if it's me, it's out of reach for Mr. Lee. "Old man, have you been looking for me for a long time?" Mr. Lee felt that Dr. The looked weak when he saw Mr. Lee. "The life plan project has made progress," Dr. The said when he got home. "Fortunately, there is Mr. Lee who has fixed the space accelerator in the laboratory, and our progress is also 10 times faster. I accidentally discovered a new variant among hundreds of millions of mutant viruses. A is called A2. I have injected A2 into the experiment, and the rejection reaction of the white mouse has significantly reduced. We have approached 2 directions at the same time. On one hand we constantly reduce the rejection of A2, on the other hand we constantly stimulate the white mouse to enhance the resistance of the white mouse to A2. Just 1 day ago, it was only after injecting A2 that the newly born mouse was completely alive. Checking its vital signs far exceeds the population value of them. Strength, speed, reaction ability, even the intelligence aspect has evolved. This white mouse, I named it Miracle. To achieve this research result, we have done countless experiments and used tens of thousands of white mice. Fortunately, we have finally succeeded to some extent now. But this mouse seems to have a bit of a violent tendency." "Violent? That's why I came to find you personally." The old man looked worried. You're worried that if the project moves on to the next phase in its current state, yes, mister, exactly, then the next phase might involve experiments on humans, right, mister? Experiments on human bodies are not a joke. I want to apply for build a level 3 biological laboratory to observe and record the situation of a 2 experiment under acceleration, time and harsh environment conditions. Perhaps that is safer. Old man, you should know that for any request from you, I will respond. What are you hesitating about not speaking directly? Previously, I had never done such dangerous experiments on human bodies before. This is an ethical issue, haha, indeed it is, old man. You are the person with noble character that I admire most, no one can compare with you. But you don't need to worry about this. After all, there will naturally be many fish that slip through the net in this world, right? Those who hide in darkness outside the law, for Mr. Lee's ability, I have no doubt, of course. It's just old man, my original promise to you will never change. At the same time, I can also assure you that those bad guys who are about to be experimented on are absolutely voluntary. Mister, here's the data in front of you. These are targets that I have compiled so far according to your requirements. These are all parts from scum involved in drug trafficking, human trafficking, smuggling. There are also professional scams which are quite diverse. These guys mostly hide in places where there are wars and chaos outside the law for at least 10 years. Mister, did I dig too deep? If it's inconvenient to start, then I still have other reserves nowhere else. Send these materials to the Justice League team for them to escort clients to trade places which is convenient for them to practice their hands. What do you think, mister? Just give orders now. Now my hands are very itchy here. If you're so anxious, then leave this matter to me. Upon hearing this, Truong Luke immediately stood up and said, Yes, sir, I'll go prepare now. Then, he turned to tease Bang Hao, How, be good at home. When I return, I'll bring back some tangerines for you to eat. Bang Hao, you're not ordinary either. Wipe your nose and be careful when going down the stairs. Don't fall and die, you rascal. At this point, Mr. Lee spoke up. Bang Hao, come here and listen to the sir. You've understood the training process of the Eagle team during this period, haven't you? Yes, I have carefully observed every step of the instructor and also taken notes for study. So, are you confident that after summoning a new group of people, you will train another hidden team, the Bang Hao hidden team? Bang Hao was stunned for a moment before saying, I understand. Rest assured and leave it to me. Very good, sir. Are you two done talking? I feel like you should look at this. Mr. Lee asked curiously, What is this? Robert replied based on the examination of global human databases that there is an extremely talented ecologist in the East. His name is Hao Chao Min, 89 years old, a Chinese plant ecologist and one of the founders of Chinese plant ecology and global botany. In his early years, he participated in researching the relationship between plants and land. His views on plant indicators and zoning or plant classification are presented based on extensive surveys. According to this view, famous ecologist Xu Ka Sky considered him as a representative figure of land ecology. This is the ecological talent that you have always been looking for. And this old gentleman is not inferior to Dr. The at all. He's a level 10 talent. Mr. Lee looked through his videos. Seeing this, Bang Hao was also curious and peeked over. At this point, Mr. Lee immediately stood up. When Dr. The finished watching those videos, he also had to exclaim. This old Hao is so old but still like a child, ha. On the contrary, I feel like creating a new world needs a pure talent who still retains that passion. So let me show old Hao a bit of an even more magical scene. Mr. Lee took out his time acceleration watch and metamorphosed the cicada, causing the old man to be startled and fall over, dropping his live-streaming phone in shock. Impossible. How could a cicada complete its metamorphosis in such a short time? Could it be a new species? It's unbelievable. At this point Tang spoke up. Old Hao has aged so much already. A fall like that should not be taken lightly. Who are you? Why do you look so familiar? Are you Dr. the? It can't be him. Could it be Tang's descendant? If cicadas can molt and be reborn, then why can't humans? As far as I can see, everything in this world can live forever. He doesn't believe it. That's absurd. You're not my anti-fan, are you? Look at the cicada behind you and you'll understand. Old Hao turned around to Mr. Li, who slowed down time by 100 times, then reversed time, making the cicada return to its original state. He was surprised, which made his sleek black hair stand on end. Is it a time reversal? He turned his head to look at the cicada again. Impossible. Mr. Li smugly said, it's just a little skill, that's all. Making you laugh at my life, which has never seen such an illogical biological crack before. In the end, what did you do? You can call me Mr. Li. I am a time merchant. A time merchant, huh? Time can be bought and sold? So how do you trade it? What is time measured by? This is a physical unit realm. I have to go back and study it carefully. Mr. Li was also speechless with him. Dr. Li was not as calm as he was. He shouted, Hey, bookworm, don't you understand yet? Don't you recognize who I am? Are you saying you're Tang Chiu Tui? Haha, you're joking, right? Seeing Dr. Li's serious face, he knew this was not a joke. Only then did he sit quietly and listen seriously. I can control it, from an egg to a mature body, instantly, and also make it return to its original state. You are the same, don't you wonder how long you can live? He replied, birth, old age, sickness and death are the laws of nature. If there is birth, there will naturally be death. I have no regrets in this life. As for longevity, I think it should follow nature. After listening to this, Mr. Li found that this old man Hao Chao Min was truly unique. Old Hao, I'm serious, I have a longevity club and I want to invite a seasoned ecologist to work for us. The main job is to create a completely new microscopic vision with Dr. The. One of the long-term goals of the Longevity Club is to create a micro-world like the universe and create this Earth with the participation of talented scientists like Dr. The and Professor Antony. The theory has been formed and it's time to implement the Genesis plan. I want to invite you to be in charge of researching and considering the ecological environment plan of the miniature world. This ecological environment must be as perfect as the real world, the connection between food chains with each other. All food chains must bring the most convenience for human evolution. Ecologists create the world, geneticists create life, and I am the one who controls time. I will do everything by myself to promote formation and join us. You will have the opportunity to create a new world yourself. Are you willing? Hao Chao Men replied, my main research field is plant ecology. Animal ecology is self-questioning conscience. My level is still not enough, but if I can personally restore the evolutionary process of the Earth's ecosystem, observe the natural development and evolution of everything, that scene I want to witness a bit. Hearing this, Dr. The hesitated and asked Mr. Li, Sir, is the research room a secret base? Can't Mr. Li say no problem? Old Hao here does not accept time gifts, then I should also show some sincerity. The scene shifted to the S-Technology High Zone. Ms. Du said, Sir, everything is ready. Thank you for your hard work, Ms. Du. I also made a temporary decision, so what do you want this time? Before she finished speaking, Old Hao's voice rang out, wait a minute. He ran in, looked at Ms. Du's row of goods, then said, Hey, she's also your person, isn't she? Mr. Li replied, the Longevity Club is constantly recruiting talents. In the future, there will be many people with common aspirations joining. Hearing this, he looked at Dr. The. First, it was Tang Chiu Tui who died and came back to life, then it was Ms. Du. The organization can bring these two people back into the world. What kind of existence is it? Ms. Du greeted him and invited him over where Old Howe's laboratory was in front. When he saw the scene in front of him, Old Howe had to exclaim, "Oh, this place is really big. He spends money like that. Does his family know?" "As far as I know, everyone here is Mr. Lee's talent. He doesn't start a business, the most important thing for him is talent. No matter how difficult the request is, it must be achieved." The old man thought to himself, unexpectedly, there is such an advanced laboratory in the country. This kid seems to know a lot, that's good. Frankly speaking, there are many kinds of flowers and grasses in that large room, all of which are leftovers from foreigners. Right? Old man, there are some things that can't be judged by appearance. We have simulated outdoor light, humidity, and wind speed as much as possible. This place is a miniature version of the world's ecological model, which is not too much to say. The most important part is to invite you to do it yourself. Mr. Lee took out his watch, accelerated time by 1,000 times, and accelerated the growth time of cucumbers and blooming time. The old man was surprised to see this. They are growing, which is extraordinary. The naked eye can see the growth. When I saw that cicada, I was half believing and half doubting. Now, if this forest can be amplified to a continent or even the whole world, it is indeed a rebirth of the world's ecology and solves the world's ecological problems from the beginning. My youth has returned. Looking at him like this made Mr. Lee and Ms. Du speechless. They comforted themselves, it's okay, it's okay. He is just like that. Earlier, you said that creating a world requires someone. Right? Yes, it's an ecologist, old man. Oh, that's me then, haha. Later on, Mr. Lee handed the contract to the old man and said, "Sign it, you are officially the 7th member of the Longevity Club. As long as you contribute to the club, you can earn personal accumulation points to exchange for lifespan. Although you don't ask for it, your body is the capital of revolution. I don't want you to regret it in the end. You are about to take over a big project there." The old man signed the contract and said, "Okay, I understand now." At this time, Mr. Lee used his ability on the old man and said, "This is an advance payment." The old man felt amazing in his body, he was no longer tired, his waist and leg pain were gone too. Before he could recover from his surprise, Mr. Lee continued, "Old man, we are now family." The old man thought, is this the special treatment for employees in the club? Ms. Du spoke up, "The Longevity Club is still in its expansion phase, it's not suitable for public knowledge yet. Your video blogger job will have to end here, you need to get out of public sight. We will arrange everything for you later on." Then the old man opened up. "I understand that retirement life is extremely boring, the only person in the house who can chat with me is my nanny, but she doesn't understand anything about ecology at all. So I went online to live stream and tell stories to kids, but now I have a new world to plan, so I have nothing to regret. If that's the case, then old man, you can start as soon as possible, a miniature version of the world's ecological environment, haha, I can't wait." "Mr. Lee, what is your special view on this sand thing?" Mr. Lee replied, "I'm not very technical, but everything is difficult at the beginning. It may be a rough world, but my only purpose from beginning to end is that all creatures in this new world will exist like a granary of time. The dominant creatures of this world need to have at least human intelligence, strong reproductive ability, and longer lifespan. Only creatures with lower intelligence can trade with me, and they must try their best to simulate the causes and environment of extinct creatures on Earth, to continuously screen out suitable lives naturally. If this plan is implemented, even if it is a miniature world, it is ultimately a world. There are lives in it. However, this thinking is just the most rational and cruel ecological thinking. In our world, there are many unexplainable things in the world, not desert sand." Hearing Mr. Lee say this, the old man thought to himself, the thinking of this young man named Luke has surpassed ordinary people. The person who created all these things with time has become the creator of that world. Then the old man said, "What I do is detailed reasoning about the reproduction and evolution of this world, stop reasonable characters, and record the birth of a civilization." Mr. Lee turned to ask, "What about you, old man? Can my idea work?" After hearing this question, the old man continued to imagine when the meteorite fell to the earth and caused many creatures to become extinct. Although we can perfectly simulate the plant ecosystem of some climates in this laboratory, if the goal is a planet, the location and environmental requirements will be very harsh. So do you have any suggestions? To have a perfect ecological environment requires a larger place than this laboratory, Mr. Lee thought in his head. What he said was not wrong. Even if it is a miniature model, creating a complete world based on a laboratory is indeed a bit sloppy. Mr. Lee turned to Ms. Du and said, "Ms. Dua, tell our people to go exploring. As long as there is a suitable place, no matter how much money it costs." "Yes, I understand." "Oh yes, how about that? I have always kept in touch with Mr. Vin's family. A few days ago, Mr. Vin's father and Mr. Vin Chi Koan personally went to Country Tea and prepared to meet with the king of Country Tea named Ma Kai Thap. On the plane, Vin's family was talking to each other. Ma Kai Thap is extremely power-hungry. How confident are you this time? Vin's father replied, "This is why I chose him. All generations of kings in history pursue longevity and sit on power for countless years. We are here to give longevity. It's not difficult for him to join us. The difficulty lies in how to get this king to follow us home. This time I brought all his physical reports from illness to health. The truth is right in front of him and he will be moved." "We just hope so," Vin's father thought. Whether Mr. Lee's overseas base has a city depends on this time at the palace of the Emperor of Country Tea. Vin's father got out of the car. "The last time I came here I was still a child." "Haha." There was a voice coming from Vin's house owner next to him saying that he seemed very healthy. Then they shook hands with Vin's father to congratulate him on his ascension to power. "You and your father are alike, both are decisive leaders. My old predecessor, we have to talk for a long time this time. My father has always highly regarded you. You always bring countless orders and profitable items," Vin's father humbly said. "Your Majesty is too kind." Then the two went to the living room to chat slowly. Vin's father realized that he had a different purpose for coming. "This is the best bird's nest here." Vin's father tasted it, "It's very good for the body. The bird's nest of Tay Country is famous all over the world. I'm lucky to eat today. I heard that my predecessor was sick before. I was really worried. But I just ascended to the throne and was busy with affairs. People our age need to take good care of our bodies." Scratching the itch, Vin's father spoke up at this time. "Your Majesty, how do you see my current state?" Looking at Vin's father's outfit, the king also realized that there was indeed a problem. With a glance, he had discovered it. For an old man like him, his current state is a bit too good. Not letting the king think further, Vin's father continued to say, "People live for decades, but they can't eat all the delicacies. Vin's old predecessor, this time you came here is probably for business, right?" Vin's father replied, "Your Majesty indeed has sharp eyes. This time I came to give your Majesty a gift." The meaning of the predecessor is that someone should bring things to show your Majesty. The man who came with him brought documents to the king. After reading it, he was shocked. "Who is he, your Majesty? This is the way to live forever. You try to listen a little." After listening to Vin's father from beginning to end, the king probably understood something. Vin's father continued, "I once spent a lot of money to buy a year of life to escape death. Then, in order to continue developing the family, I bought the second year again. But this transaction is absolutely profitable because life is always precious. That's because you can't compare the value of life with money." The old king also thought that this was not wrong. The value of longevity was equivalent to the continuation of interests. Then he stood up and said, he created a longevity club? My private doctor will give you a comprehensive checkup once. It seems that unscientific theories can only be verified by scientific means, so if this is true, I will personally go to heaven and meet Mr. Lee. I hope this is not a joke. As for the longevity club side, looking at Hao Lao's contract table, Mr. Lee thought that Hao Chao Men was a calm scholar who was good at observing and always recorded everything he was curious about. The highest scholar of mankind has 10 points of ability at present. Let your imagination be rich, and one day you will be able to design the highest ecological environment system and make those in charge of the ecological plan decide to live forever. Maybe one day in the future there will be countless miniature worlds, and by then you can use the world as a chessboard and all beings will be your chess pieces. Speaking of which, it has been several days since there has been any news from Vin family. On the other hand, Ma Kai-Thap is extremely important and must not make any mistakes. At this time Miss Du ran in and said, "Sir, you have a phone call from Vin family. Just mention it, and finally His Majesty wants to meet Mr. Lee." At this moment, Mr. Lee finally breathed a sigh of relief. "It seems that the Vin family did not betray your trust," Ms. Du spoke up. Mr. Lee turned back and said, "The base overseas is already in my pocket, indeed." It was correct to have the Vin family as the foreign representative. The Vin family's heritage of over 100 years is their best accumulation. The King of Country Tea, for the club, is a rare high-quality customer. So, how will my advisor plan for this overseas base? I am looking forward to it. Ms. Du knew what Mr. Lee was saying. She thought for a while and then spoke up. Country Tea is located in a tropical archipelago with a very advantageous geographical position. There are many private islands here that have been exploited. We can buy an island in Country Tea for secret experiments, and at the same time, we can also build a large base underground in the heart of the city. In the heart of the city, what is called vague and illusory, there will be millions of people in the future. This will be the best testament to a hidden base. The two of them looked at each other without saying a word. Later on, Mr. Lee said, "That's not bad, it can be researched. So wait until the 10th generation code arrives, then we will play this game. We will slowly lower it." After that, Mr. Lee went to a noisy and bustling bar to eat and drink. There was also an old man who had sold his lifespan to him, also enjoying himself here. Old Man Vin had also arrived. The person accompanying Old Man Vin saw this and said, "Do we need to evacuate people first? This place is really chaotic." Old Man Vin said no need. Mr. Lee has lived for several hundred years, probably just likes this kind of bustling street. He turned back and said, "The food smells so good, old friend, you usually rarely eat such delicious food, right? Don't hesitate anymore, hurry in." The king behind him was speechless. He thought to himself, "Why am I here? Am I being teased? Even when I was studying abroad here, I would never go to such a dirty and noisy place. This old man Vin must not be dealing with businessmen at that time. If that's the case, he really isn't smart." In the end, the 10th generation code followed Old Man Vin, while Mr. Lee was gnawing on skewers at this time. Old Man Vin ran over and started, "Mr. Lee, I've kept you waiting for a long time." "Oh, Old Man Vin, you came just in time. The food has just been served." When both sides met each other, neither said anything. He thought to himself, "This cunning kid doesn't intend to say anything? Does he want me to speak first? Don't even think about it, I am a king after all." At this point he couldn't stand it anymore. He took off his glasses and said, "Mr. Lee here, I can't explain it at all right now. I hope you know what you're doing." Hearing this, Mr. Lee immediately accelerated time by 10,000 times, making everyone around slow down as if they were going to stop completely. The people following the king were shocked. What's going on? Everyone around has completely stopped. Mr. Lee spoke up, "Your Majesty the King, welcome to my time zone." He was still shocked. This is really crazy, it's definitely not a trick. Just now that boss jumped in mid-stitch and hasn't landed yet. Mr. Lee continued, the ancients have a saying, great concealment is invisible, small concealment is nowhere, which means if you want to hide something, why not try putting it where the public least expects it, like under a city for example. Surely you're not planning on building an underground garden in my city? Of course, you are the king of a country with endless wealth, but isn't it all rotten wealth? Money can buy everything you want, but what I can give you is the continuation of all these things, including benefits. This is the price I offer, which is longevity. Mr. Lee said, longevity is the price I offer. The old king said it was very attractive, but as a king, he could not ignore the opinions of the public, and you should understand that. Your Majesty, I think our cooperation is not limited to buying land. My longevity club recruits all talents from home and abroad, from ancient times to the present. We will complete various experimental results at overseas bases, and our grasp of technology far exceeds the current social development. At the same time, pharmaceutical factories and international trade are also expanding accordingly. Ms. Du came forward and said, Sir, I have brought the things here. It's hard work, Ms. Du, please check it out. This is a part of our initial custom plan, but the official ratio is much larger. How about it, Your Majesty? Are the large overseas projects and orders enough to become an additional part of this cooperation? Well, if that's the case, we can discuss further. I don't know about Mr. Lee here. Before he could finish his sentence, Mr. Lee spoke up. Sorry, Your Majesty. The next related procedures will be discussed with you by Ms. Du. After all, professional matters should be left to professionals, right? Ms. Du, bring out the contract. Seeing this, Vin said, Who is this, sir? The contract matter is not in a hurry for now. At present, we are just verbally agreeing with His Majesty here. With my experience, isn't it a bit hasty to talk about contracts now? Well, you have a point there. Is this contract part for you? What's this? A sales contract with a lifespan purchase time of 3 years and a sale price of 0 dong. He was surprised when Mr. Lee continued. This time you did very well. This is your reward. Old man Vin immediately signed the contract in front of the surprised king. 3 years are enough for my body to step into a new stage. Okay, the transaction is successful. Old man Vin's wrinkled and old face seemed to have rejuvenated. The old emperor was surprised and immediately stood up. Old man Vin has rejuvenated, it's amazing. If it said that time has stopped just now, I was a little doubtful, then the old man Vin in front of me really rejuvenated. This is a miracle. The man in front of me possesses divine power. I must win a deal with him. At this time in the bar, all activities returned to normal noise and excitement. And old man Vin happily said, Youth is still the best. Where are the people? Bring out the wine. Today I want to drink with Mr. Lee until I'm drunk. I can even step on the table to drink. The old emperor clapped his hands in praise. Today is really eye-opening. In this regard, may I ask how many people in this world can meet? Mr. Lee replied, Your Majesty overpraised. We look forward to further cooperation with your country. Haha, I'm looking forward to it too, he said, looking at Mr. Lee. Just then there was an argument at the next table. Unfortunately, the bar owner splashed cooking oil on a few tigers. Seeing this, old man Vin said to the king, I'm sorry for dirtying your eyes. I will immediately order my subordinates to deal with it. But at this time the bar owner's niece came out, making everyone surprised. The girl spoke up, We all live by giving way to each other. Can I treat this meal as compensation? Seeing that she was also drifting, the playboys said, It's not a big deal, we're not people who are pushed by the water. As long as this girl treats us to a few drinks, we won't mention the old woman. The girl lowered her head and said, I'll drink. The bosses were less angry and both sides were happy. But I know very well what you guys are thinking, a bunch of filthy scum. Hearing the girl say this, both Mr. Lee and the others were very surprised. They were angry and attacked her. Old Vin quickly ordered his men to handle it, but Dude Van assured him not to worry. "Old Vin, that girl won't suffer today." She then looked at Mr. Lee. As for the girl, she was now on the defensive. The two guys came again. She told herself she could do it this time. Mr. Lee accelerated 50 times for the girl. The girl was in an accelerated state, so the two guys slowed down a lot. Immediately one guy was punched and rolled a few rounds, his head split open. The other guy didn't understand what was happening when he saw this. She gave him another punch that sent him flying into the sky. The crowd also opened their eyes wide in surprise. At this point, the girl couldn't believe it. Was it because they were too weak or she was too strong? Everyone around was surprised, wondering why this girl was so powerful. The restaurant owner ran over and asked his granddaughter, "Are you okay?" "Yes, I'm fine." Then Mr. Lee's group left, not forgetting to look back at her one more time. Then Mr. Lee went home, not forgetting to ask Robert to investigate her identity. Tamo So, 26 years old, from Sichuan, living with her grandmother and two younger sisters who are still studying, introverted and strong-willed. She used to be an employee of a service limited liability company with a monthly salary of 12,000 yuan. To help her family she had to work part-time outside. That's it? It's so short. Poor Robert, when eating in front of Bang Hao, took all the food with him. This is all the information that can be found already. There is really nothing special about it. Not as bad as Hao. You've had a hard trip then. No problem sir, just say you go buy gifts for your daughter. Is it me? Yes, be subtle, don't show off too much, be amazed but modest. In short, you see how to do it. If Hao has it then you have it too sir. Military shovel? Subtle and practical? Haha, you're joking with me right? Don't make it too hard for yourself. If you can't do it you can ask others for advice. You really don't like military shovels? Then Bang Hao thought for a while. The only person who can ask for advice is Dam Yen Nok. She kept sneezing and didn't know who was talking about her again. Then Bang Hao ran off on all fours. Leave it to me sir, just consider it done and don't say I gave it. Mr. Lee was speechless. He didn't expect this little guy Bang Hao to be an expert in misunderstanding. Then he turned to Robert and said, "How's the thing I asked you?" Robert was sawing wood snoring. "Why does it sound like a pig?" It took him a while to sit up. Mr. Lee asked about the situation of the three great flowers. "I helped Zhuang understand the supervision and protection of the three great flowers. Now report to you sir. The result of 1 month just passed. They scattered all over the world, also very diligent in purchasing and acting very carefully. They did not cause any attention and they did well. Progress is considered smooth. In fact, they plan to return to the country to report to you. Have they returned yet?" Mr. Lee was surprised. The progress was faster than he thought. Then he told Robert to call them over. Mr. Lee's face showed joy. The three of them finally arrived. Dam Yen Nok greeted them. "It's been hard work. Mr. Lee is waiting for you all." Mr. Lee is sitting on the throne saying, "You all have worked hard." The three of them said, "Mr. Lee, this time we came to report a little about the results of our work." Mr. Lee saw the line of text behind their lifespan information. Perhaps this is the result of time acquisition. It seems under the constraint of the contract, they can't arbitrarily use this amount of time, can only bring it back to me themselves. Very perfect. Within a month they could achieve this number. Their average daily transaction is over 50 years. Indeed they are all talents in the transaction aspect. 1,580 years and 1,603 years. Wang Hai has more than others, gaining 1,821 years. In his evaluation documents, he is very indifferent to life, likes the feeling of stimulation on the battlefield, and is a cruel person. Of course no one here is good, if not they couldn't gain 5,000 years in just a short month. Mr. Lee stared at them and thought without saying anything to them, making them anxious. They didn't know what this silence meant. Was he not satisfied? It was then that Mr. Lee spoke up. You all have worked hard, haven't caused any attention, right? Sir, rest assured we work very carefully. Moreover, those who deal with us don't want to cause more trouble either. Very good. I am extremely satisfied with your work, so next hand over all this time to me. Mr. Lee reached out towards them. The three of them had their lifespan sucked out by him, and he acquired a golden lifeline escaped from their bodies. His current lifespan was terrifyingly high. His name is Mr. Lee is 27 years old, remaining lifespan 5,729 years 89 days 21 hours 13 minutes and 55 seconds. At this moment Mr. Lee felt this is what it feels like to have a lifespan of 5,000 years, right? They saw Mr. Lee froze and asked worriedly, Mr. Lee, are you okay? Even if I don't do anything from now on I can continue to live. The history of heaven has only been around 5,000 years and the Gagojia era has only passed 2,000 years. For thousands of years to come I can completely be an immortal leisurely watching the rise and fall and extinction of civilization. Now my lifespan has exceeded 5,000 years and my ability seems to have some strange reactions. What will it be? Then his time watch spun quickly, emitting a strong light, and he slowly opened his eyes. His consciousness was in another dimension where this is the core of time. Mr. Lee stepped down and walked on it. It was really too miraculous. Seeing an ancient clock, Mr. Lee wondered what this meant. It seems this is the rule of time. I understand I can actually go see it myself, but not the future but the past. The three people around saw Mr. Lee motionless. They panicked, didn't say a word. Wasn't he angry? Should we speak first? The oldest one, you go first. Then Mr. Lee opened his eyes and breathed a sigh of relief. Then he said, your work has been done very well and the reward has been achieved. I will give as promised. This is not in a hurry. Being able to work for you is our honor, yes, but there are things that need to be said first after leaving this door. If you say something you shouldn't say, don't blame me for being inhospitable. Yes, sir. So we bid farewell and watched them leave. Mr. Lee thought again, the rules and power of time have increased again. Just now, he entered his illusion, yet he could control time. Facing such a thing would also feel extraordinarily shocking. He reached out to touch it, and it glowed. Then, everything changed. This is the principle of time, not wrong. This feeling is time. If he's not mistaken, this is probably the tangible image of time after transformation. The Milky Way River is so magnificent in the stream of human time. Yet it contains so many great events. This feeling is truly magical. It seems that just stepping into that flow can pass through the past and present, wandering through each year. Mr. Lee was about to touch it when suddenly it enveloped him completely. He felt trapped in that glowing sphere, feeling like he was recalling time. Then, he was sucked into the past. Mr. Lee exclaimed strongly, feeling not good at all. Mr. Lee looked at his lifespan and time, all of it was reduced. Not good, stop quickly for me. He screamed in panic, pulled his hand back, and jumped away from that glowing thing, almost completely absorbed. It seems that returning to history will consume time. Consume 20 years. More than the time the house consumes. Still maintain respect for the rules of time. Well, the rules of time are cruel leaders, not showing affection to anyone. Even if I always return to history from the present, the longer the time is consumed. The consumption issue needs to be studied. In addition, for historical changes, also be careful. If history changes, there's a high chance I'll get lost in time, that is I won't be able to see today's sun. Very dangerous but also very interesting, isn't it? Perhaps you can meet some big names in history. That's why Hal pretended to be a delivery guy giving a girl a gift for the first time, so he was a bit awkward. He sweated profusely. Fighting wasn't scary to him, but this. But isn't it just a gift? How hard can it be? While he was nervous, a staff member asked, "Who are you looking for?" He was startled and jumped up, throwing the gift box into the air. The girl laughed out loud when she saw this. "You're okay, right? Outsiders aren't allowed in here." How awkwardly replied, "Oh, I'm so embarrassed, I'm here to deliver food." "No, I mean I'm here to deliver goods, ha. Look at this, it's from Tamo so ha. Is today your first day on the job? You look so tense." No, I won't eat you, ha." How muttered in his head that women are really troublesome. Just then Oso arrived just in time. "Is there a delivery for me?" "Really? But I don't remember ordering anything." The two were puzzled as there was no sender's name on it. "It's strange, even the delivery invoice wasn't there either. It's a bit suspicious." The colleague showed her envy. "Maybe there's something strange inside. Get sucked into another world and can't come back, maybe." At this point she turned to ask who sent this? But Hao was too shy to face her. He ran away, leaving behind. The customer didn't say goodbye. He ran faster than being chased by a dog, ran a distance before stopping to pant heavily. Mission accomplished, good for her. The customer didn't say. The whole building heard everything. "You're really kind. Isn't it just handing over?" Hao said, "That's why Mr. Truong understands how to do it better than me in this matter, ha. No wonder for the past 20 years, that thing of our Hao has only been used to pee. Don't talk too much. Before that, you went to ask Dam Yan Nok for advice, didn't you? So what did you guys end up giving?" This is quite powerful. Ms. Dam has analyzed the character of the target, who won't be able to see today's sun, so what we want to give is practical and will definitely suit her character. Sounds like a military shovel, doesn't it? Then Mr. Lee and Bang Hao heard the girl's ear-piercing scream. "Wow, these glasses are so beautiful. Are they a lucky delivery gift? Is there such a good thing?" She put on the glasses and screamed again. Looking at Tamoso's tense face during work hours, "What's all the noise about? You don't need this month's bonus, do you? Boss Truong is ruined." Seeing her glasses, this Boss Truong said, "Little Tam usually saves like that, but she bought these glasses. They're not cheap." "Oh, that's not it." Stuttering, "Today I discovered that this little face is quite beautiful." "Boss Truong, stop teasing me." Then he turned away, not forgetting to tell her about the work in progress. "Leave it there, later come with me to have dinner with Boss Lai. Whether this contract can be signed successfully or not depends on you." The girl stood dumbfounded. This old man changed his target again. Really want to expose his face on the internet, too immature compared to him. Later she will find an excuse to avoid his lustful gaze. Many female colleagues dare not wear makeup. Applying lipstick and powder is not allowed. If you offend him, you can't keep this job. A high-paying job like this is not easy to find. You're too naive, be careful. I know already, Miss Vong in a restaurant, ha. Welcome Boss Lai, welcome, ha. It cost Boss Truong a lot. Please sit down, let me introduce a bit. This is our company's secretary Tam. This guy got promoted quickly, in a blink of an eye he became a secretary. His professional level is quite strong. Next let her personally introduce our project, this time to Boss Lai. This old goat keeps staring at the young grass without blinking once. Boss Truong is really lucky to have such a smart and slippery secretary like her. No wonder his business is getting bigger and bigger, haha. Tamoso started feeling uncomfortable. These two old men were whispering something to each other, their faces were extremely despicable. This bald guy made her feel even more disgusting than the boss. Come on little Tam, give me the contract and we'll talk slowly. Come here girl and sit down. Mr. Lee and Bang Hao also came over to eavesdrop on the situation. This lustful old devil, looking at him makes you want to punch him out of annoyance. And Mr. Lee said don't endure anymore, our staff absolutely cannot let this kind of person bully them. You see how reasonable it is. Come on little Tam, sit down quickly. The old boss urged her to go over there quickly because she couldn't refuse, otherwise the contract wouldn't be successful. So gritted her teeth and endured sitting next to him. This lecherous old man, what was he doing with his hand? She didn't know how to describe it, but right after that his face changed. The girl and her boss didn't understand what happened. He raised his hand, 5 fingers were very smooth and slick. Finger pointing, each finger in one direction, now understood what happened. He screamed down my hand, screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Tamoso was also startled and jumped away into a corner. What happened to Boss Truong? I don't know clearly just now if it was normal. The old man was in pain and couldn't speak. Don't just stand there, call an ambulance, someone said. The people around were discussing whether he had osteoporosis. After dealing with the situation, Bang Hao sat down as if nothing had happened. Although it was very painful, it seemed that I had been too heavy-handed. Mr. Lee said, "There's no need to show mercy to people like that, let's go." Mr. Lee and Bang Hao left. At this moment, Bang Hao accidentally ran into a girl. Seeing Bang Hao's figure, the girl thought to herself, "Is that the delivery guy? What a coincidence." On the way home, Bang Hao asked Mr. Lee, "Sir, you seem to care a lot about this girl." Mr. Lee replied, "A capable and modest girl like her is perfect for our club. What do you think?" "I think the club's work is getting more and more trivial. We really need a professional manager." At this moment, Mr. Lee received a call from Robert, who said something that shocked Mr. Lee. "When did this happen?" After Mr. Lee arrived at Robert's place, he said, "2 members of the Eagle team have lost contact during surveillance. I have carefully checked the communication equipment and found nothing unusual. Moreover, there are no interference signals in the action area. I suspect that the other party has noticed our actions and launched a revenge." "Where was their last location? Are there any recorded images?" "Yes, sir, the last appearance of number 2 and number 3 was in Luke Lam District at 8:38 on June 17th in G time zone. The target was Jazada Suchi-ra, a black market organ dealer. He sneaked into the hospital and took him out when he was dizzy. The angle of the video seems to be from number 2's action camera. He went in and was thrown out with a bang after a while. Then there was no signal." Mr. Lee asked, "What happened to the Eagle team?" "According to the rules, they should report every 30 minutes, but now not only has their action been interrupted but even their signal has disappeared." "What about the emergency signal? Didn't they activate it?" "They seem to have been blocked. I am conducting an in-depth search. However, such strong blocking measures cannot be done by ordinary hackers. Behind Jizo T Suchi-ra must be a powerful organization." Mr. Lee said with a stern face, "Everyone under the protection of the Longevity Club, I will not abandon anyone. On the contrary, I want to see how many heads they have. No matter what, I didn't expect Jizo T Suchi-ra to have such a deep background." So Jizo T Suchi-ra is not only a head of surgery but also secretly a spokesperson for Tesu Pharmaceutical Group. This group has a history of hundreds of years and has done countless evil things. The organs sold by Rairo T Suchi-ra are definitely from size superiors number 2 and number 3. They must have attracted the attention of the other party during surveillance. It seems that we are in big trouble now. Do we still have a chance? What did Ms. Du say? Why does she think so? Currently, the scope of the Longevity Club has begun to step onto the world stage. Secret organizations around the world will gradually discover our existence. Our advantage is that Mr. Lee is still hidden in the dark. Very few people know about our nature. Number 2 and number 3 have undergone long periods of accelerated training, and their physical conditions have long been different from ordinary people. Organizations that specialize in human experimentation are not so easy to kill, at least until they find the secret in the target's body. From now until then, number 2 and number 3 are probably safe. Therefore, this period is the perfect time for us to rescue them. Our aircraft cannot enter G country's airspace, we must parachute in advance. The sir will use time acceleration to create inertia, sending you into the action route. The retreat coordinates have been sent to your personal computer. If there are any questions, it's best to ask now. Bang Hao turned his head and asked, "Sir, what about the rules of engagement?" Mr. Li pondered for a moment and said, "Don't spare anyone." He moved to a room where a man was tied up in the middle of the room. He was tied by handcuffs number 8, it was unclear whether this was number 2 or number 3. Then the door slowly opened, and 3 figures walked in. This bald man is Nobuo Shiguzo, and next to him are 2 tall buildings. They walked in and started shooting in Japanese. "This person's materials are handed over to you. That means it's okay to take this guy away for research, there's no problem." This young man is like, "What nonsense are you guys talking about today? I don't understand at all, isn't there a subtitle?" "Haha, I know one sentence, how does that sentence go?" "Ah, I remember, you bastards." The tall man with long hair heard this and didn't know if he understood it or not but rushed over to punch him. "Stop it, I don't want to see his blood." "Don't worry, you too, I will slowly teach him a lesson." Hearing the old man say this, the 2 looked at each other. Old Guro touched the young man, he was still defiant. "Is that all he has?" Then he covered his mouth with his hand. After that, the 2 looked at each other without saying anything. He turned to the other 2 and said, "Let me prepare everything first." Then they left. Before closing the door, the old man looked back as if he wanted to say something, leaving the young man alone in the room. At this moment, the young man spit out the key that the old man had put in his mouth earlier. "What on earth is this dwarf doing?" Later they returned with 2 men who looked like doctors. The old man also wore a doctor's coat, accompanied by a patient cart and 2 people. When the door opened earlier, the young man was still sitting on a chair. They walked in and were about to operate in 5 minutes. One of them went over and woke him up quickly. As he was about to touch him, he opened his eyes. Immediately after that, he jumped up and punched the doctor straight in the face. The guy was punched into the wall with a bang. The young man picked up a chair in his hand and rushed towards the other 3. The young man threw the chair at 2 men in black suits. The 2 ducked down and dodged it, but the chair hit a medical staff member in the face. Immediately after that, the young man jumped up and kneed one of them in the face. The remaining one saw this and pulled out a gun from his pants. As he was about to pull the trigger, he was quickly grabbed by the young man. One of his fingers blocked and locked the gun trigger. The young man grabbed handcuff number 8 and jabbed it into his chin saying, "Yeah, you're dead." After defeating everyone else, he turned back to look at the dwarf. Now he finally took off his mask, panting heavily, saying lightly, "Good job, kid, it seems like I won this time. My name is Nobuo Shiguzo, I am an expert in neurology. 2 years ago, I was deceived by Teisuchi RA Group into this underground laboratory where I was forced to participate in illegal human research. I have never given up my escape plan. Unfortunately for those before you didn't make good use of that key." Upon hearing this, the young man turned around and asked, "Do you want me to take you with me? This corporation is so powerful, do you dare to mess with Jizo Teisuchi RA? Moreover, considering your physique, there must be something extraordinary behind you, right?" He thought to himself, "Can I trust him? He must be very familiar with this place. Why not take him back to Mr. Lee? The reinforcements should be arriving soon." The scene shifts to a forest where the remaining people are running away from the pursuit. It's annoying. Did they receive the signal or not? By now, they've caught up. He was hit in the leg with a candy copper and fell backward. 3 men with guns approached. They said they would take him back to base, let him experience pleasure, and feel the pain of being worse than death. He was trying to hide behind a tree while the others were slowly approaching. Search carefully, it seems they didn't realize where the young man was hiding. Then one of them got hit in the head with a candy copper. His teammate turned around and saw this. He was quickly shot dead too. The rest were no different. It turns out it was Chuang Hu and Bang Hao. The young man hiding under the tree peeked out to see. At this point, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this time at the airport, Mr. Lee and Robert received a message. "Sir, we received a signal from the two old men Bang Chuang. They had a short gunfight with the enemy. Number 3 is safe. They have reached the safe room with the Eagle team." "Sir, we can't talk too much. Short messages are best," he said to them. "I'm here. Next we just need to dig out the enemy." In front of the elevator door, there's a guy showing off his muscles on the screen. He was punched away by young man number 2. Looking at this young man, he thought, I guess he's fought a lot of people. Then the young man shouted loudly, "I want to fight." The people watching through the camera said, "This guy's spirit is really high. His physical fitness far exceeds ordinary people. He is really good research material. Prepare a good laboratory. I want to personally dissect his flesh." The bald dwarf saw this and said, "Wait a minute, he is my best experimental subject. If you play him to death, then he is just a pile of worthless dead meat." Value? Mr. Ishiguro, have you forgotten? You are now just a hostage of Teisuchi-ra family. Are you sure you can value yourself? Yelling in front of Teisuchi-ra's heir is me. Where does that confidence come from? Then before I officially become the head of the family head, let me see your research results first, or else you will be my next experiment. Put that little devil in jail. At this time the old man came to visit young man number 2 in jail. He said to him, "What do you think? You were just saved by me." The young man didn't say anything for a while before finally opening his mouth and saying thank you then. Jizo Teisuchi-ra is a demon. If you don't make up your mind quickly we will all die, young man, we don't have much time left. Hearing about time, he confidently said, "Mr. Ishiguro, do you know how much time?" "Time, huh? That pervert isn't very interested in my body structure. Maybe ecstasy will come very soon." On Mr. Lee's side, they were setting up camp and directing troops in the forest, while Robert was doing search work. Suddenly, he shouted, "Found it." Mr. Lee was surprised. "Can it be hacked?" "I'm in." Number 3's intelligence was very accurate. Ordinary buildings could not have a defense system at this level. "We have images now." At this moment, a voice from the screen rang out, "Jizo Teisuchi-ra is a demon, we are running out of time." Hearing this voice, Robert shouted, "It's number 2, he's still alive." The voice of number 2 from the screen continued steadily, "Mr. Ishiguro, how much do you know about time?" At this point, Mr. Lee also spoke up, "What is the background of the person talking to number 2? Wait a minute, I got it. Nobu Ishiguro, 88 years old, was a distinguished professor at the TK Academy. He is highly respected in the field of neuroscience and was in charge of a neuroscience project on human evolution. He published his observations in a report, stating that normal adults can only activate 33% of the muscle fibers in their body, even when they try their hardest. Professional athletes can activate 42% of muscle fibers, with the rest remaining at rest. If one could activate 100% of muscle fibers, then human strength and reaction would be as strong as a superhero's. But shortly after presenting his report, he suddenly disappeared. Now it seems he is working for the Isushi family. Nobu Ishiguro gathers Bang Hao. Hearing Mr. Lee shout out, "Quickly gather everyone together. Sir, these kids are ready. You give the order." The top priority of this mission is to rescue their comrades and ensure their safety while bringing Nobu Ishiguro back. They must live. At this point Robert in the camp poked his head out to the elder, "All networks at my target location have been taken over. In 5 minutes, this place will be an isolated island." Mr. Lee heard Robert's words and showed contempt. 5 minutes later? 20 seconds is enough. He started hacking for that group of people and wished them happy hunting. At the same time, at some secret base somewhere else, the guards walking around discovered that they had lost air conditioning. Why did the air conditioning stop? Can't they switch to another circuit? A bunch of idiots who only know how to take money but don't know how to work are being lazy up there. But we are underground. Do these bastards want us to die from heat? San-chan-kun, don't be so angry. They are heading towards the elevator. It seemed like they discovered something. The elevator was creaking down. As soon as the door opened, they shouted out loud, "Hey, hey! You guys can't come down here." The two guards didn't understand what was happening when their heads flew off. The people who did it were Bang House Group who had just arrived. Their speed was very fast. At that moment in the control room, "I can't contact the ground guards here. Is their network okay? My network has also been cut off. Now there's no internet or Wi-Fi at all. I have a bad feeling about this. I will contact security immediately. This is the control room. If security hears me, please contact me back, security. If you hear me, please contact the control room immediately, otherwise we will switch to alert status. Repeat, security. If you hear me, please contact control room immediately." What did you hear? They are sleeping forever now. Somewhere else there are a few people holding guns in their hands. They are heading somewhere. Suddenly, they noticed a gust of wind blowing loudly, and their ears only heard creaking sounds, creaking, creaking, gliding very fast. It must be Bang House Group jumping around. Then, all they heard were screams, and the control room heard it too. They knew something had happened. Then, immediately, there was an alarm, beep, beep. What's going on? Ka, ka. Surprise for Jizo Teisuchi RA, home delivery. Surely, not here to save you, right? Oh my god, such a short time, and they've attacked here already. An organization as efficient and quick as this. Maybe this time they really can escape. The scene shifts to the people carrying guns. Before they could shoot, they were taken out. But there was still one man left, panting heavily. He gasped out each word, "Who are you?" The person in front of him was a figure, or rather, a demon, hacked from the screen, bypassing natural laws, so it was pitch black and looked like Bang Hao. Then, that man was stabbed through the throat with a knife. On their side, their boss was trying to make contact, beep beep beep, but couldn't connect with the above. The armed forces in the base are now only us. Reinforcements will arrive in about 3 minutes, he joked. What about Suchiya's defense? Can't we withstand a blow like this? Are they accomplices of that experimental subject living in that lab? Damn it. Our vanguard is all gone, village chief. I suggest we completely detoxify the base. The strength of the enemy has completely surpassed human limits. That man angrily pounded on the table. Damn it. We can't forgive them. They could have researched superhumans earlier. We are a bunch of bastards. Hurry up and bring the experimental subject from the lab here. We are leaving here. Take Ishiguro with us. After some thought, the leader muttered, to let Suchiya's family suffer such humiliation, they have no right to live in this world. I want to witness his last scream in this world with my own eyes. At this moment, number 2 is leading the old man to escape from the base while running. The old man asked while running, "Is your comrade as strong as you?" "No, there's just one guy with higher data than me." "Higher data but not the strongest?" "Damn it. The passage is blocked. It seems Surya wants to carry out a complete purge." The old man started trying to enter the password while muttering annoyingly, "This is the only exit door left. A combination of 6 digits, number 2. Hearing him say that, they started looking for a way out. A complete purge? Sounds bad. He looked up and saw a ventilation pipe. It seemed he had found an escape route and turned to ask the old man, "Ishiro, are you claustrophobic? The ventilation pipe is like a mouse hole. Do you have a better option?" Then they heard a beep from the door. It was about to open. Creak, creak, creak. He thought he had successfully unlocked it and was happy. Haha, Achia can't think of a more complex password. 6 digits, 6 digits, right? Haha. He felt something hit him in the back of his neck and said here, here, but before he could say a few words he heard footsteps running towards him. The old man fell down panting heavily with blood coming out of his nose. As soon as number 2 tried to help him up, 3 soldiers pointed their guns at them and said die. Number 2 thought to himself, this time we're done for. He and the old man were desperate while Suchio was laughing satisfactorily. Then suddenly the soldiers' backs were shot continuously. From the leader whose smile had faded, his attention turned to his eyes. What? One by one, his 3 guards fell. He was still dazed, not understanding what had happened, when he was pierced through the chest. To the astonishment of the second guard and the old man, a figure, Hao, slowly emerged behind him. He turned and saw Hao's blue silhouette and whispered, "Is this some kind of sorcery?" Hao smirked and kicked him, then leaned over to confront the old man and the second guard. The leader tried to call for help, but then he too followed his guards into death. The old man, upon witnessing all this, was speechless. The second guard, seeing Hao, was exhilarated. Has the big boss's state also arrived? Is that right? The old man was very surprised to hear the term big boss. Hao glanced at the old man and then dragged him to meet Mr. Li. Before he could finish his sentence, he was whisked away like the wind. Meanwhile, at the campsite, Robert reported to Mr. Li after receiving the news. "Sir, the signal from the Eagle team has been received. The mission is complete, they are on their way back." Mr. Li wasn't too surprised because Hao's group had already returned. Robert was just getting the news. As Robert turned around, he was startled. "Sir, I see now." At this point, the old man finally came to his senses. "Have you introduced me to Min yet?" As he finished his sentence, he looked up and saw Mr. Li with a formidable appearance. "You're the big boss? So young and yet you've overcome the challenges of human evolution?" While speaking, the old man coughed up blood. "Ahem, I have many questions, but sadly I don't have much time left. I'm about to be killed by a poison I created. It seems like karma." Mr. Li approached the old man and sat down. "Professor Ishiguro, it seems you don't know much about time." Without hesitation, Mr. Li summoned a pact. The old man, seeing this, widened his eyes. Could this be the powerful secret of these people? Mr. Li began to advocate for his organization, which had wise scientists, powerful warriors, and strategic advisors. "Our goal is to create a beautiful world and complete the final evolution of life. Dr. Ishiguro, you are lucky and talented. We need you. Join us. This is not just a pact, but a life protection. After all, you only have 5 minutes left." As he spoke, he presented the pact, which buzzed for 2 seconds. Information about the old man's lifespan appeared. Mr. Li continued, "The choice is yours." The old man was in shock. "Is this my lifespan? To directly intervene in human lifespan, you're certainly not human. Are you a god? It seems I have no choice. I'll join." Mr. Li immediately healed him. The paralysis from the poison started to fade, and the old man's body began to recover wonderfully. This is a miracle. But Mr. Li and Robert didn't care about my reaction. I've repeated my astonishment many times, it's not interesting anymore. "Xiao Du, Dr. Ishiguro is now our ally. Don't be so harsh," Trong Hu interjected from the side. "Sir, the young ones are ready. Activate your power, and we can depart right away." "What's the rush?" "Clean up the battlefield," Mr. Li replied. "Why bother? Leave it as is to nourish the insects," the old man advised. Mr. Li responded, "Understood. If you're here, there's no need to worry about leaving any traces." So, you intend to use those corpses as a threat, right, sir? Excellent, but compared to this, Robert, I want you to permanently destroy all research data on the enemy's server. This is my specialty. I assure you that not a single hair will be left behind, Hiroishi. Sir, you don't mind, do you? I'm counting on you. Consider it done immediately. Immediately, the order to assemble was sounded in the camp. Mr. Lee and his disciples had returned home. This time, it was essentially a surprise false alarm. Yes, not only was there no damage, but we also benefited. A neurology professor, didn't the enemy suffer a loss this time? As far as I know, this organization can only be considered second in the world. Professor Ishiguro had prospects of going to Country M for advanced training but was forcibly kidnapped by them. Professor Nobu Ishiguro is fortunate in misfortune. You don't know how happy he was when he saw Dr. the. Sir, although no one can match your strength, before she could finish her sentence Mr. Lee interrupted her. Are you afraid that I will become complacent and forget myself? We can't be sure we're stronger than others. After all, the level of science they hold in some fields even surpasses what society currently has. So why are there so many secrets in this world? There's always a solution to every problem through this organization. It's just right to test how deep the water is behind. Let me be frank, you must be vigilant at all times. Mr. Lee understands. Ms. Du, Mr. Lee will be careful when he gets home. Start gathering the young people, review the mission process and also show Ms. Du your real strength. Sir, the Eagle Squad has fully assembled. Now let's review everyone's performance in the mission. This time click-clack, they turned on the projector. At this moment, sounds from the video began to play. Team A enters standby for power cutoff. Team B receives action up. They find their target slow as a snail. Don't be merciful. Don't keep anyone alive. Yes, we've swept the north corridor. We've cleared the south. Team A has continued advancing. Ms. Min listens too wrapped up. Teams pay attention to armed enemies detected. Quickly deal with them clearly. Good night. They've located position 2 of Team A. Team B continues searching for enemies. Professor Du, what do you feel watching up to here? I apologize before. I reminded you not to be arrogant, but I didn't expect that comparing their combat power with our soldiers is basically not on the same level. I was presumptuous. Ms. Du spoke harshly before. In legends even gods will be bitten back due to arrogance. It's because of your reminder that I had to hold this meeting to summarize the cause and result of this time. Although, without my time acceleration, these warriors, no matter how strong, cannot compare with the accelerated state, constantly reminding, advising. This time, not only did you remind me, but also reminded the whole club to be careful about what lies ahead. For this point, I have to thank you. It's my duty, although saying so. But in her heart, she thought, Mr. Lee now is no longer like when she first met him. His initial naivety has gradually disappeared. He now is a leader who can unilaterally monopolize, but she still feels that as his power grows stronger, some things are gradually disappearing. What on earth is this? At this point, the meeting also ended. Everyone shouted loudly. I remember everything the sir said. If I repeat it next time, I will pack up directly. Yes, sir, if there is nothing else, then I will take these kids down first. As soon as these people left, another group came in. You guys come in. As soon as he finished speaking, the footsteps got closer. Welcome back, sir. It's our turn to report on our work. It's even faster than last time. It seems that you guys are gradually mastering the skills. After a few transactions, we have gained some reputation with the locals there. Now there are customers who have heard of us and come to us. Reputation is a double-edged sword. I'm afraid you guys can't keep it. Sir, rest assured, we have carefully screened every customer. The troublemakers absolutely cannot get in. Well, if that's the case, let me see everyone's results. The watch spun rapidly, their lifespan and the time they had purchased appeared. His name is True Dai Hoa, age 46, remaining lifespan 23 years, 10 months, 23 days, 30 seconds, years purchased 2.245. His name is Vong Hai, age 40, remaining lifespan 32 years, 8 months, 15 days, 22 seconds, years purchased at 1.935. His name is Ho Tien Bao, age 55, remaining lifespan 8 years, 7 months, 14 days, 12 seconds, years purchased 1.965. Mr. Lee. Looking at their results made me laugh uncontrollably, then he muttered to himself, success. This harvest of everyone is really good, compared to last time, this harvest is clearly more. The three old men laughed. Not wrong, sir, our brothers have learned to be smart this time, we did a small business together. Old True let sir see it. Okay, here's the lottery ticket, similar to ordinary lottery tickets, the buyer gets real money, but our lottery tickets must use a few months of lifespan to buy. Depending on the level of prizes won, the prize money will also vary, but ordinary lottery tickets are not expensive either. How did you guys convince people to buy your tickets? First of all, the prize money we set up cannot be compared with ordinary lottery tickets based on this point alone. It's enough to crush ordinary lottery tickets already. Even more so, our winning rate is 100% compared to the previous purchase price of 100,000. We also achieved greater benefits than what we put out. Listening to the old ladies taking turns explaining made him ponder. These three old men can come up with such a method as long as they control the rate very well. It's definitely a great business. Turning around, he said to the three old men, everyone did very well, keep it up. At the same time, I will remember this merit, so next here, hand over everyone's harvest to me. Mr. Lee reached out towards them, which made them all very tense. It's here, it's this thing. The spinning sound of it, their screams echoed throughout the neighborhood. Still can't adapt at all. Mr. Lee is sucking it now. Their lifespan was being sucked away, their bodies glowing, life threads flying out from them, life energy flowing into Mr. Lee's body. Mr. Lee's lifespan just jumped up like that. What is this all about? At this point, the three old men were no longer steady, and the one in the middle fell, hitting his back on the cabinet. You guys have worked hard, the reward will soon be delivered to you, you guys go rest first. It's our fortune to work with sir in the future. We will do our best for sir's sake. Mr. Lee had just finished absorbing lifespan and was in a daze when the old man kept pressing him. He glared at him, which startled him. Hey uncle, are you okay? Your legs are all shaky. Honestly, every time the boss absorbs all the time on us, it always gives me a very scary feeling. You're out of flattery, learn from me. Speak less, look less, the boss is not an ordinary person, those actions can't be applied to him. I know a not bad restaurant, it's okay to comfort this old man. I need to vent. Very well. Mr. Lee was still standing in the room, neither sitting nor lying down, just looking at his fist slowly opening with light emitting from it. His lifespan appeared. His name is Mr. Lee, age 27, remaining lifespan 10.032 years, 29 days, 12 hours 20 minutes 36 seconds. Achieved it, 10.000 years of lifespan. Oh. Then a wind surrounded him and immediately took him to a space similar to last time when he achieved 5.000 years of lifespan. This time it's 10.000 years of lifespan. In the end, I still have to try once, but before finding the exact method I must be extra careful to reverse time. Mr. Lee was surrounded by green things. The wind blew loudly, then took him away, leaving the room with a pile of documents, papers flying all over the room. Then Ms. Du came to see Mr. Lee. Sir, there are some documents here. She looked towards the room but didn't see Mr. Lee anywhere. She asked, where did he go? The watch spun very fast, making a tink-tink sound. Mr. Lee is in an undefined space, surrounded by something like a galaxy. I'm being sucked into the flow of time again. Why again? What exactly is the correct method to open it? How annoying. The flow rate has stabilized now. Now Mr. Lee can finally set foot down there, although the flow is stabilized, but he can still feel time being consumed. This time I must find a way to reverse time. I can't waste time anymore. Right after that, Mr. Lee saw in front of him were balls of light. Looking inside, Mr. Lee knew these were scenes that had happened before. Moreover, most of the scenes were at the club, so it can be explained that currently he is still standing in the club's conference room, but time is reversing. Everything in the building is going back in time until the building returns to a certain point. Mr. Lee was watching a memory in the building that happened in the past. Doctor, please save my husband's life. Madam, don't do this, you're making it difficult for me. It seems that the predecessor of this building, this club, was really a hospital, but who are these people? Originally thought that he would see famous historical figures like this time then. Doctor, you must save him, please, doctor, he's our only hope. Hearing their conversation, Mr. Lee was very surprised. Tuong? Did she just say Tuong? Indeed, that person is Mr. Tuong, a businessman who has established countless universities, so it seems I've come to the right place. Mr. Lee used his time-hacking ability to step into the world in the past, where this place is exactly where the club building will be later on. It seems it used to look like this. Is Banghao's gym, which used to be a morgue, the reason why he still doesn't have a girlfriend? No wonder there are so many people chasing after him, Mr. Lee thought. He felt an intimate connection with every brick and tile here. Suddenly, he heard crying next to him. Little boy, what on earth did your father do? He was a serious businessman. Why did he offend those people? Mom, calm down. Dad has finished his surgery. He will be fine, Mr. Lee thought again. Indeed, the TV dramas were not entirely nonsense. The protagonist, Tuong, rose from poverty to become a successful businessman in line with the times. He once led a family business and held 20% of the international textile trade. His ability to make money not only caused jealousy among competitors but also provoked many people's greed. He planned to save his backward and poor country through his own methods. However, because he offended some powerful people, he was assassinated and died with regret. His son was also a patriotic businessman. However, he was never as good as his father. Mr. Lee was lurking outside the hospital room. Given the backward medical level at that time, no matter how much money was spent on surgery, it only caused more pain for the old man in this world. Fortunately, all these are history now, and history can be changed. Mr. Lee walked into the room and stared at the old man. The old man felt someone was looking at him, so he opened his eyes. Before the old man could understand what was happening, Mr. Lee used his ability to display the old man's age and life expectancy, 73 years old, remaining life 1 hour 11 minutes and 50 seconds. The old man was stunned. It was not wrong, it was his lifespan. But there was only 1 hour left. What else did his life have? Any regrets? The regret you mentioned, was I harmed by my family, or is it because of today's weak country, internal chaos and foreign enemies, unlike home? You shouldn't ask me, you should ask all of China's elders. In fact, you don't need to worry too much, although the road ahead is difficult, but the descendants of the previous generation will continue to step forward 100 years later. The decay of the previous era will be gone, replaced by a superpower dominating an indomitable world. I am a businessman, I can make you resurrect from death. The old man was surprised and exclaimed something. Your descendants are determined to invest in establishing universities, schools that have nurtured countless talents over hundreds of years. But just follow me, I will grant you longevity, and then you will witness the changes of rivers and mountains with your own eyes. But the road ahead is still full of ups and downs. Do you have the courage to witness it with your own eyes? 4 eyes looking at each other? It should be 6 eyes. 6 eyes look at each other without saying anything. Later he opened his mouth and said, 100 years later, Mr. Li added. Old man Zhang solemnly reminded him, no matter how you choose in this world, at this moment you are already dead. Think carefully, your time is running out. So what about my family? Mr. Li remained silent. Since ancient times filial piety has been difficult for both parents, I am a dying person, Mr. Impermanence. Because of me stealing 100 years of time, do you want me to work for you? Mr. Li was a bit upset. Why is it impermanent? I said it was a businessman, it's time. I don't understand what I can do for you. Do you also need money from this world? No, I need you to continue living 100 years later. I need a business genius like you to join my longevity club and help me create a new world. After thinking it through, the old man said, compared to just dying in frustration like this, I would rather see the end of these hunting dogs. Mr. Impermanence, if this can be done, he didn't finish his sentence. Mr. Li coughed and said, I told you I'm not impermanent. Outside the hospital corridor, the mother and daughter were comforting each other. Mommy, Daddy will be fine. Then there were footsteps coming towards them. A man came over and said, wife, don't frown like that or you won't look pretty. It turned out to be old man Zhang himself. It seems that Mr. Li gave him too much vitality and even made him younger than his son. He laughed and said, it's just an old rotten man, who cares? His wife looked at him as if he were an alien creature and then realized something. She ran over and said, old man. What happened to your face? You've changed again. Are you human or ghost? I am obviously human. If you don't believe me, try touching me. What happened? His wife pulled her hand back and kept crying. He gently put his hand on her cheek, wiped away her tears, then hugged her into his arms, whispering something to her. She was stunned after hearing it. The wife looked at him for a while, her hand covering her face, and she burst into tears in his arms. Mr. Li stood in one place, looking at them, his face expressing joy and happiness. Then he wondered, why did his emotions change so quickly? Mr. Li went outside to wait for him, thinking to himself, luckily, the clothes I'm wearing are not considered strange in this era. Finally, he could calmly observe this era. Then, Mr. Li saw him approaching. It seemed that he had arranged everything well. His wife could live until 97 years old. By then I would allow him to meet her, but until then he was not allowed to return home. I think he understands that I have arranged everything. Yes, Mr. Unusual, I understand. Consider me a traveler far from home. So then, Mr. Zhang, 100 years later, I will be in a peaceful and prosperous era, waiting for you to meet again soon. Watching the old man's figure leave, Mr. Li thought to himself that for him to get to that era was just a blink of an eye, but for the old man it would take a long time. Time is really scary. Suddenly Mr. Li was secretly photographed by a girl from this era who pretended to be testing her camera. Sorry, it's not me who scared you on purpose. I just wanted to try the gift my father gave me. Mr. Li said it was okay, and then he thought, I don't belong to this era. I don't know if my picture will be kept or not. By then who would be scared is really hard to say. Then Mr. Li and the girl heard a scolding from across the street. You little brat dared to come here and steal my stuff? Are you tired of living? The boy was beaten continuously. Please spare me. The girl saw this and ran over to help but was pulled back by Mr. Li. Don't provoke me. The shop owner saw this and said, What's up? Are you the leader? I advise you not to seek death. Mr. Li confidently said, You are the first person in this world. At this moment his heart was pounding and he drifted into an indefinite void, which is the river of time. What's going on? Was I forced to return? It's because I interfered with someone else's timeline, right? It seems that the rule about reversing time still needs further exploration. Switching back to reality. Talking on the phone with his grandmother. No need, Grandma, you don't need to send anything over here. I'm fine here. You keep it for yourself to buy some body supplements, okay? Don't worry, Grandma, I will take good care of myself. You're old now, so don't stay up late, okay? Okay, Grandma, I'm hanging up now. Right after finishing the call, everything around her seemed to freeze. What's going on? It stopped? What happened? The girl didn't understand what was happening when a light hole appeared behind her and Mr. Lee slowly emerged from it. The girl was scared in all sorts of ways. At this moment Mr. Lee had fully returned. He slowly opened his eyes and saw the girl panicking and couldn't help but laugh inside. Mr. Lee, she recognized him. Oh, you remember me, huh? What exactly happened? Time seems to have stopped. Mr. Lee pushed his glasses up and said, Sorry, I'm afraid people passing by will be suspicious, so I had to use some tricks. A trick like this, huh? The girl seemed to realize something. Her eyes lit up. The 2 times before you were helping me from behind. Why did you say that? The girl replied, I know my own martial arts skills. Those scoundrels, regardless of strength or weight, far surpass me. Plus, at the cafeteria, that pig's hand was inexplicably broken. With such strange things happening consecutively, I can't help but be suspicious. There seems to be an undefined power behind me helping me, and every time something happens, you are there. It seems you really do have superpowers. Did you do it, Mr. Lee? At this point, she didn't know what to say. This little girl's thoughts could be so delicate and sensitive, not bad at all. Yes, I couldn't stand those who bully the poor with their power and status. So you admit it? That was quick, big brother. Those scoundrels being taught a lesson like that will probably not bully you anymore. In fact, because of these 2 incidents, I lost my job. But I still have to thank you. They all say in a big city like this, making a lot of money is not difficult. After all, women don't necessarily have to rely on their abilities. What do you think about this statement? It's like pants. We risk our lives studying, from small places to big cities, wanting to use our own knowledge to change our destiny and make our families live better lives. Time will gradually take away everyone's beauty, but it can't take away the experience she has accumulated over the years. Interesting statement. So have you found a job yet? Not yet, but I absolutely will not compromise. Mr. Lee handed her his business card. Why don't you come to my place and see? The girl took the business card and asked, What is this? My name is Mr. Lee. I created a longevity club. If you want to change your destiny, come to me after you reach 10,000 years of longevity. For the first time, I could start the time back and forth from when I was born to now, 100 years ago. I saved a patriotic businessman whom I respected but accidentally left a photo behind. Will this trigger a chain reaction? Mr. Lee looked at his own lifespan. The remaining lifespan is 8,942 years. This short return trip has cost me 1,000 years of lifespan. If I want to time travel back to an older era before this one, I need to reserve more time. It won't be a rich man swallowing gold, but saying it out loud. Mr. Chuang Tre is probably 167 years old now. Soon, the appointed day will come. Switching to the Tong family people. The Tong family's son spoke up, Dad. Mr. Lee surely won't blame us, right? We should notify him in advance. This little girl's thoughts are so delicate and sensitive, it's not bad at all. Compared with the Tong family, Mr. Lee clearly prefers to delegate tasks to Old Man Vin. He does his work better than him. This is because they have abundant human resources and work quickly and accurately. If we don't want to be left behind by them, we also have to show our abilities. We must let him realize the power of the Tong family. We are not inferior to the Vin family. The son turned around and said, So this old man is. This is a Chinese family with a reputation in country X. They can be said to be as rich as a country. They are also old and rich. Mr. Lee will definitely be very interested in them. He is our trump card in the Tong family. Mr. Chuang invited us. It turns out this old businessman is Mr. Chuang Tre. As soon as he stepped down, he exclaimed, "No mistake, it's here." Has Mr. Chuang been here before? It was 100 years ago. It has changed so much now that I almost didn't recognize it. Mr. Tong and his son were bewildered. What? 100 years, asked the younger Tong. Could you introduce me to the owner of this place? Sure, replied the elder Tong. Why are you here? Does the master have a guest appointment today? I came to introduce a talent to the master. I'm sorry for the inconvenience, it's really strict. Upon entering the house, old man Chuang exclaimed, has this place completely changed like this? I heard that 100 years ago, this was a famous hospital affiliated with a medical school. It's a pity that times have changed and it has been abandoned. Fortunately, Mr. Lee is a nostalgic person. That's right, when I left it was still 150 years ago. Before that, the country was in chaos due to foreign enemies, there was no future in sight, but now it finally shines brightly. Mr. Chuang, are you joking? 150 years. Old Tong shouted at his son not to be rude. Then he pulled his son aside and whispered, we don't know yet whether the master is pleased with us or not. Offending him now will not benefit us at all. Whatever he says, just go along with it. Don't be rude. Yes, I understand, replied his son, while thinking to himself. Even so. But an 89-year-old man boldly talked about things from 150 years ago. Dad, I think our chances this time are not good. At this moment, Mr. Lee upstairs called out to old man Chuang, long time no see. As he spoke, Mr. Lee came down the stairs. 100 years is just a blink of an eye. He was surprised when he saw him. In his eyes Mr. Lee had lived for over 100 years. He was shocked and thought to himself, is this guy him? Mr. Lee continued speaking as if their last meeting was just yesterday. The old man finally believed his eyes, it was him indeed. The old man happily stepped forward to shake hands with Mr. Lee. I finally meet you again. For ordinary people like us, 100 years is indeed too long. But you don't have any traces left on your face, you look exactly like when I met you 100 years ago. Hearing the old man say this, his son was shocked. So Mr. Lee has really lived that long. He really is an old monster. Mr. Lee asked the old man if he was satisfied with the changes in the country over the past 100 years. The gentleman did not joke with me at all, therefore I am willing to drag my decaying body here to fulfill the promise I made to you 100 years ago. So where have you been in these 100 years? Back then, I took some family property that my wife had prepared for me and sailed south to country X where 80% of the population were our Chinese people. I settled in the capital and started doing business again. Mr. Lee heard this and thought to himself that nearly 100 years would be enough for him to accumulate a fortune that would amaze people. Once again proving that a dragon is indeed a dragon, he did well. This proves that back then I did not entrust my time wrongly. Mr. Lee asked him, Old Chuang, are you really a business genius? At this moment, the surrounding space fell into silent contemplation. Mr. Lee broke the silence. Old Chuang, do you have any concerns? I didn't completely follow what you had distributed. When my wife passed away, I once returned to my country to visit her, but I found that the country was really in danger at that time. I took the difficulties upon myself. I persuaded my son to bring a few people from our family to country X with me. Later, we anonymously donated most of the money we earned to our homeland. Although I tried to hide the fact that I was still alive, I didn't follow your distribution. I have disappointed you. Afterwards, Mr. Lee fell into deep thought, saying, I know. Even people like Elder Zhang spent their whole lives struggling for their country. In the end, they couldn't completely let go of their humanity. After all, they are still human. However, thinking about it, the world hasn't changed much. It can be said that history has truly been altered because of the existence of the prison camp. This has promoted the development of the world. Until it took on its current form, his existence was not known to the public and did not affect me. I didn't pay much attention to this matter. Instead, it was the upper echelons of the government who affirmed that they would pay attention to me. "I'm very sorry, Mr. Lee." Mr. Lee replied, "Your ability to stand here peacefully proves that time does not affect your choices. Of course, I won't be too strict about this matter either, but there absolutely cannot be a next time. You must understand that in this era, only by being completely loyal to me can time not abandon you." Turning back to the two generations of the Tong family, the son asked his father, "What should we do now?" If what that runner said is true, he should be at least 160 to 170 years old now. Mr. Lee's lifespan should be longer than his. So which era does he belong to? We dare not think further. But there's no guarantee that Elder Zhang will doubt our attitude towards the club. Don't even think about it in the future. At this time, both Mr. Lees also came out. Mr. Lee said, "This time, I really thank you for taking the initiative to bring an old friend to see me. You've said too much. I hope you won't hate me for being abrupt." Yes, Elder Zhang ranks 118th in the club and hasn't returned for nearly 100 years. Just take care of them for me this time. There's absolutely no problem with that. Elder Tong has been troubled. Don't forget to introduce any future cooperation opportunities to your elder brother. Elder Zhang, you've laughed at us. Mr. Lee looked at the two of them and thought about the interesting part. To let the upper class cooperate and help each other, be wary of each other, and the owner of the club is me. As long as I benefit, it's fine. On Elder Vin's side, he was engrossed in reading messages on his phone. Number 118 said, "Recently, Mr. Lee waved me back to the country, following the message from number 109. That's great. Without his summons, we can't return to our country on our own. I haven't set foot in my homeland for 100 years. Number 89 also replied, "It's been a few hundred years, although we are strangers in a foreign land, I have never forgotten the banyan tree with a squirrel in front of our village." Number 90 replied, "I don't know when he will call me back. Currently, I dream of returning. There is no mobile payment here, and I am old and always drop coins." Number 56 then messaged, "Little friend number 118, can you reveal what he called you back for?" The grandson of Elder Vin approached and asked his uncle, "After joining this chat group, there are not a few elders ranked ahead who are talking nonsense. This is too exaggerated." Elder Vin handed his phone to the people behind him. "You guys look at it, I'll take a break first." "Yes, just look at it." The two of them were just talking to each other. Looking at this situation and tone, without Mr. Lee's permission, they can't return to their country. Perhaps that's why Mr. Lee often assigns us unimportant tasks. The really big tasks are probably given to these elders. Mr. Lee probably has to stay in the dynasty for a long time and send those long-lived seniors abroad to avoid being discovered and causing chaos. I don't know which era this number 118 character belongs to. He is at least 167 years old based on the year above. Outside the room, there were footsteps approaching. They were just confirming a little bit with each other. I went to find my uncle. He will definitely know. I still feel that it's impossible because it doesn't fit with the usual logic recently. There are indeed many things in our family that don't fit with common sense. The third young lady of our family is meeting with the owner. Please wait for me to announce it beforehand. No need to bother like that. We can go by ourselves. Uncle is hard to meet indeed. That's Van Oy. What? This maid doesn't know her place? You're skipping work again, aren't you? No problem. Speak up, what do you want this time? Not this time, she's a good sister of mine and wants to ask you for a favor. Yes, Elder Vin. Yes, oh, isn't this Elder Kong? You've grown so big already. Elder Vin continued speaking. What's the matter? Speak up, don't be shy. Actually, I want you to help me look at this. Oh. An old photo? This is a photo I found in a book left by my great-grandmother. Vanoy said he seemed to have met this man before. This is too absurd, that's why I came to ask you for help. Seeing this photo, Elder Vin broke out in a cold sweat. When was this photo taken? According to my great-grandmother's diary, it seems to be in 1926. Elder Vin thought quietly upon hearing this, although he had speculated that he might have lived over 100 years old. Seeing this evidence for the first time was truly. This Mr. Lee is a person who has experienced 100 years of time but doesn't have any traces left behind. The grandchild continued asking, "Grandfather, surely you haven't met this person before?" My great-grandmother never married, surely it wasn't because of this person, was it? Elder Vin flipped to see the writing on the back of the photo, August 25, 1926. It's a pity for this life that there's no fate. If we hadn't met, there would be no pain. My wish will be etched forever in my heart, with no regrets. Elder Vin thought again, unexpectedly, the divine Miss Man waited until she was over 100 years old but couldn't wait for the beauty in front of her. Youth passed quickly. But Mr. Lee is unique and eternal in the world. Miss Man, do you know that you've spent your whole life waiting for such a great existence? Seeing the old man in a daze, the two granddaughters asked Elder Vin what was wrong. His biological granddaughter said, "Old age is sentimental. Uncle, I have investigated and found out about that person's identity. The news came from the Tong family over there. The Zhang family controls most of Country X's economy. Their family head returned to the country 2 days ago. And his name is Zhang Zhai. Indeed, it is so. But if he has dealings with Mr. Lee, one can imagine that it's a pity that Elder Tong snatched him away this time. It seems that this old man is still secretly upset." Then the old man suddenly thought of something and turned to say, "Deep Loy, your grandfather, isn't he playing finance in Country M?" On the government investigation organization's side, a female employee reported that there was news about that person. "Oh, is it that mysterious Mr. A who has made some moves again? This man is Pham Vinh Tuong. Actually, this time someone proactively visited us, but what we are more concerned about is this person's identity. He belongs to the first Chinese family in Country X, the Zhang family. This Zhang family is extremely famous domestically. Why did they also get involved in this matter? Unlike before, they chose not to announce their arrival but came secretly. Did they come secretly because they wanted to hide something? The Zhang family has been growing and developing in Country X for over 100 years and has now become one of the most powerful Chinese families. Overseas, in past wars, the Zhang family has contacted overseas Chinese to collect countless supplies to help their country overcome difficult times. It's interesting, it's just that the head of the Zhang family has never appeared in public before. The family affairs are also handled by a representative, but his prestige within the family is very high. He is the real backing of those in power. He gives me a familiar feeling. Someday when something happens in the country, people from the Zhang family always respond actively. Moreover, this old man has always been secretly disguised. Do you have any opinions on this matter? What we can confirm is that this genius helmsman controls the development of the entire family. So, if we think carefully about this mysterious factor A, Mr. A is originally a person who manipulates time. Should I think more boldly, could the head of the Zhang family be Zhang Zhai himself? The girl could only remain silent, not expressing her feelings. So, this is very difficult to explain, isn't it? After all, Zhang Zhai was confirmed to have been assassinated in 1926. We have secretly investigated all of A's information, including his birth documents and even those not from the same era as A, and you have also interacted with them. How could it be so? It should be said that A may not be from the same era, controlling his own reincarnation, or he is an old monster who is immortal. If so, are all our speculations about his background wrong? The only thing we can rejoice in now is that A has good intentions. Those who are granted longevity by him are harmless to the dynasty and even provide great help. But according to our supervisor's direction, we have to start reversing time again. This workload is too large. Yes, it's too troublesome. I'll write a report when I get back. Understood. Where do you plan to start? Start with a meeting on Mr. Lee's side first. Ms. Du enters to announce, "Mr. Everything is ready." Mr. Lee turns back and says start. At this point, the computer has been turned on. The screen displays a message, "Please wait, the world's #1 plan is underway." Later in the room, Zhang Jai appears. He says that the climate in Country X is very pleasant, with long coastlines and virgin forests rich in resources. The main task of this return trip is to build an important base for the Longevity Club in an underground city. After that, most of the research institutes and scientists will secretly move to Country X. He must maintain confidentiality and safety. I understand, said the elder. Rest assured. Ms. didn't understand. Didn't Mr. just negotiate a plan for a base in Country T? Building 2 bases at the same time would be a manpower issue. As if reading her thoughts, Mr. Lee replied, "Don't put all your eggs in one basket. I believe you understand this better than me. Our grand plan not only looks at the present but also hundreds and thousands of years later. By then, I'm afraid these bases won't be able to accommodate many people. There have been so many talents since ancient times. I won't miss anyone." You mean there are many more people like Elder Zhang who are hiding and immortal? As long as Mr. summons them, they will come? Mr. Lee continues to add longevity to Zhang Jai. So what era does Mr. belong to? How many years has he lived through and what kind of person is he who responds to his summons? Zhang Jai looks younger again. Mr. Lee said again, "Elder Zhang, I will handle the matter of Country X, rest assured. I will definitely not disappoint your expectations." Then it was Mr. Lee's turn to think, "My current plan is just a talk on the record. I have to quickly find a way to enter the river of time without being rejected, to be able to return to the past. Because there are so many talents to fill the vacancies in the club. To make contact those talents, my abilities must continue to evolve." After that, Mr. Lee went to a laboratory. The environment in the 19th century is not like today. It is called the scientific century. In this century, modern science developed comprehensively, all scientific categories achieved important breakthroughs, and most of them entered the stage of theoretical synthesis and new theories. New theories gradually formed. Countless genius scientists were born in this era, like bright stars. I always feel that the river of time after 10,000 years has a deep relationship with my increased lifespan. Mr. Lee used a 10,000 time accelerator, and then a space hole appeared. Immediately after that, Mr. Lee lost 500 years of lifespan. What happened? He grabbed his trembling wrist. In a blink of an eye, he consumed 500 years, even more terrifying than crossing. A 10,000 times speed still needs to be careful. I want to start the collection plan. All scientists through the ages, I need to use a large amount of time reserve as a condition for crossing. But there must be goals for each stage. I have established the Longevity Club, traded lifespan, recruited members, and plan to create a new century through history to create the first immortal person. Unconsciously, I have achieved so many goals. Now see who dares to underestimate the strength of the Longevity Club. It's funny to say that now time has become the biggest obstacle to my development. There is really no spare moment. Then Ms. Du went to Mr. Lee's place. "Mister, everyone has arrived, you can start now." "All right, I'll be there in a moment." Mr. Lee went to the meeting. They were all present, only young Robert was sleeping after eating his fill. Mr. Lee spoke up, "Ladies and gentlemen, today's meeting gathers everyone here to discuss the grand goals we set earlier and fully promote our plan to create our century." Elder Tang thought in his head, "Great, it's finally about to start." Before, Elder Ho and I along with Anthony always speculated hypotheses. these plans were just theoretical. But this time it's about to turn into practical combat. Mr. Lee continued, today can be regarded as our first official meeting of the world's #1 founding executive committee. After careful consideration, I decided to build a miniature world laboratory in Country T and one in Shanghai. At the same time, under the ground near Country T's capital city, we must also build a corresponding large laboratory as an auxiliary next to the main laboratory. Build another terrestrial organism gene laboratory. Not only that, but both bases must also arrange terrestrial plant ecosystem laboratories. There are also auxiliary laboratories and auxiliary factories mainly used for supporting work for various laboratories. All these constructions must be carried out quickly. At the same time you are present here, do you want to add or modify anything? Mr. Lee turned and said, Robert, you've eaten quite a few squirrel cakes, how do you feel? Robert was startled and said, I don't understand these things. Anyway, I just want to sit here and don't want to go anywhere. It's broken already. So what about Bang Hao? You seem serious, what do you think? Why don't you ask the old men sitting there? At this point, Bang Hao replied, Sir, just give me your orders directly. Whoever you want to deal with is fine. Zhang Xiao sitting next to him had to exclaim, these two idiots. At this moment, Anthony raised his hand to speak, I have a personal opinion, why don't you listen to me first? The old butler jumped in, I thought of it first so naturally I should speak first. Then the two old men argued over garlic and onion. Here he laughed and said, the two of you seem busy arguing, so let me ask first. What's the matter with your son? What's the matter with me? I'm not less knowledgeable than you, okay? Now it's all three old men arguing. Mr. Lee can only helplessly not know how to solve it. Bang Hao said to Robert, their spirits seem very high. This is a group of passionate foreign old people. Outside the Tan Ao Su Club looking for Mr. Lee, she thought it was here. This place looks really big, it doesn't look like a place I can go to. Maybe I should go home first. After thinking for a while, she looked at the business card. The work time of Tan Ao Su is still hesitating, not sure whether to go in or not. What should I do? Should I go or not? At this time there was a voice calling out, it was the security guard's voice. I'm sorry, miss, this is private land. May I ask if you have any business? You've been standing at the door for half a day. She was startled when she saw the prince coming over. Sorry, I'll leave right away, she said, and then she turned around and ran away. Sure enough, it's still not okay. The prince was about to go in when he saw her standing there. Huh? You're still not leaving? Do you have anything else? Tan Ao Su was struggling with her thoughts while being confused about what choice to make. Suddenly she remembered Mr. Lee's words and her confident appearance. Indeed, it made an impression on me. At this moment she gathered her courage and said, actually I came here to apply for a job. Back in the meeting room after some discussion time, we now agree that the event area of mini-world number 01 will be calculated according to the possible requirements of the harshest biological conditions and finally determined by 1/10 of a football field. The standard is also about 666 square meters. The plan will filter out creatures of about 2 millimeters in size when creating the mini-world. Ecologists not only have to create a reasonable ecological environment inside it but also need to prepare observation equipment outside the mini-world. To ensure that we can project reality, the old butler spoke up, I want to add a bit. The examination of the Earth's creature genome is a very complex and large category, requiring a lot of manpower, materials, and time. During the 15 years, at the Biogeological Conference sponsored by the Biogeological Diversity Project team in Country M and the Great Heavenly Dynasty Gene Group, the Chung proposal led by the scientific research team of the Heavenly Dynasty in Country M called on scientists around the world to cooperate in a project similar to the Human Genome Project, which is the Earth's Creature Genome Plan. They are interpreting all creatures on Earth. At present, this plan has achieved a very big breakthrough. A friend of mine in Country M is participating in this plan, so my idea is not to let the old man finish his sentence. Mr. Lee interrupted very well, so this matter is left to him. Believe that he can do this well. Okay, just trust me. At this point, Miss Du thought about something. Later she turned to Mr. Lee and said, "Sir, the butler's proposal has awakened me to one thing. Our professional scientific talents are still too few. Although everyone in the club has their own strengths, in terms of coordinating and arranging manpower, even I can't participate in other things at the same time. Moreover, before officially simulating mini-world number 01, we need to break down the main links and place them in different laboratories." Mr. Lee said not to rush. It is currently just a preliminary establishment of the mini-world number 01 founding organization, but trust me, our organization will expand step by step, not only current scientists but even those who have passed away. Hearing this, Miss Du was also speechless. Now I will announce the current tasks of the mini-world number 01 founding executive committee on the development of Earth's creature genome set. Butler, this task is your responsibility. You can communicate with the security team. All staff will cooperate with you. Zhang Xiao Bang Hao next. You guys need to train 4 special teams at the same time. Call all new team members into City Titch. I don't allow any negligence in City Titch. Everything starts hard, everyone must work hard. Regarding the handover and promotion of mini-world number 01, those who are sitting here are responsible for a certain stage must be closely connected. Everyone answered in unison that they understood. Then Mr. Lee went for a walk with Bang Hao. How has training been recently? Everyone is very hard-working and progressing very quickly. Brother Zhang is preparing to increase training intensity. At that secret branch where you are training. These kids are quite brave, they just haven't seen the power of time acceleration yet. So there is a certain gap with Brother Zhang. Don't worry about this, I fully support you when you have time. Mr. Lee hadn't finished speaking when someone called out from ahead. Mr. Lee, I'm here, she said, but inside she was shaking like a leaf and couldn't speak up. It's over, Mr. Lee has left How to go with her. Glad she thought it through so quickly. Then I really wanted to prove myself so I came here. Mr. Lee crowed like a rooster, trust me, this job is your best decision ever. Come with me. I'll introduce you a bit about the situation here. Then Mr. Lee took her over to introduce her to 3 old men. Sir, you've arrived. The professors are really enthusiastic, but they also need to pay attention to the combination of rest and work. The butler ran to talk about the assistant. I want to go to Country M now. I have chosen a few people who are not bad. As for Bon Chen, I also need some new people who are suitable. Sir, let's talk a bit. Mr. Tang has just left, 2 people are just enough. Look at me and learn, we are all old like this, the pressure from you is really great, Mr. Tang whispered in Mr. Lee's ear. Sir, my lab staff are already poor, what should I do now? First do something for Mr. Ka first. Seeing Mr. Tang cheating, the butler rushed in, luckily Anthony stopped him, it was really cunning, his eyebrows grew out. Oh my, I'm still healthy. When you came to borrow my yard yesterday, why didn't you have such a spirit? Damn it, you dare to bite me, shut up. Mr. Lee is also speechless with these guys, they are old but act like children. Mr. Lee suppresses the professors. This is Tan Ao Su, my intern assistant. First arrange your thoughts well, then convey them to her one by one. Tan Ao Su was also surprised. I've been promoted so quickly, why? Mr. Lee replied. Consider this as an official announcement of the test. These old men are very difficult to deal with. Then Mr. Lee left his assistant behind. Hearing the request of the 3 people, they said so. Then she realized she had said too much. The 3 old men were silent and sweating as they began to slowly express their wishes for her to take notes as a secretary. Her job is to summarize. At this time, Mr. Lee approached and saw that her hand speed was very fast. the opinions of the professors have been recorded completely and clearly classified. Very well done work. The girl seemed very happy when praised by Mr. Lee and had to reveal the requirements of the professors. I understand, said Mr. Lee. But I want to determine a few points first that can be considered through existing scientific and technological methods. For cell division speed, can it be from the origin of life of the world's smallest number 1, which is when starting to cultivate a large molecule with a division speed surpassing the normal division speed of organisms many times? According to our current technical level, how many times faster can we screen and accelerate the reaction speed of organisms at the fastest? If the world itself shrinks into a kind of accelerated state, then what state will it produce after going through my acceleration time? The problems I just mentioned, everyone starts thinking about it. I hope everyone quickly calculates and infers the results and then conveys them back to me. Hearing that, Mr. Tang thought secretly. This is the first time that Sir has raised such professional issues, as if Sir himself is undergoing some kind of change. When she went outside, Taneo Su bowed her head and said, "Sorry sir, the problems that the professors raised, I don't understand now. I can only record all their words." Don't say it's her. Even a PhD expert in that field may not necessarily understand those things, but her notes are very clear and easy to understand. They look very good. But sir, can you understand? I will try my best. At this time, Mr. Lee reached out and said, "From now on, please take care of me, Secretary Tam." Hearing that, she was overjoyed. "Yes, boss." A moment later, Mr. Tang came out and called Mr. Lee. "Old Tang, have you guys figured out the conclusion?" After discussion, we unanimously believe that it does not affect the situation of the signs of life here. The evolution of life has a catalyst 10 times faster, which is the fastest speed. But based on the screening process, it can reduce the lifespan of organisms. Finally, in the world's smallest number 1, ecological signs are 10 times faster than humans. Life will be shortened, but then the reproduction speed of all species should also increase accordingly. If so, then using the method of increasing quantity can compensate. Ahem, I feel like trying world number 1. Start looking forward to it already. Switch to the outside scene. A girl said, "It seems that our boss is quite pleasant. How many years do I have to try to find a boyfriend like that?" Bang Hao shouted, "To mock, keep your mouth shut. This is not a training place." "Keep what?" "The old man is not here." Bang Hao glared at her. Seeing Bang Hao's seriousness, she also stopped being silly and said, "I know already, old devil, you don't have to be so sensitive." "And how?" She pointed at him angrily. "You call me captain. It seems that 500 push-ups are not enough for you. Do you believe that I can kill you with one knife? Listen to the captain and listen to me. When you meet Sir, put away your usual appearance for me. It can't be bad when meeting Mr. Lee. I promise not to speak out loud, sir. Please excuse me for a few minutes." "How? What's going on?" At this time, Taneo Su and Bang Hao met again. Both were stunned, and then she rushed over and said, "You are the guy from that time, right? The delivery boy?" "Ah yes, I thought Hao was no longer afraid of girls anymore. Why are you sweating so much when you hear her talk? Thinking back then, it was you and Sir who appeared together. So it was you who broke the wrist of that pig? You're really powerful. Luckily thanks to you, I was fired from there later on. I'm sorry, you don't need to worry about it because of that, so now I'm stubbornly looking for this job." At this time, Mr. Lee finally spoke up. "Suddenly everyone has met each other, but I haven't officially introduced myself yet. Now let me introduce a bit. This is Taneo Su. From now on she will be my secretary, officially joining the longevity club. You guys have to live well together." The pink-haired girl over here thought, "As a housekeeper, we all need to coordinate with the secretary. It seems that our organization really has a big brand." She thought again, Mr. Lee is a housekeeper, and that old guy over there is Mr. Lee. It's just like in her imagination. Just look at his eyebrows and know he's not an ordinary person. Seeing her cool look, Mr. Lee asked, after all this talking, is this guy Bang Hao? She bowed her head down to lessen her cool appearance. Mr. Lee, this is number one in building a new secret team, named to mock. Hearing that, she was also startled. He's Mr. Lee? Shouldn't he be an old man? So young? What kind of person are you kidding with? Mr. Lee spoke up saying he couldn't believe he could sit in the number one position, yet he was a woman. Recently, I've been too busy with work and couldn't personally greet everyone. How is everyone? Is the increased training time reasonable, sir? She spoke loudly, startling Mr. Lee this time. I came to ask you for a favor. Mr. Lee was taken aback by her tone of conversation, which was quite straightforward. I want to be your time trustee. At this point, Mr. Lee turned to look intently at Bang Hao. It's not me who said it, she continued. Bang Hao's mouth was still very serious with the sir. Therefore, I could detect this, mainly because I saw it myself. During special training time, I was lucky enough to meet some seniors in the elite team. Their mission is to protect the three mysterious bosses, travel around the world, and conduct some special small trades. These things can't be done by the elite team. She also didn't completely rely on accurate speculation. In fact, all the news came from Big Brother Ho Tien Bao. Just a few flattering sentences and a few bottles of beer were enough for me to guess what they were doing. Mr. Lee didn't know what to say when he heard that. The cunning of this woman, Ho Tien Bao, this stupid guy, so I want to ask you, sir. I want to become your time trustee. Her mind is very good, but why do I need someone behind me doing small things? She needs to think well, what she is, considering herself a smart person. Mr. Lee changed his face, causing the two women to fall to the ground. Only Bang Hao was right, just a little gentle, I could drain this person's lifespan. Bang Hao hurriedly said, Sir, it's because I didn't train her well to return. I will definitely be stricter. She continued to say, I know that the three of them were all caught by you. For the new benefit, they obey you, but I volunteered to come, and one more point, I will be more loyal than them. What are you relying on? Feel that you deserve this honor? She started to answer, to participate in special training teams are all orphans struggling in life. I am no exception, but I shouldn't be like this originally. If it weren't for those damn human traffickers who kidnapped my brother, my parents wouldn't have been desperate enough to leave home and quit their jobs. When I was young, I had to bear the family burden. They went out searching year after year until both of them died in a car accident and I became an orphan. In order not to be bullied by others, I must find a stronger backing to continue living. I need to be more vicious than anyone else over the years. I never let go of my weapon. The human traffickers ruined my life. But based on me being an orphan with a meager income, there is basically no way to do it. So, I want to be your time trustee. Please be my strong backing. You are so magical and generous that you can definitely help me find clues about human traffickers. She is number one in the newly formed team. She is the strongest one, right? That's right, sir. Want my help to achieve your wish? Then prove it to me. Within 2 months without any special help, bring 10 volunteers to her team, then she will have the qualifications to make requests with me. I will definitely complete it. Bang Hao again took the opportunity to cup his head and she scolded him again. Sir, give her an order so she can hurry up and work, don't lose people anymore. Bang Hao, yes sir, do you have anything wrong? You yourself go and give Ho Tien Bao 2 hands and tell him to figure out the reason himself. Bang Hao, she lifted her head after a long while. You will understand later, she replied. I have been transferred to a slum. There's a person guiding me through the slum. The slums in this city are mainly labor workers. Recently, there has been a woman frequently wandering around here. She specializes in looking for unattended children to take action. Her accomplices are also eyeing us, young girls who have just arrived in the city. We don't understand anything and are also caught. She looks to the left, paying attention to the vans at the market gate. It seems someone is competing for food with me. See, let me catch these human traffickers, all of them will turn into white mice. Over here, there is a boy playing football. Suddenly there is a shout. This brat only knows how to play. Have you finished your homework? He is yelling at his son. Then someone came to praise the fish, to distract his attention. Oh, this fish looks very fresh. In this market, your fish is the most eye-catching. How do you sell this fish, big brother? Her accomplice is stalking the boy is making trouble. Then look to the side, the bull-headed horse-faced man comes up. Hello little girl. He was about to make a move when Tamak appeared from behind. Pretending to ask for directions. Excuse me, I want to ask something. Is there a nanny introduction agency here? He was startled and turned his head back. Tamak continued, oh no, my phone is out of battery, I don't have a map to look at. He was interrupted and was angry. What are you doing here in this country bumpkin? It's scary. He looked at her buying fish over there. Four cunning eyes looked at each other, then nodded something, probably wanted to catch both girl and child. The bull-headed horse-faced man raised his hand to give directions. She went in the opposite direction of the agency on the other side. On the contrary, at this time, she grabbed Tamak's arm, pretending to be a good person. We are just in time, I can go with you. Really? She whispered into Tamak's ear, you just came to the city, right girl? This market is not normal. Look at the cunning face of that man. You don't know what he will do. It's really dangerous. Tamak then said, my sister, I'll go with you. Then rest assured little sister, I'm very familiar with this area. Nowadays people in the city are very weak. They all ask for health certificates from nannies. So little sister, how's your health? I come from farming work. My health is very good. At this time, she reported inside. Boss's car appeared already and brought a woman. Looking at the situation, they can be caught now. As for that boss over there, tell him to be patient, just quietly follow and protect the bait in an experimental base. Mr. Lee came to meet Mr. Tang Sr. You have arrived at the new experimental room. Are you satisfied? It's completely suitable, even better than expected. Still need to thank the members for their hard work. It seems that the results are really not bad. Mr. Lee thought again, they are really actively participating in this internal chess game. He turned to ask Mr. Tang, so, have all experimental living bodies been arranged satisfactorily, right? Mr. Tang was silent for a while, then pointed at an area underground. Sir, then they went down under an open door. Please follow me. As soon as they entered, a fierce pig rushed over. Mr. Lee and his secretary were frightened. The pig was huge with red eyes and sharp fangs. Bang Hao reassured, please don't be surprised, there may be some noise inside. Mr. Lee was surprised, this pig is too big, could it be a creature of the alpha virus? That's right, pigs and humans have similarities in anatomy and physiology. He recalled old Tang's words. Mr. Lee, Bang Hao, and the secretary felt the pig's head of two species. The similarity reached 96.69%. Although he invited volunteers, he still wanted to wait until the virus experiment was stable before planning on human bodies. Mr. Lee thought, even so, it seems a bit unbelievable. Looking at the fierce pig, he asked old Tang, is it still alive? The body is alive, but most of the brain is dead. Although it is particularly sensitive to sound, it actually attacks anywhere with slight vibrations, like a zombie. The naive Miss Tam asked, will it be contagious if bitten? This rule has some similarities. Contact with the creature will lead to decay of that part. In severe cases, it can lead to death. Although it cannot turn into a zombie, the alpha virus we previously researched has a very poor effect on mice. Now that a large amount is placed on the creature's body, there is a bit of change. It's not entirely considered a failure, but to go further, more research is needed. Thinking about the data, Mr. Lee thought that if this was true, the scale and vigilance of the laboratory needed to be upgraded. At least Bang Hao needs to assign an elite team to guard the experiment. Science is a long process and cannot be rushed. Old Tang now wants to see other experiments. Moving to another place, there was a very sturdy iron door. Inside was a woman who was imprisoned. She was the one captured by Tamak. She was scared and kept saying that this was just a dream and definitely not reality. Tamak said, "Do you know who are the most pitiful people in this world? They are those who never realize reality." Seeing Tamak come in, she cursed her as cowardly and blamed her for kidnapping her here. She said, "You don't need to say anything. I know." Mr. Lee's voice echoed into True Land's ears. "You've deceived and sold more than 53 children of laborers nationwide and forced more than 50 women into prostitution. The above-mentioned unconscionable actions are why you put yourself here." Hearing this, she panicked. "You guys." After that she confessed, "I plead guilty. Take me to jail. I fully admit my guilt." Mr. Lee said, "Miss True, do you understand your crimes? Anyway, sitting in jail can't atone for them." Hearing this, she turned pale. "So what do you mean? What does volunteer mean? What do you mean?" "Oh, nothing. I just want to do a small experiment on you." "An experiment? I don't want to, absolutely not. Just let me go. All the money I've earned over the years, I'll give it all to you." It seems that for a volunteer who resists like this, it's okay. I'm not a person who likes to force others. Tamak, make contact. Call someone to take her away. Tamak was puzzled. "Sir, as for her, she will thank me when she's inside. Once outside, she will immediately transfer money to you. I am a person who likes cleanliness. You can keep that kind of money for yourself. Before leaving, eat something." "Haha, what are you talking about?